The Ideal World for a Healer. Chapter 1. "Hey kid, you all right?" asked my cellmate. Me? I tried to lift my head to look at him, but couldn't manage it. "Oh, I'm just great, if you can even call it that." The man sounded older, and he didn't rush to reply. A pity I couldn't really see him. I liked to look at the people I was talking to. "Doesn't seem that way to me," he finally delivered his verdict. "Clever guy. If I could, I'd have shaken his hand for his insight. But alas, all I could do was lie there, blinking at the ceiling like a broken doll. A horribly skinny, starving doll at that. Still, it wasn't all bad. "Oh, really? Why is that?" I decided to keep the conversation going. It amused me. "For starters, you died 3 hours ago." Oops. So I had died. I was wondering why there was so much necrotic energy in this body. "Yeah, that happens." I tried to shrug and failed again. It really does happen. A filthy, damp cell instead of my cozy office, which I'd spent 20 years making comfortable. Ah, my precious stocks of Uribe wine. They're gone. I fought for those vineyards, you know? Sure, I knew the risks, but deep down I didn't really believe the spell would work. After all, the manuscript said you needed at least 12 archmages to pull it off. But look at that. Turns out one archmagister was enough. All right, enough praising myself. Time to do something. Had gladly tried to go find myself some lunch right now, but sadly my body wouldn't obey me at all, which was frankly pretty funny, at least to me. An archmage healer lying there like a rock, unable to even twitch. Back in my old world, a single flick of my brow would have been enough to restore everything. Here, looks like I'd need to find a plantain leaf. Ha! Plantain. I remember the Academy loved to joke about that useless weed. So, what do I have here? The memories of the poor guy who recently left this world. Not his personality, that was all gone, but just his knowledge of this world. Apparently, he had a strong soul, and it took all his knowledge with it. What else? He was a mage, not bad, and interestingly enough, he also had the gift of healing, which should mean I could fix this body and then try to get out of here. Yeah, right. His monocore wasn't just empty, it looked like he'd borrowed against it, and I was the one who'd have to repay that debt. Next problem, I'm full of necrotic energy. Residual effects from death. I have to clear it out or I'll be following him soon, and that's really not part of my plan. Honestly, lately nothing's been going according to plan. I thought the ritual would completely transport me to another world, body and soul. I also didn't expect my own brother would actually try to kill me. Wouldn't be surprised if I just kicked the bucket right here. That'd be hilarious. The great Archmagister Healer dead in a dungeon cell. All right, time to remember what I know and actually do something. First step was to look inward and start opening the channels that had closed up. Not too hard in theory, but doing it right takes at least 5 years of dedicated training. Otherwise, you can open them so well you'll never have to worry about anything again. Because you'll be dead. My efforts paid off eventually, and magic started circulating again in my body. Sure, as I expected, the core immediately tried to seize it all for self-repair. But I was faster. I diverted those scraps where I needed them. Like patching up minor damage that could have become serious injuries. Looks like whoever owned this body used to get beaten.
2 hours went by like that. I had time, hopefully. My cellmate had dozed off, but my own memory hadn't fully recovered yet, so I couldn't lose myself in deep thought. Though, honestly, I am curious. I really want to figure out where the hell I've ended up. Hopefully it's a normal world, not one of those where humans are slaves to dwarves or, worse, orcs. I wouldn't fit in there. I'd have to go underground. The result of all this work, I finally managed to wiggle the fingers on my right hand. My left? No chance yet. It was wrapped in filthy rags and had 2 fractures. With the pathetic scrap of energy I had, that would take longer to heal. Still, that progress made me smile. It meant my skills and knowledge worked here too. I even cast a little spell to massage my cramped muscles. When people die, their bodies stiffen up fast, and I needed to fix that. Half an hour later, I could actually sit up, leaning against the wall. From this angle, the cell looked even worse. The stench of death and decay was strong. Clearly, lots of people had died here, and no one had cleaned the place in ages. A quick survey showed my situation wasn't good. No obvious way out yet. I'd hoped maybe they broke our legs so they wouldn't have to bother locking the doors. Then I could have healed up and gone out for a stroll. To break a few skulls. Nothing I can do about it for now. I need to build up my strength, which means a good sleep, or killing my cellmate. But that's not my style, and I couldn't even get to him if I wanted to. My legs were still way too weak. With those thoughts, I drifted off into a forced sleep I induced myself. Waking up, that was out of my control. I came to from a heavy kick to the stomach. "Mealtime!" barked a thoroughly unfriendly voice. "Much obliged," I replied with a grin that clearly threw him off for a moment. Seems I didn't used to act like that. He stood there thinking about what had changed. Not that he thought too long, he decided I was feeling too good and needed that fixed. He came closer and swung again, landing another shot to my gut. Hilarious. An arch-magister getting punched by some half-talented thug in a filthy black robe, reeking of booze. But I was grateful. Why not show some gratitude? As he hit me, I managed to grab his wrist and drain a tiny bit of his life. I couldn't kill him or top off my stores completely, but even that drop was useful. Naturally, he yanked his hand back in disgust and cursed at me, then decided to add another blow. What is it with him and my gut? Another punch, and again I caught his wrist and drained him a little more. "You've really lost your damn mind, haven't you, you worthless trash?" he shouted and started hitting me for real. Honestly, there wasn't much strength in those punches. I channeled a little of the energy I'd stolen to harden my abdominal muscles. Not enough for a shield or armor spell, but enough to manage. He kept hammering away while I pretended to fight back, really just grabbing for him whenever I could. After about 30 seconds of him working on me, we got interrupted. "Leave him alone, Ignati. Has your life really gotten so pathetic you need to beat up half-dead prisoners to feel big?" My cellmate cut in. "A pity. I'd drained enough from that idiot to know I'd be on my feet today." "And what's it to you? You're sweet on him or something?" Ignati rounded on my cellmate. "Don't bother. He's almost dead anyway. Crystals won't even charge off him. He's worthless to us." Why didn't he go for my cellmate? Why that wary look? His fists were clenched. He was clearly pissed, but he didn't dare attack. Maybe he realized he was weaker now. I could see the way he was unsteady on his feet, and it wasn't just the booze, today or yesterday. In the end, the man did nothing to my cellmate and left our lovely little abode on shaking legs.
"Sorry, but I can't help you anymore. My legs are shattered," he said. What was he hinting at? I didn't even know where to start fixing him. How could he possibly help me? "No problem. Thanks for stepping in. But you really didn't have to. He could have turned on you instead. I didn't mention that I got a decent boost of energy from that beating." The man just grunted. "He wouldn't dare come at me. I may be weak right now, but I can still strangle a worm like him," he said, shaking his hands. "Really?" I asked skeptically. Honestly, I'd hoped for more conversation, but it seemed I'd offended him. People here were surprisingly touchy. But I really wanted to keep talking, ask him more questions. Sure, I wasn't stupid enough to tell every stranger I was an archmagister from another world, but maybe I could trust him. I didn't know what he was in for, but he didn't have long left. I didn't need all my past life skills to smell necrotic energy. Even without magic, you could see he was on death's door. I guessed he had maybe a week left. Unless some other high-ranking healer showed up, he was finished. I probably wouldn't be here to see him die since I planned to leave this place. It did have a certain grim charm, like a dungeon in a forgotten old castle, but I wanted to see the world I'd landed in. Maybe even make a life for myself. I had so much to do. I needed to regain my strength, say, in 30 years or so, still faster than in my last life. Back then, when my soul transferred, I was 320 years old, but no one who didn't know me would have guessed over 25, one of the perks of being an archmagister. My memory hadn't fully returned, and I didn't like that. When I scanned him magically, I saw he'd been beaten badly, especially on the head. The blows had twisted his magic channels into knots, and physiologically, well, I suspected he'd actually died from it. When he started snoring, I realized I wasn't getting any more answers tonight, so I turned my attention to repairing my own body. About 3 hours later, the door opened again. This time, 2 men came in, both stronger and better equipped than the last pathetic guard. That was good. I'd be able to drain a lot more life force from them. "Time to milk you. Ready?" one of them jeered, making it clear I had no choice. "Last time you gave us barely anything. If your source is tapped out, we'll have to send you on to the next stage, so try harder." He pulled out a small box filled with crystals of varying sizes. I lay there looking completely helpless. They even helped me sit up gently before picking a crystal. "Too big," said the one with long hair, shaking his head. "Get a smaller one. He couldn't handle this size last time." "I don't care, Ivan. If he's useless, he'll die soon anyway," the other sneered and shoved the large crystal into my hand. Small? Large? That wasn't the real problem. Crystal? I didn't even see a proper crystal here. What they gave me was a cracked, unstable piece of junk. It had 0 conductivity and might even explode if you overloaded it. Total trash that should have been thrown away ages ago. "You need a special invitation to start?" the bad cop smirked, raising an eyebrow. To make his point, he drew a metal baton, the same one, probably, that had broken my arm and damaged my legs earlier. I even knew exactly where that baton would end up soon enough. "No, I can do it," I whimpered pathetically. Of course they bought it. I'd lived long enough to dabble in acting, so putting on a show was easy. The real problem was sharing my energy. I had precious little left. Naturally, they wouldn't get anything from me, but they wouldn't leave without a charged crystal, so they thought. I pushed a tiny bit of energy into the crystal and took control of it. Energy always obeyed me. I didn't care what body I was in. I'd mastered it over centuries. They watched intently to make sure I gave them everything. Once I had control, I reduced the flow and looped the energy along the crystal's outer edge, making it look full without actually giving them much. He finished too quickly this time. We'll have to report that," one said. "Looks like I overdid it." But what was I supposed to do? Go even slower? That would look so sloppy even they'd notice. Were all mages in this world this incompetent? Incredible! "We'll definitely report it," his partner agreed. "Make him charge another crystal if he's so good at it." Bastard. Just a minute ago he was acting sympathetic, telling me to take a smaller one. I had to fix this fast. I slumped forward, coughing like someone with Targanian pox. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Faking it?" They weren't entirely gullible. That was fine. I'd fooled tougher marks.
I coughed up blood, thick, dark. 2 birds with 1 stone, expelled some necrotic energy, and cleaned out my lungs. When the first drops hit the floor, they realized I wasn't kidding and grabbed me to keep me from falling back. "Shit, he overdid it," one muttered. "Help me lay him down. Maybe he'll recover. He's a healer, right?" Ha ha! What? Why laugh about me being a healer? Healers did have innate regeneration. What was so funny? Whatever. Laugh all you want. I'd slumped on purpose so they'd hold me. While they did, I fed off their life force. Just a bit, mind you. Inside the crystal, I left only enough energy to coat the inner walls and look full. Minor problem. It would probably blow up spectacularly when used, but that wouldn't be my problem. They tossed me down like a sack of potatoes, slapped my cheeks to rouse me, then left. "Well, look at that. Killed again," my cellmate remarked dryly. "Killed who?" I snapped up, walking over. No sign of my earlier weakness remained. The life force I'd stolen had me feeling much better. You little faker," the old man grinned. Now I could see him properly. He looked 20 years older than he should have, with sunken cheeks and long gray hair, but there was steel in his eyes. "Soldier?" I asked him in return. "Me?" he shot back immediately. "Well, what else? I'm no soldier. Mage, yes, but no soldier." He blinked a few times, then gave a faint smile. "A mage, huh? From another world?" That question caught me off guard. Was it that obvious? Then again, who knew what this world was capable of? Maybe people like me showed up here every Saturday. Saturday. That was good. My old world didn't have days named that way. Memory was slowly returning, which was nice. "Exactly," I smiled, sitting next to him. "Nice to meet you. Michael Twadian, Archmagister, first rank healer of the Hierophant Order, also the 93rd and final leader until its last hour." Had expected my little speech to leave him at least a bit stunned or awed, but there wasn't even a hint of that. "Georgy Bulatov, head of the Bulatov family," he said, pausing as if searching for something in his memory. 29th head of the line, though probably the last. Those last words sounded genuinely sad. You could tell it weighed on him. I'd come to terms with my own loss 90 years ago, when my order fell and all that was left was a scattered band of weaklings who ran for their lives. Not that I blamed him. Staying in the order after its fall was suicide. We had too many enemies, even more than necessary. Hard not to, when every self-important king thought we should come heal him on command or post 4 magisters at his bedside in shifts. "Pleased to meet you," I said, shaking his offered hand. "Tell me, my fellow inmate," as I swept my eyes around the cell, "what exactly are we doing here, and how grave is our supposed crime?" I had a suspicion that maybe this was normal here and they'd let us go soon. At least me. I'd checked this body pretty thoroughly and it didn't seem like the type to have committed mass murder, nor was it any great mage. Here, we're just waiting to die. You, by the way, already did once. Well, your body's previous owner did. Unlucky for him, I shrugged, but lucky for me. The man laughed, not because the joke was funny exactly, but because it was, in its own way, just for him. That's where you're wrong. You're not as lucky as you think. There's usually only one way out of these dungeons, and that's to the afterlife. You'll live in that soon enough. Georgie, damn Georgie. He jinxed it. No sooner had he spoken than I heard heavy footsteps in the corridor and the door swung open. I barely had time to scramble back to my cot. 6 men came in this time, as if the last 2 hadn't been enough. Grab the young one and get him upstairs to the torture chamber. His body still clean of curses, he'll do nicely. Well, what can I say? At least it's not boring. Chapter 2.
I'd always been quite good at working with curses. My brother had been cursed so many times he nearly died, probably 20 times easily. That was back in the early days of his reign. Later, he fattened himself up, toughened up, and nothing could touch him anymore. Maybe I should have let him die back then. Then I wouldn't be running around foreign worlds right now. But I just couldn't kill my own brother. I promised our father I'd look after him. Too bad father never made my brother promise the same for me. Georgie, by the way, turned out to be a decent man. He even tried to object when they dragged me toward the exit, but with his legs smashed, there wasn't much he could do. While we shook hands earlier, I'd managed to do a quick diagnostic. His legs weren't just broken. Every energy channel in them had been burned out completely. And that wasn't even the worst of it. Whoever did that made quite a mess of him. Even for me, an archmagister, fixing that would be no easy task. If I'd been just a regular magister, I'd have spent 2 full years trying and probably still failed. Not that it mattered, nothing could help him now. The corruption in his chest was too deep. My earlier guess that he had a week left was probably optimistic. His heart was compromised and his lungs were practically gone. He was only alive out of sheer stubbornness. Someone had framed him for another man's death and didn't bother extracting the infection in time. I could also tell he'd been an average gifted. Gifted again. Words from this world kept slipping into my thoughts. But as I'd said before, that was a good sign. While they dragged me across the floor, I didn't resist. I simply rested and slowly drained their life force. I also watched carefully, memorizing the route, and daydreamed about what I'd like to eat. Roast lamb with berry sauce. Now that was something. Funny thing, I never even liked lamb, but apparently I wouldn't have refused it now. The slop they'd thrown on the floor for us earlier, I wouldn't have eaten that even if I were starving. I had the distinct impression that meat had died long before it ever reached the pot. My host's memories suggest that it was supposed to be barley porridge with meat. We had similar dishes in my old world, but not with necrotic taint. That was a first. So the animal had died and only weeks later ended up in the kitchen. I felt compelled to wonder what kind of necrotic energy forms in animals when they rot. That was the base of it, but there were hundreds of other possible reasons. Sure, it could also build up while the creature was still alive, but that was a complicated topic with many nuances. Was this corridor ever going to end? They'd been dragging me along forever. This world I was noticing was different from mine. The dungeon was just a dungeon, but torches hung on the walls. We abandoned torches centuries ago. They smoked too much and barely lit anything. Everyone back home used magical lanterns that only needed charging once a year. Oh, finally, the corridor ended. So did the cells. A staircase began. That was less pleasant to be dragged up, but I had no choice. I kept pretending to be helpless and continued feeding on them bit by bit. They hauled me along maybe 10 minutes, and by the end, my porters were dripping sweat, their faces red and exhausted. "We really ought to tell the cook to cut down his rations," one of them grumbled. "Skinny as a stick, but weighs as much as 3 men. Naturally, he didn't realize why I'd gotten so heavy. He'd lost a lot of his strength by then. From there, the surroundings grew more refined, more decorated, and, miracle of miracles, there were something like magical lights installed. So there was civilization here after all. I still couldn't sense any real magic, though. Had I landed in a world of technology? What a revolting thought. I knew we'd arrived when a massive door loomed up ahead. It radiated faint magic and I'd swear a slight stench. But when the door opened, it turned out the smell was coming from the chamber itself. Interesting.
"Why did it take you so long?" a man in a dark robe demanded the moment we entered. He was holding a staff. How quaint. A staff. Were they all novices here? Where was the serious organization behind all this? I really didn't understand anything anymore. The place was certainly atmospheric. All the walls were covered in markings, chalk, not blood. What was odd was that not every symbol or pentagram had any magic to it. It was as if they didn't even know which ones worked and were just drawing everything they could think of. Maybe that was exactly the case. While they turned me about, I caught sight of several of the glyphs. Some of the symbols were even familiar, and at least 2 were drawn so crookedly I wondered if that was intentional. "He got too heavy or something," one of my handlers tried to explain. "He?" The robed man gave my limp body a skeptical look. "Stopped to visit the prisoners again on the way?" "What prisoners? They all went to the rituals 4 days ago." "Right." The senior man nodded to himself. "Whatever. We'll discuss this later. Put him on the dais. Our client has been waiting." Besides the chalk markings, the room held 2 platforms, although they weren't proper altars. Not enough power for that. Too young to be called altars, really. On one of them lay a well-fed young man in expensive clothes. The second was clearly meant for me. I felt no premonition of danger, which meant they weren't planning to kill me. Still, I was already thinking through my options. When they laid me down, I calculated quickly. I couldn't kill all of them. Actually, that wasn't true. I could, but I'd die too, and that wasn't acceptable. So I'd have to wait for the right moment. How wrong I'd been to think any of this might threaten my life. When the elder stepped between us and laid one hand on my chest and the other on the young man's, I understood everything. This was murder, but not the quick kind. He was about to transfer the curses from the young man onto me, cleansing him in the process. That was exactly what they'd done to Georgie.
Interesting. Brother Theodosius, do you think the boy will hold up? Asked a man who seemed to be his friend, or whatever he was. He should. The Viscount is weak, but let's hope for the best. Ah, a Viscount. So that's why they were so concerned. Not about me, obviously. Things got really interesting once they started the ritual. Theodosius formed a channel between me and the boy. For a moment, I was speechless. I wondered if it was this body's birthday or something. The best part was, they didn't even understand what they'd done. They'd made a proper, stable link connecting all 3 of us. Did they seriously not realize I could kill all 3 of us right now? One little clot, a magical blockage. That's all it would take. Of course, I wasn't going to do that. They'd try to kill me in return, and I wasn't quite ready to die, but I wasn't about to just let it slide either. Theodosius was puffing and straining like a wounded boar, trying to latch onto the curse in the subtle planes and force it into me. From what I caught of their whispers, this could take up to 6 hours. Well then, seemed like the perfect time for a snack. Since the channel was stable, I started draining life force from both Theodosius and the Viscount. I didn't feel the slightest pity for the boy. He'd agreed to this, which meant he accepted the risk of dying. Methods like this were considered dark and totally unacceptable among proper healers in my world. Whenever my order heard about such covens, they'd track them down and capture them. No one wanted to kill them on the spot. Instead, they were brought back to the sanctuary, where they died, slowly, over years. It gave them plenty of time to experience the pain they'd inflicted on others. Cruel? Absolutely. But if I'm being honest, my order wasn't exactly known for its mercy. We had our own rules, our own sense of justice. Theodosius labored on, the Viscount moaned in a stupor, and I worked, and felt strangely sad. Sad that I, once the great Archmagister, was now reduced to siphoning off scraps of energy drop by drop. Once I could have drained both of them dry without even touching them, left nothing but bones and skin at my feet. Now I had to be careful, subtle, not too much, not too little, and I had to find immediate uses for all of it while building a reserve in case I needed to flee. At one point, I realized I could risk an escape right then, but it would be pointless. This body was too weak. If any new enemies appeared, it would be over. How pathetic were the healers here? Theodosius was definitely a healer, but the kind I wouldn't even hire to empty my chamber pot. Yet he had 12 assistants.
While he sweated and grunted, they scurried around, wiping his forehead, handing him water in bottles. Yes, bottles, I'd picked up that term. I even spent a little of the stolen energy boosting my own mind to pick things up faster. Not one of those bastards offered me a sip, though. My mouth was as dry as dust. I had to give Theodosius credit. He was persistent, wheezing and growling, but he didn't collapse. He kept trying to catch the curse and shove it into me. Too bad for him. It wasn't going to work. I'd set up a magical block in the channel from the Viscount that wouldn't let anything through. Theodosius couldn't even see it. As I lay there while his assistants milled about gossiping, I picked up on a few things, including talk of my fate, but that could wait. What really caught my interest was the Viscount's story and how he'd ended up cursed. Long story short, he'd gone to a party and taken a fancy to a landless noble girl who was there with her brother. The Viscount and his friends came up with an excuse to challenge the brother to a duel he couldn't refuse, since it was for his sister's honor. They mortally wounded him. Then came the usual routine. He was carried off to the family infirmary. The girl ran after him, and on the way she was intercepted. They tried to violate her. She fought back desperately. She got beaten badly, but managed to keep her honor. Her fiancé, the Baron, arrived with his men just in time.
And the curse? Turns out the girl's mother was a witch, no amateur either. She hit the Viscount with a proper curse, but his family was rich, wealthy enough to buy their way into this black market operation. If I hadn't ended up in this body, the Viscount would have walked away scot-free. Now he only had one road left. I hated rapists, really hated them. My old order did too, so much so that we had our own methods of castration, magical and physical. I even remembered Magister Alina Inarda, a master of herbalism and alchemy. She'd invented a truly remarkable potion for such men. Turn their precious parts into a shriveled, mummified stump. The potion was so powerful that, according to the records, even two archmagisters together couldn't undo it. 5 years after its creation, it was officially classified as extremely dangerous and labeled not for sale. "This is hard," Theodosius croaked at last, his first words in a long while. "The curse is too strong. It won't go through the channel. I need to widen it." "What can we do to help?" His lackeys jumped up eagerly. He didn't think long. "Nothing. For now, nothing. But when I'm done, I'll be exhausted and in a foul mood. Prepare a worthless slave for me to play with in the torture room." "Oh, look at you. Tired, huh? And now you want to torture someone. What do you even know about exhaustion, puppy?" Anger started to cloud my thoughts. 20 days battling plague-born Artina in a dead city while searching for survivors, that was hard. Watching your student die without reaching the next rank, that was hard. You did nothing. I'd been watching you, you bastard. You weren't even trying to transfer the whole curse, just a sliver of it, and you still couldn't manage it. "It will be done," his flunkies chorused obediently. "Oh, no, it won't. He's not going anywhere tonight." In that moment, I made up my mind. A predatory grin spread across my face. Luckily, they weren't looking. I drew deeply on my gathered energy and started working on the channel structure. He had built it at the level of a child's toy. So let's make some adjustments. While he struggled to widen the channel from the Viscount side, I quietly worked on my own. Working in his design was laughably easy. He had no defenses at all. I waited a good 20 minutes while he labored away. He couldn't even manage it properly, so I stepped in and instantly expanded the channel 4-fold. His eyes went wide in shock and then lit up with a triumphant smile. But the smile didn't last. I grabbed the curse, roughly, brutally, and hurled it back into Theodosius himself. Not all of it. I left the Viscount with a little piece. Enough to do damage. He was too weak to handle even that. Besides, curses could always be nudged closer to someone's main magical channels later. It all went smoothly. No one would suspect a thing. But Theodosius collapsed. Davino Family Manor. "My dear, I can't sit still," a worried woman in her mid-30s said. "Are you sure this will work?"
Valerie Davina was just as worried about their wayward son as she was, but he managed to keep his emotions under control. "It will all be fine," he said seriously. "This order is, well, regarded," he hesitated for a moment, "in certain circles. They have a reputation for performing miracles." "Poor Maximka, he didn't deserve this," the woman sobbed, ignoring her husband. "He's an idiot, that's what he is. He could have done it discreetly, but no, he's too stupid for that. Didn't think someone at the party would rat him out to the Baron?"
He was furious with his son, not for what he'd done, but for how he'd done it. The Viscount had always taught all three of his children one rule: if you're going to do something, do it cleanly, no consequences. His son had clearly gotten spoiled, and now, thanks to him, they were in serious trouble with Baron Doborov's family. And what if they can't save him? You saw how bad he looked, his wife asked, her voice trembling. He'd been trying to calm her down for 2 straight hours. His patience finally snapped. "If he can't take it, then he's weak. Fine, I still have 2 other sons," he snapped, saying more than he should have. "I did everything I could. I even spent 70,000 on this." At his words, the woman broke down crying even harder. But he was exhausted, and truthfully, much of what he'd said was honest. He'd already accepted the possibility. He knew perfectly well that if Maxim died, he still had 2 heirs left. Except Tamara Davinova wasn't just crying for her son. She was crying for the entire situation. Only she, and a handful of others in the Russian Empire, knew the truth. The Viscount didn't actually have 3 heirs. He had 1. If Maxim died, the remaining heirs would have to undergo a bloodline test, and that was what truly terrified her. I felt the Viscount's death while lying in my cell. It was a side effect of our brief connection. Thankfully, I'd had time to shield myself from the death energy. 2 hours later, there was another surge, but this time from Theodosius. Seemed like their order, or whatever they called themselves, had lost someone important today. Meanwhile, I was lying comfortably in my spot, happily munching on a pear. "I just don't get it. They took you for the ritual, and you come back without a scratch, and with pears no less." Boudelon shook his head as he chewed on one himself. I'd never been stingy, so I shared with him. Really, it was weird for a healer to be stingy at all. Healers were the most powerful and wealthy class out there. Everyone needed their services and their power. Who could kill better than those who lived side by side with death? "There was a lot of chaos," I waved it off. "Theodosius fell ill. Everyone rushed to help him, and I just grabbed the pears. They were in a basket in the corner." "They just let you stand up and help yourself to pears?" He eyed me skeptically. No, after that the Viscount took a turn for the worst. They were carrying them out and completely forgot about me. By the way, I didn't just grab pears, got some apples too. Want one?" I could tell from his eyes that he did. "Better not," he managed to show some pride. "I don't have long left, a couple of days maybe. You should enjoy them, your skin and bones." Why should I be the one spoiling myself? I frowned at his logic. "We'll be out of here in a couple of days, and then I'll throw myself a proper feast. Fruit's just a warm-up." After that, he looked at me differently. His gaze was measuring, but also uncertain. I knew that look. It meant a proposal was coming. I was curious what kind of offer a man on death's door could possibly make me. Chapter 3. The old man kept staring at me, clearly trying to gather his thoughts. I just examined the apple in my hand. He hadn't offered me anything yet, and I didn't rush him. I was curious, though, what could a dying old man possibly have to offer? The apple itself. Back in my world, healers relied almost entirely on their magic. They'd cram in as much mana as they could, and then compete over who had the bigger reserve. But most of them never realized knowledge mattered too.
They refused to study biology or anatomy, ignoring priceless insights into how the world actually worked. That was exactly what separated an archmagister from an ordinary magister, or just a healer. That apple and the couple of pears I'd snatched had saved me at least 2 days of work getting my organs back in order. I ate them, took in their vitamins and nutrients, and used those to kickstart an accelerated healing process. Seems obvious enough, right? But barely any healer bothered with it, and I couldn't understand why. Sure, magic was great, but without knowledge, it was at best limited, and at worst useless. And in this world, they even had doctors who worked without magic entirely, and didn't seem at all interested in figuring out how they managed it. Admittedly, those doctors treated only commoners, and not always successfully. Still, it was something, and it was nice that my memory was returning faster now. Barely any time had passed before the old man started dozing off, while I slipped into a deep meditation. The vitamins were already doing their job, but the memory of just how pathetic the healers here were still left a sour taste. "They're coming," the old man hissed, snapping me out of it and making me lie back on my cot fast. Too early to show how well I was doing. I didn't need anyone getting suspicious. The old man understood that perfectly. That's why he warned me. Footsteps and annoyed voices approached outside the door. Then the lock clicked, and 2 big thugs in hooded robes barged in. Ungifted. Weaklings, in other words. They weren't here for me this time. Turned out they were after the old man instead. Not to drain energy out of him, but to ask questions. Though their idea of asking was creative. One of them immediately kicked him in the chest with all his strength. The other added a solid shot to his legs.
"So, scum, feeling more talkative today?" The first one sneered, landing another blow to the old man's chest. He covered his head with his arms, but kept glaring up at his attacker. That only amused them more, and they unleashed a hail of kicks and punches. I could say with confidence that just yesterday he'd have broken them both, but today he was in terrible shape. The curse had finally reached his core of power. Now he was completely done. "Talk or die, but you'll die anyway." The second one lost patience. "Where's the heir? He can't hide forever." "If you won't give him up, he'll die right here on this cot, screaming," the other added, trying to land a kick to the old man's face. But the old man just lay there, watching them with bored indifference, only flinching now and then. His eyes showed no fear of death. Oddly, I didn't see any worry for his heir either. Did he just not care? Or was his son already grown and stronger than he was? They beat him for a good 20 minutes, demanding the heir's location. He stayed silent, while the 2 idiots in robes kept shouting. Honestly, they were starting to piss me off. How was I supposed to focus with all this racket? And I still hadn't finished my apple. It was a good one, too. "Are you 2 done yet? I don't get how you're not bored of this already," I called out in an exaggeratedly weak voice, but they heard me. The beating stopped immediately. "Vasyan, did I hear that right? Did this trash actually mouth off?" the more zealous one muttered in surprise. "Hey, know your place, battery." That was to me. Battery, huh. Familiar word. Good. My brain was picking up speed. "Let me teach him some manners," the other one growled, stepping menacingly toward me. And me, I just lay there. He clearly didn't know how to use his hands, so he went for kicking me instead. He was ungifted, so his blows meant nothing to me. For show, I twisted my face in pain. Just yesterday, they might have been able to hurt me really, but I hadn't been idle. I'd been steadily spinning up my magical core. I could now manage some simple magical processes. Honestly, I could kill them both easily, but that would be boring. So I kept up the pain act. Why? Because if he realized I didn't care, he'd get suspicious. Meanwhile, I kept drawing in more life force. Siphoning energy from ungifted thugs was pure pleasure, no resistance at all. I could drain them dry in seconds. Could, but I didn't. Too risky to blow my cover. He kept kicking me, and I was honestly wondering if I should keep feeding. He looked like he might collapse at any moment. So I decided to call in his buddy.
And why is your girlfriend over there just standing around looking bored? I sneered, nodding toward the other thug, who was starting to turn red. Scared?
Ah, you, the second one growled, charging at me with all his weight, clearly trying to break every rib I had. Nope, still boring. Now they were both trying to beat my entire body into pulp while I calmly reinforced my skin and bones in key spots. Unfortunately, I had almost no muscle left. That was bad. Muscles were the best protection against hard hits. Back in my old world, I could make them so dense that swords would snap on them. Thankfully, these idiots would never develop any real striking power. Out of sheer boredom, I decided to give them a little lesson. On the next hits, I triggered a process in their bodies that would start dissolving the calcium in their bones, releasing it into their bloodstream. They wouldn't live long like that. First, their legs would go soft, then the calcium would begin depositing all over their organs. Seizures wouldn't be far behind. "All you healers are pathetic scum," one of them hissed, landing another solid kick to my ribs. Fine. He asked for it. Enjoy the diarrhea. Honestly, I'd hoped they'd leave sooner. Instead, I had to wait until they tired themselves out. I lay there for a good 15 minutes, even pretending to pass out. As soon as they finally left and locked the door behind them, I opened my eyes and pulled the apple out from behind my back. They were clearly pissed at their bosses. From what I'd gathered, all the higher ranks in this order were healers or people like me. But those two, definitely not. Crunch. "You shouldn't have interfered," the old man rasped. "They're weaklings. Their hits don't even matter to me anymore." "They don't matter to me either," I said, settling back on my cot and biting into the apple. Was I really this hungry, or was it really that tasty? Probably the first. I could practically feel my body screaming for something, anything edible and flavorful. "But I'm not so sure about you," I added, shaking my head as I quickly scanned his body. What really surprised me was something I'd overheard from those thugs. The old man was only 45. Didn't look it at all. I'd have guessed at least 100, maybe 500, though people here didn't live that long. "But you're healer," he looked at me suspiciously, confused. "So what? Healers are tougher than any other mage," I shrugged. I didn't even have a bruise on me, while the old man looked like he was about to crumble to dust right on his cot. He eyed me even more warily, but I just kept eating my apple. Then I sank into medication to absorb as much as possible from the nutrients. "You're definitely not from our world," the old man shook his head once I opened my eyes. "Here, the healer's gift is the weakest, the lowest." I actually choked on my apple. Did he really just say something that stupid? Healer's the weakest? In my world, saying that at court would get you the title of royal jester, provided you repeated it every time someone asked. My cellmate finally seemed to recover enough to start talking. My memory was coming back, but there were still plenty of gaps. Luckily, the old man knew a lot about this world and wasn't shy about explaining things in detail. I just asked the right questions and listened carefully. Turns out healers here were absolute hacks. They didn't know anything, couldn't do anything, and did their jobs terribly. According to him, the ones who actually could do something were so rare it was unbelievable. With a gift like that, you couldn't even dream of wealth or fame, and worst of all, the local healers didn't know how to inflict harm. They were helpless, weak, and from the sound of it, downright stupid. What was so hard about quickly filling your channels with energy and boosting a muscle group for a couple of seconds? It was easy. I'd learned that before I even entered the academy. And you could hit so hard it'd be terrifying, using almost no energy because it would cycle right back into your body. There were thousands of little tricks like that. A healer could do anything with their own body or someone else's. Well, a healer from my world anyway. These idiots didn't know a damn thing.
"Why are you so sure they won't find your heir?" I asked, remembering the old man's face while they'd been interrogating him. "Ha!" he actually chuckled. "Search all you want. You can't find someone who's already dead?" So confident. I'd found people like that when I needed to. Sure, it was tricky, but never impossible. Still, if he was that certain, I didn't feel like arguing. He only had one relative left, a daughter. They wouldn't kill her. Instead, they'd forcibly marry her off and claim his house for themselves. The law basically looked the other way on that. I'd need to study that in detail eventually, but for now, I was too lazy to dive into such boring matters. Once I'd heard everything I cared about, I slipped into a deep meditation. I just asked the old man to throw something at me if he heard footsteps outside the door. Otherwise, they'd think I was dead. Though, maybe that would actually be an easier way out of this dump. Nah, better to kill them all myself. The old man, worn out from talking, fell asleep quickly, but he was a light sleeper. I was sure he wouldn't let me down. How? Why? A heavy-set old man in a filthy white robe with a long beard paced back and forth in the dark room. All in one day? Yes, Father Prior, the acolyte bowed respectfully. First Brother Theodosius, then those two? The prior still sounded baffled. How? Carelessness and bad luck, said the man in the black robe, spreading his hands and bowing again. And honestly, strange things really had been happening in the monastery's catacombs that day. Sure, there had been accidents before, and they didn't always manage to handle curses, but 3 deaths in a single day? Maybe someone cursed us, the prior muttered, leaving his cramped room. He wandered the long corridors for a while, but found no curse. On the contrary, the aura around the temple seemed to be cleaner than ever. So he returned to his cell, where the same acolyte was waiting patiently in the corner. How? Why? Tell me everything in detail. The prior barked, sinking his bulk into a chair with a groan. Walking the halls and stairs was hard work. Theodosius took the curse onto himself and died within an hour. His heart gave out from the pain. And the client? So he was saved. The prior interrupted sharply, but the acolyte only shook his head. Damn, we already took the payment in advance. Yes, Father. Of course. The acolyte waited for his master's nod, then continued. Brother Vasily fell down the stairs and cracked his head open, died instantly. And Eustachius. He trailed off, seeming to search for the right words. What about Eustachius? Well, the prior snapped. Was it another curse or one of the prisoners? He drowned in the cesspit. He felt sick, went to the latrine, had a seizure, and fell in. They didn't get to him in time. The acolyte finished, spreading his hands again. How? How is that even possible? Drown in shit? The prior clutched his head and sat there for a while in silence. Listen to me. From now on, no drinking inside these walls. Not a single drop. Got it? You're all completely out of control. It will be done, Father Prior. The acolyte bowed and left the room, leaving the old man alone with his thoughts. A faint squeak sounded, and a clever little face poked out of its hole. This cell always had something to eat. The people here usually lay completely drained, which meant the rat had grown fat beyond belief. It wasn't afraid of cats anymore, and could probably scare off a dog. It roamed the cells freely, like its own little kingdom. After all, no one could stop it. There were plenty of prisoners here, most of them too weak to even move. The rat took full advantage, nibbling a bit off one here, a bit off another there. Its belly was always full. This time it found itself in a cell with only 2 occupants. One was old and unappetizing and still awake, but the other was younger, and while there wasn't much meat on him, there was enough to bite off a nose or an ear, especially since he lay there unmoving, his glassy eyes staring lifelessly at the ceiling.
Squeak! The moment it scurried onto the cot, a hand snapped around its scruff with a death grip. So, what did you think? Gonna eat me? The boy chuckled, the same one who'd looked dead just seconds before. Sorry, normally I'd just shoo you away, but right now, I need energy. As he spoke, the poor thing felt its strength vanish. Its fur began to fall out, its fat reserves shriveled, and its entire body mummified in seconds. That's animal energy, the old man said in surprise, instantly awake and watching intently. So what? There's barely any difference. The boy waved dismissively, looking noticeably healthier, then shoved the rat under his cot. Beggars can't be choosers, he added with a shrug, sinking back, not into sleep,
but deep meditation. I actually slept pretty well, all things considered. Deep meditation really is a miracle. In just a few hours, I felt rested, healed up a good deal, and even got some of my memory back. Even managed to dry out the rat, though that was more like a snack substitute than a meal. The first thing I saw was the old man's eyes. He clearly wanted to propose something but couldn't bring himself to say it. Shame. After that last interrogation, the curse was eating him up even faster. He'd probably be dead within a day. It annoyed me, honestly. I used to be able to scan a patient with a single glance and tell them exactly how many minutes they had left. Here, I couldn't even guess how many hours he had. "Your name was Mikhail Mironov," he said suddenly. Well, thanks for that. I hadn't known the guy's name. Weird my memory didn't keep something that basic. Then again, if someone had just called me by name, I probably would have remembered. "Thanks," I told him honestly. So, was I at least a noble? If I turned out to be a commoner, it'd be a bit trickier. Not impossible, though. I could carve out a path to the top regardless. "A noble but low-born, and you're an orphan with no house or title. They snatched you off the street because no one would miss you or bother looking," he croaked. "Grandpa, what exactly are you leading up to?" "Still, being a noble is good. I can work with that." I shrugged. "Thanks. Now I know I don't have any family to explain things to. That's actually a plus. Explaining myself to relatives would have been a pain, and getting rid of them would have been even harder." At that, he coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth. I'd told him his lungs were mush. "If you want to offer me something, you had better do it fast," I pressed him. I wasn't about to let him die and leave me curious forever. Otherwise, I'd have to drag his soul back just to question it, and I'd really rather avoid that. "Yes," he nodded, wiping the blood away with his sleeve. "You want to offer me a deal? They had deals in your world, right?"
You mean magical contracts? Of course. Oaths, promises. Depends on what penalty you want for breaking it. I scratched my head thoughtfully. For this kind of pact, you didn't even need a spoken promise, just a handshake. And if the contract was done right, you'd feel it instantly. So, what exactly are you offering? "My title and my house. You'll become a Bulatov," he said firmly. And from his face, he was dead serious. That could really make my life here much simpler. In one stroke, I'd solve several problems and buy myself room to improve my craft, maybe even revive the order someday. Plenty of healers here, even if they were pathetic. And there was another reason I found his offer appealing. Status. It wasn't easy to live without it in my world, and it seemed damn near impossible here. Sure, I could earn it over 20 years, but how? Serve someone? That was the problem. I didn't know how to really serve. Pretend, sure. Actually serve? No. Getting a title now would change everything about the plans forming in my head. But in return, you'll have to take care of my daughter. That part was trickier. Taking care of her, providing for her, I can do that, but I'm not all-powerful. Let's say this, I promise I'll do everything I can to make sure she's okay. Because, well, what if something went wrong? "No, I know you're an Archmagister," he shook his head. "That's not an empty title." Damn, old man, using my own words against me. Everything he knew about Archmagisters was what I'd told him over the past few days. I didn't hold back. I flooded my brain with energy for extra speed, thinking it through. It only took me a few minutes to weigh the risks and see the benefits. If I took his status and guardianship over his daughter, I'd make plenty of enemies. But like I'd said before, healers from my world didn't know how to live without enemies. I actually laughed. What an old bastard. But hell, that just made it more interesting. Deal. I promise no one will harm your daughter and your house will thrive. He watched me for a moment, then slowly removed his signet ring and handed it over. We shook hands, and both of us felt the contract settle in. What would happen if I broke it? I wouldn't die, but my power would take a massive hit. At least my body would. But that's fine. It was an honest, fair deal. And more importantly, doable. Remarkably, he'd hold on to that ring for nearly half a year here. He hadn't given up, hadn't taken it off. No one else could have.
It only came off for him. That's why the guards had planned to yank it from his corpse. But now? Too bad for them. Honestly, he'd gone easy on me. I'd explained all the types of contracts, how they could be enforced. He accepted my terms, even though he could have made them much stricter. If his daughter died, I wouldn't automatically be punished as long as I had genuinely tried. I'd only pay the price if I just gave up on her, or deliberately let her die when I could have saved her. Then my progress would probably roll back 30 years. That's not all, he said once we sealed the deal. I've got more strength in me than it seems. I'm going to die anyway, and you need it more than I do. I saw you drain that rat and those bastards. You want me to take all your life force? I was surprised. Not that I'd turn it down, but I could see he only had a few scraps left. The moment I touched him, he'd die. Yes, my house has a secret. I can draw power from my lineage and boost myself. Just for a bit, but it's something. The curse means it's useless for me. That was interesting. Where was he pulling strength from? I'd have to study that in his daughter later. Very interesting. My own world had things like that too, but they usually needed special artifacts. And the old man didn't lie. His eyes lit up faintly, and I felt his body fill with energy. A cold breeze swept through the cell, and then he spoke again, but it sounded like someone else entirely. "Begin," he commanded loudly and clearly. I didn't waste a second. There was a lot of power in there. I grabbed his hand and pulled it into myself as fast as I could, frantically channeling it through my own pathways. All my internal injuries knit themselves up instantly, and my memory snapped fully into place. Every damage in my brain healed. Now I could really work. But why? Why didn't you take it all? He asked in surprise when I let go of his hand and turned toward the door. Don't you want to see it yourself? I smiled, pounding on the door and shouting for the guards. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, and then 6 bastards in robes stormed into our cell. I was standing right in the middle, and they froze, staring at me in confusion. "Thank you," the old man said with a blissful smile, settling back to watch.
"Do you still have too much fight in you, you bastard?" one of them barked. "We'll fix that real quick." He stepped forward, yanking a club from his belt, and swung it at my head. Except that didn't work out for him at all. My reflexes had always been good, and now I could even boost this body for short bursts. I had plenty of energy to burn. Draining them would have taken too long, and there were 6 of them. So I simply dodged his wide swing and slapped his face with my palm before springing back. "And what? That's all you've got?" His words died in his throat as his face collapsed into a pulpy, bloody mess. Still alive, but barely. "Now, who's next?" I smiled at the others with that same signature grin from my old world, the one that had kept kings awake in cold sweats. They recoiled, their confidence cracking. Some of them probably even regretted coming in here, but it was too late for that now. Chapter 4. No, I needed to be more careful with my energy. I'd spent too much on the first one, but it served as a good lesson for the rest. Now they were watching me warily, glancing at their friend. Just a minute ago, he'd been so smug. He'd rushed in thinking I was still that weak kid drained dry, and now his own life force was going to kill him. Though his wound only looked horrific on the surface, in reality it was much worse. The face had plenty of blood vessels, both normal and magical. I'd just started a process where they'd rupture one by one, with no clotting. That was it. In a couple of minutes, he'd start bleeding internally and die. Meanwhile, the others gathered their courage and decided to teach me a lesson. They hadn't realized yet that their friend was dying, but they figured he would if they didn't finish me quickly. I also noted that one of them was gifted. I wouldn't kill him. Not yet. He had more power, so I'd need to neutralize him and drain his life force. The rest, I could just finish them off and experiment a bit with what my new, very limited body could do.
Most of my old techniques wouldn't work, and I didn't have the energy for much, so I tested all on these weaklings. 2 of them rushed me, planning to pin me down and stomp me. But sorry, not just going to stand there like a target. I sidestepped neatly and slammed a fist into one's ribs. Hit a pressure point, but it did nothing. Big guy didn't even flinch. Lesson learned, don't bother hitting them without enhancement. I needed to eat more and rebuild this scrawny body first. So for the next hit, I prepped carefully, poured energy into my right arm, my chest, my back muscles. This time, it worked beautifully. He crumpled in pain while the other one froze in shock. Didn't expect that quick reaction. And I hadn't even really gotten started. One of the best feelings was channeling energy through my body, from hands to feet to chest, then back again. Later, I'd be able to saturate every muscle to the max, toughen my skin and bones, sharpen all my senses at once. But for now, my reserves were too low and my channels couldn't handle it. So I'd have to enjoy carefully juggling what I had. I hit the next one in the throat. Just my palm. No big wind-up. Sent a little energy into the tissues to make them swell. Then I forgot about him. In a few seconds, he'd realize breathing wasn't so easy. In a minute, he'd be dead. That left 3. One of them was the gifted one. He was drawing a dagger, planning to stick it in my side, but didn't get the chance. I grabbed his wrist, and the weapon instantly became mine. He just let go as his hand seized up. Cost me some energy, but it would save more later. Killing with a blade was so much more efficient. Seconds later, I accelerated and drove the dagger into another bastard's gut. He tried to club me in the head, but missed. Mikhail's memories kept feeding me new info, and it was obvious. Healers here didn't know much about hand-to-hand or fencing. Their job was healing, not fighting. How stupid. I hit another one, too. Just a small cut, but right where it mattered. I've mentioned how important anatomy knowledge is. Hit the femoral artery, and he'd bleed out in 2 minutes. Faster in his case, since I made multiple cuts.
Now only 1 remained. 2 were already dead, but the others weren't in any shape to fight. Each one had their own crisis going on. They'd completely forgotten why they'd even come here. Lying there, panting, hoping their boss would take me down and patch them up? Yeah, right. He wouldn't be able to do a damn thing. No local healer could. "You'll pay for this," the gifted one hissed, backing slowly toward the door. Planning to run? Not gonna happen. I hadn't been stingy. I'd made sure his cramps wouldn't stop at his arm. The moment he tried to use his legs, they'd seize up too. Not as badly. Gifted were harder to affect. But my reserves were almost gone by then. "You think so?" I smirked, slowly closing in. "Actually, you have a choice. Lie down and surrender, and you'll die painlessly." Nope, he wanted to struggle. A shame. I would have just put him to sleep and done my work. Instead, he turned and bolted for the door, only to trip after 2 steps and crash onto the stone floor. Told you his leg would lock up. While he was down, I pounced, slashing his tendons. He wouldn't be getting up again. Now I could take my time. As they say, hard in healing, easy in battle, I quipped, settling myself right on top of him. I put my palm on his head and began steadily draining his energy, spreading it carefully through my own body. I'd spent a lot on them, but I was satisfied. If I didn't rush and did this right, I'd end up with more than I started with. The old man just watched the whole thing with unblinking eyes and a weird little smile. Kind of surprising. I thought he'd die while I was fighting. But he was tougher than I'd given him credit for. Couldn't talk anymore, but he held on, refusing to miss a single moment. After about 30 minutes, there was nothing left of my target but skin and bones, like that rat before, shriveled up. I drained every last drop. He stayed conscious the whole time, too. Would have screamed if he could, but I'd wrecked his vocal cords right at the start. Better safe than sorry. Then there was the matter of the bodies. Leaving them in the cell would mean kicking off my escape immediately.
And I wasn't quite ready yet. There was still one thing left to do. Plus, I wanted to properly absorb the energy and prepare. So once I finished feeding off him, I went to check the corridor they'd come from. Nothing special. I'd seen it before, on the way to get cursed. Lots of doors like mine. Behind some of them, other poor bastards. A few doors had small viewing windows. I peered through them, studying the layout. One of them revealed a well. Peeking inside, I realized it was basically a garbage pit. They tossed all kinds of crap down there, never thinking they'd have to clean it out someday. Oh well, who was I to pass up a convenient trash chute? Problem was, my body was weak. I couldn't drag heavy corpses easily. So first thing, I touched all the bodies and triggered a rapid mummification process. Dry them out, purge the fluids, make them much lighter. Took about half an hour, but after that I could haul them one by one and dump them down the well.
The floor of our cell was smeared with blood and filth, so I slipped into a nearby storeroom and grabbed a bundle of straw. They kept it there precisely so they wouldn't have to clean, just tossed fresh straw over the old stuff once a cell was vacated. So I did the same, why not? Now, even if they tried, no one would see anything. I see I made the right choice, the old man rasped quietly as I settled back on my cot. I'd thrown straw on it too. Much more comfortable that way. Definitely the right choice, and I'll keep my promise, not because of the pact, but because I'm used to being true to my word. That was the simple truth. It was the core of our entire order. Be honest with yourself. Didn't matter if you were the archmagister or a servant. Same standards for everyone. But I need information, as much as possible. I asked him a few questions, and despite how weak he was, he answered them all in detail. Mostly I wanted to know about his affairs, which were now mine, and unsurprisingly, it was all a mess. At least it had been about half a year ago when he was still free. Who knew what had happened since then, but I doubted things had improved. Plenty of powerful enemies, lands looted, the entire retinue dead, and that was just the surface. The only good news was that when he was taken, the family stronghold was intact and not easy to capture. That was where his daughter still lived, in theory. He also explained exactly how to find the castle. It was quite far away. They'd traveled for a long time to bring him here, but he couldn't say exactly how many miles. He added a lot of little details too. Which lands were stolen, who took them, how I could reclaim them under local law, what was most valuable, and what to focus on first. Honestly, I could have just gotten up and left already. I'd absorbed plenty of energy, enough to have it fully settled. I could have just gone off to fight. I didn't need to talk to the old man. The info was useful, but I could have gotten it elsewhere. But he struck me as honest and strong. I just didn't want a man like that to die alone in a filthy cell. He knew I was an archmagister healer, but he never once begged me to try saving him. He only asked me to help his daughter. I respected that. Pity I couldn't heal him. I wasn't all-powerful. Yet. While we were talking, I heard quick footsteps in the corridor. I immediately lay down on my cot and went limp like a rag doll. Good thing I'd planned ahead and locked the door, then tossed the big ring of keys down the well. I kept only the one that fit our lock, hidden in the corner of the room under some straw. 2 armed guards burst in, swords drawn, and began rummaging through the corners of the cell. I just lay there doing my best impression of being invisible. "You!" one of them barked, shoving my shoulder. Gifted and with a sword. Best not to push it. I opened my eyes and blinked like I was confused. "Hear anything suspicious?" "No," I shrugged. What else did he expect me to say? I wouldn't have told him anything anyway. Though, "Get up," he snarled, yanking me off the cot. But I had a dagger tucked behind my back. Time to improvise. "There's a corpse under my bed." If that didn't work, things would get complicated. But I could handle it. They recoiled a little, exchanging a glance. One bent down to check, only to come up with a dried-out rat. "Funny guy, huh?" They didn't even question how I'd guessed what they were looking for. For form's sake, they kicked me a couple of times in the ribs and left. They wouldn't last long. The first would soon be laid up with a fever. I'd helped a cut on his leg fester nicely. The second, true to tradition, would suffer from constipation. Nothing life-threatening, just a little present for the next week.
Monastery of the Black Heart. The abbot's cell. "Father Abbot," the acolyte called, bowing deeply. "Speak," the fat man replied, lounging in his comfy chair and staring into the fire. "I hope you have good news, because I'm in a foul mood today." "6 men are missing," the acolyte in the black robe stammered, bowing even lower and bracing for a blow. Usually, when the abbot was in a bad mood, he took it out on whoever was closest. But there was only silence. The abbot, dressed in white, just sat there staring at one spot, thinking about where he'd gone wrong. Everything had been running like clockwork lately, plenty of clients, his coffers filling nicely, and then all these strange problems started. "Did you check the shithole?" The abbot's voice was surprisingly calm, though his hands were trembling. "What?" the acolyte blinked. "I said maybe they all drowned in shit, holding hands and jumping in together." I shrugged. "Honestly, wouldn't even surprise me." "No, they just vanished," the boy in the robe stammered, bowing even lower and bracing for a blow. Usually, when the abbot was in a bad mood, he took it out on whoever was closest. But there was only silence. The abbot, dressed in white, just sat there staring at one spot, thinking about where he'd gone wrong. Everything had been running like clockwork lately, plenty of clients, his coffers filling nicely, and then all these strange problems started. "Did you check the shithole?" The abbot's voice was surprisingly calm, though his hands were trembling. "Then go find them. Dive in yourself if you have to." The abbot spoke with forced calm, barely containing his rage. "And don't bother coming back out without their bodies." "Get up! Double quota today." I was just lying there, meditating. 4 gifted bastards entered our cell. Looked like they wanted to drain me completely this time, since it even brought 2 crystals. As usual, I acted too weak to stand. 2 of them came over just to hold me up while the others prepared the crystals. Had to fill them, of course. Same plan as before, only slower this time. And to make them nervous, I started shaking all over after filling the first one. The other 2 had to help hold me down. Just what I wanted. In the end, I spent way less on the crystals than I took from those bastards. And I left them each with a little delayed gift. It was just really practice and experimentation. I figured within 2 or 3 hours they'd all be in the infirmary. For now, they just felt a little worn out. Not surprising, considering how much life force I'd stolen. Used up half of it immediately. All 4 were gifted. 2 even showed promise. The stronger the gifted, the harder it was to mess with their bodies. Cost me more mana, and success wasn't guaranteed. But it didn't matter now. The first one to grab me would, as usual, end up with diarrhea. The second would start growing kidney stones, gradually, over the next half hour. Agonizing pain. The third would be eaten alive by worms. I just gave them a little boost. The last, well, let's just not even talk about that. As soon as their footsteps faded in the corridor, I sprang off the cot, opened my cell door, and went for a stroll. Time to make life in here as unpleasant as possible. They deserved it. After wandering around the dungeon a bit, I found a few rooms where the guards lived. In one, they were all sleeping. Even now, 4 men snoring on their cots. No point in attacking them. It would just raise an alarm and then I'd have to deal with the whole crowd. But they weren't going to wake up anytime soon. Shame, really. Dying in their sleep was too easy a death for scum like them. But I wasn't in a position to be picky. I mean, do I really need to explain that if your blood sugar drops too low, you slip into a coma? Didn't think so. And the only way they'd wake up is if someone managed to feed them honey in time.
A few people happened to run into me in the corridor. They weren't expecting to see anyone else there and got a dagger in the chest for their trouble. Afterward, I just dragged them to the well and covered them with straw. I spent a few more hours exploring the catacombs until I was simply exhausted. Couldn't let myself overdo it. It was a needless waste of energy. Besides, I'd managed to find plenty of decent food in the guards' rooms, so I headed back to my room to finally get a proper meal. Same abbot's chamber.
12? What do you mean 12? How? Why? Who did this? There's no such thing as coincidences like this.
His office was completely destroyed, as if a herd of bulls had rampaged through it, twice. The abbot himself was stomping around, smashing anything that had somehow survived the first go.
This time they'd sent several acolytes at once to deliver the news. A few of them were now lying under the pile of wreckage, but he wasn't stopping. Objects flew at the remaining acolytes one after another, and they just stood there, heads bowed, silently enduring every blow. 12. And all of them gone? Nobody saw anything? He finally managed, a bit calmer. Yes, master, they just vanished, whispered the last acolyte still standing. He bowed even lower, bracing for a blow, but the abbot needed someone left to talk to. All right, fine. We'll figure it out. What else happened while I was engaged? He had indeed been busy recently. Some slaves had been brought to the monastery, and he'd been busy guiding them to the righteous path using torture. 4 more collectors were brought to the infirmary. What's wrong with them? Wait. He raised a finger. Let me guess. Twisted their ankles? Fell down the stairs? Drank shit and drowned in it? They're all different, the acolyte shrugged. One's writhing with back pain, another can't get off the pot, the third has stomach pains, and the fourth, it's really bad. The acolyte shook his head, going pale. Oh, so you're saying it's good for the rest of them? The man muttered in surprise, scratching his beard. Fine. I'll allocate 2 crystals for them. But there are 4 of them, the road boy staggered. Then pick the 2 most useful. Now get out. He waved his hand dismissively, and the servant hurried to the door, carefully closing it behind him. Inside, the sounds of furious crashing and swearing immediately resumed. Convergence. Once again, they wouldn't let me meditate, but this time it was the old man, waking up and trying to talk. I didn't tell you about the convergence. I know, I reassured him. Your world has entered its first convergence. Portals are opening, letting beings from other worlds in. Ours has gone through this 4 times already. Good, he smiled faintly. His strength was leaving him, but he still fought to share whatever he could. But I knew more about these convergences than he did. Unlike these locals, I'd actually been through them repeatedly. Honestly, I was glad. Thanks to it, I'd be able to restore my powers much faster. But that was a concern for later. The old man was in truly bad shape now, barely able to move his lips. I wasn't stingy, though. I shared a few drops of wine with him. Cheap stuff, but better than nothing. He managed to smile and drifted back to sleep. I returned to meditation. I had unfinished business. Best to take care of that before trying to break out. During the night, a couple of times armed men burst in and tried to get information out of me. I just lay there, silent, acting half dead. By the second time, they seemed to believe it and left me alone. I was woken in the morning by a painfully familiar breath. That old friend I'd known my whole life. Death herself. She'd come to claim a good man. The first person I trusted in this new world. The old man let out one last rattling breath, and then the cell fell silent like a tomb. Well, now I could begin. My conscience was clear. I'd asked him everything I needed. Wait, the one question I'd forgotten to ask was how old was his daughter?
Chapter 5. The girl sat in an old, worn but still comfortable chair, watching the crackling logs in the large fireplace. She was completely lost in thought, noticing nothing around her, her gaze fixed on a single point. The vast hall, with its high ceiling, was just a reminder of her house's former grandeur. But everything here had changed. The floor had begun to rot, the furniture had fallen apart, and the tattered curtains were full of holes. It was a miracle the massive metal chandelier hadn't crashed to the floor yet, held up by nothing but sheer luck. She just sat there, eyes locked on the fire. She remembered how, just last night, enemies of her house had once again launched a sneaky attack on the castle. Some low-level thugs. She'd personally strangled 4 of them, but the survivors managed to set fire to the shed where the peasants' tools were kept. Bastards, she hissed, clenching her fists in helpless anger. And really, there was nothing she could do about it. because she was completely alone. Her father had been tricked out of the castle and kidnapped 6 months ago. Since then, there hadn't been any word about him. The loyal warriors had died fighting off constant attacks from all their enemies, and the rest had scattered like rats from a sinking ship. She was also thinking about the future. No money. She'd had to dismiss the servants because there was nothing to feed them with. And even if she could somehow stop the attacks, she wouldn't be able to restart farming. There simply weren't any tools left to give to the people. They all burned last night, and there was no money to replace them, and wouldn't be. There was nowhere to get any. Selling herself or her ancient family name to some fat merchant wasn't even something she'd consider. She'd choose death over that fate without a moment's hesitation. I finished meditating. Not sleepy at all. Felt completely rested, though hunger was starting to creep back in. What I'd managed to find yesterday felt like it had just vanished. I'd absorbed every bit of it, and now my body was stubbornly demanding a new supply of building material. I hadn't wasted time while meditating. I'd carved 3 runes into the bone of my right forearm. Simple runes, but it wasn't easy. This kid's channels were completely undeveloped, and casting magic was difficult. And it wasn't just that it was hard. I could have dealt with that. The problem was it was dangerously easy to overstrain them. If that happened, I'd end up injured. And magical injuries couldn't be healed quickly, so I had to be careful. For more complicated tricks, I'd always need crutches, like the runes carved into my bones. Muldis, Sonalis, Pulis. Together, they formed a very useful chain that in my world was called heartbeat. This chain would let me sense life through barriers with minimal energy cost, meaning if someone was alive behind a wall, I'd feel it immediately. And later, if needed, I could always erase them or even improve them.
I immediately tested the runes and found out that aside from me, there were 63 other people in the dungeon. But that wasn't all. Up above, it was much livelier, with nearly 200 people gathered. I wasn't going to kill them all. Too long, too complicated, too risky, and no real point. Among them were powerful gifted whose auras I could sense clearly. Better to come back later and remind them of me when I had more resources. Before leaving, I decided to meditate a bit more, refine the runes, and prepare a couple of backups for the future. I sat like that for a few more hours, then activated the decomposition on the old man's corpse. Couldn't just leave him here for anyone to defile. Even if it was just a shell, I, of all people, understood that. But it would have appreciated it if I did it myself. First, the body shriveled up, then turned to dust completely. Why hadn't I done that with the others and just thrown them in the well? Too expensive. But now I had enough energy, and soon I'd have even more. With that thought, I got up from my cot and headed firmly toward the staircase at the end of the hall. On the way, I paid a visit to the overseers. 2 were asleep, and 1 was half drunk, staring at nothing. My dagger went right into his neck. The sleeping ones I paralyzed first, then drained their life. After that, I ran into a patrol, 2 thugs strolling along the corridor, chatting cheerfully about the new prisoners. They seemed especially pleased with how many of them were women. They could finish that conversation in the afterlife. One of them was gifted, so I made sure to take him out first. He also had a pistol on his belt. My world didn't have such weapons, but the memories I'd picked up told me messing with it right now was unwise. Plus it was loud, and I didn't need extra attention. The second didn't even get his sword halfway out before I closed in and dropped him with 1 precise strike. Pressure points hadn't gone anywhere. They were the same on all humans, no matter what world. And not just humans. Even orcs had them in the exact same places. They might not feel pain as much, but they still feared it. I drained as much as I could from him, too. Would have taken more if I hadn't heard footsteps from the stairs. Had to hide, dragging the bodies with me as fast as I could. Igorian, is it just me, or is that blood? I was tucked away in an empty cell, watching a trio of novices through the barred little window. One of them stopped, staring at the floor, and even shining his torch on it.
The other two started glancing around. I wanted to let them go, but changed my mind. They were planning to run upstairs and call their superior, and I knew the superiors here never traveled alone. "And who the hell are you?" he started to ask, but he didn't finish. I shoved my sword straight into his chest, then immediately turned to the others. They didn't even have time to scream, though to move that fast cost me quite a bit of energy. My body was in terrible shape. Just holding the sword was exhausting. Landing accurate hits meant twisting and dodging using all my old tricks. Familiar work, though. Back in my last life with the same energy expenditure, I could have sliced a Dargan Knight clean in half, lengthwise, not across. Whatever, made it more interesting this way. I still finished them off pretty quickly, and soon all three were dumped in the nearest cell. Then I got ready to head for the stairs to go up, but I stopped myself just in time. During meditation, I'd kicked off several healing processes at once. Very useful, but there's a catch. They need energy and building materials. That way, my body would become stronger, healthier, tougher, all essential for my escape. And there were plenty of people upstairs. No guarantee I could avoid them all, so I decided to sweep the dungeons first. I'd seen plenty of rooms here with all kinds of useful stuff that was worth claiming. Practically every room had something I could use. First thing I grabbed was a backpack. I immediately stuffed in some canned food, a couple of sausage sticks, actually just one because I started eating the other one right away. Then I spotted a standard robe like the ones all the locals wore. My first thought was to leave it. It felt disgusting to even think about putting on that filth, making myself look like one of those spineless killers. But I ended up shoving it in my pack anyway. You never know when you'll need to disguise yourself as one of them.
Finally, I found their little mess hall. Sure, there was a bigger one upstairs, but for some reason, the basement staff all ate here. Maybe as punishment they weren't allowed above. Didn't matter to me. The important thing was it was only guarded by two of them. Actually, not even guarding it. They were just heating food for their buddies. So they didn't expect to see me at all, and dealing with them was easy. After that, I got to gorge on some real hot food. Honestly, I could have eaten that entire massive pot of soup, but time was short and I had to keep moving. The staircase up ended in a heavy, solid door, also guarded. Fortunately, all it took was knocking and replying "one of ours" when asked who's there for the lock to click and the door to creak open. "What do you want?" the novice grunted at me unfriendly. I didn't answer. No, not with words. My answer was my sword. Right in his eye, though I didn't push it in too far. With my current strength, pulling it back out would have been a problem. And how nice not to have to burn energy for every attack. With every enemy I met, I kept collecting more. Not everyone died immediately either, so most of the time I managed to take at least something, if not drain them completely dry. The upper floor was far more interesting. No darkness, damp, or cold here. Plenty of rooms with richer furnishings. I kept checking them too, but tried to avoid running into novices. Someone would see blood in the hall and escaping would get much harder. But who was going to stop me from making life hell for anyone sleeping? Exactly, no one. The rune chain in my bones didn't just let me sense life, it let me feel heartbeats. For that, I had to get closer, but from about 5 meters I could tell if someone was asleep or awake. There was a small risk of getting it wrong, but I wasn't stupid. Before entering any room, I always listened carefully. Now, everyone I met in this monastery and didn't kill would end up crippled. There's this handy little thing called the sciatic nerve. Yeah, right there, in the backside. If you damage it just a little, the legs stop working forever. The tricky part is you have to get close to their magical channels. They're in the sacrum area, so in a fight that's basically impossible. But with sleeping targets, they were like an open book. No resistance, and I barely spent any mana at all. A nice bonus, I managed to grab some money. Or maybe a lot, I'd have to figure that out later. Either way, I shoved a fat stack of 1,000-unit bills deep into my pack. But best of all, in one of the rooms, I found a map. And not just any map. It was of this area with the monastery marked in red by its previous owner. Thanks for that. I only disabled one of his legs as thanks.
I also managed to change clothes, no more blood-soaked rags. Couldn't exactly show up in public looking like that. And of course, I got to look out the window. Beautiful out there. Everything white, massive snowdrifts on the roofs, and the wind howling. Brr, I'd have to remember to keep some energy in reserve to heat myself. Annoyingly, I never did find a decent coat. There were the standard monk robes, but the second I escaped, they'd be looking for me. This place was secret, and even one prisoner escaping was a huge problem for them.
No one was going to let me go, obviously. But a guy in a novice's robe would get noticed by the first person he passed. That would make me much easier to find. It was already starting to get light outside, which meant the monks and novices would be waking up soon. Honestly, that was the only reason I hadn't looted every other room in the building. If I could have, I would have cleaned them all out. I couldn't help but let out as I stepped outside. From the warm room, it hadn't seemed nearly this cold, and the wind cut right to the bone. But hey, good for building toughness. The main thing was to reduce heat loss as much as possible, and then you could survive. At least I'd found some kind of outer clothing, even if it wasn't exactly seasonal. Outside, it was pretty empty, which made sense. Better to stay home by the fire in this kind of cold. And a lot of people were probably still asleep. It gave me a chance to get my bearings. On the map, I'd already seen the small villages scattered around the monastery. I'd even picked which direction to head. The monastery sat on a high hill, so the view was great, or would have been, if not for the blizzard. But even so, I could make out the shapes of the villages. There were hardly any roads, just a couple, and the nearest main highway was about 30 or 40 kilometers to the west. I decided to go straight through the forest, since they'd be looking for me on the roads first. The last novice I ran into was right at the gate. The monastery was surrounded by a massive stone wall with several entrances. Judging by the tracks in the snow, carts came through here, not often, but regularly. So monasteries in this world really did seem normal. Except this wasn't a monastery. They just disguised it as one so no one would ask questions. Anyway, the novice I found there was asleep. His only job was to open the door for those allowed in, and keep it shut for those who weren't. Not a problem. I wasn't picky. I could open it myself. And that novice would now die in agony. I didn't come up with anything more creative than making him hiccup. The hiccups would start in about 2 hours, just enough time for me to get far away, and wouldn't stop until he died. Once I left the monastery, I immediately started running. Not blindly, though. I kept stopping to check the map and look for landmarks. It turned out to be pretty detailed, so I didn't have any big problems. On the way, I caught a rabbit. Took some effort, had to chase it a bit, but I got it. My body's recovery processes hadn't gone anywhere, so anything I ate was absorbed in seconds. By halfway through my run, I was already running out of food. Yeah, I was eating it on the move. I was in a hurry because it was easiest to cover my tracks in a blizzard. Actually, I didn't have to do anything. The weather would take care of it for me. After about 2 hours, I could finally relax. But I didn't stop. No way I could reach the nearest main road in a day, but I wanted to at least try for a day and a half, maybe 2. Honestly, running turned out to be pretty interesting. Aside from the rabbit, I nearly ran into a bear. They had animals like that in my world too, and if you woke one up in winter, you were screwed. I almost did. What saved me was picking up the faint heartbeat in time. I ran until evening, only stopped when I realized I didn't have enough energy left. At least the monk's robe I'd taken came in handy. I spread it right on the snow, flopped down exhausted, roasted the rabbit for dinner, and only then did I sink into deep meditation. Call it power saving mode. But I didn't get to rest for long. First, in the distance, then closer, I started feeling dozens of heartbeats. At first, they were just approaching, but then they spread out, surrounding me. And once the circle closed in, they came straight at me. I knew these creatures. Here, they called them wolves. And as they drew closer, I could feel the magic in them more and more clearly. Not an easy fight, but just imagine how much energy I could pull from them.
Chapter 6. The day hadn't started well for Abbot Philaret. He got back from a long trip in the morning only to be greeted right at the door with the news that one of the prisoners had escaped. Barely controlling his anger, he immediately ordered several groups of novices to track the fugitive, even giving them 2 SUVs for the job. The vehicles were kept in the temple's basement, hidden from prying eyes, which made sense. Machines like that weren't cheap, and a normal monastery shouldn't be able to afford them, unless, of course, that monastery had a few side businesses. And it was exactly one of those side businesses that had forced the abbot to leave so urgently in the first place, which meant he couldn't immediately join the search himself. Not that it would be easy for the ones he sent anyway. The blizzard was only getting worse, making it impossible to find any trace of the fugitive, so the novices went straight to the main roads, with orders to stop and question everyone traveling on them, and also to search any vehicles they found. Meanwhile, in the abbot's own car lay the son of the richest local merchant. He needed to be taken to the healer's ward immediately, or he wouldn't last long. In fact, he wasn't supposed to survive the trip at all. He was only breathing thanks to special artifacts that kept his ruined body alive. After all, 5 gunshot wounds weren't exactly a joke, and only 1 artifact remained active, barely hanging on. Once it finally failed, and it would turn to dust any minute, the client would die within 60 seconds. And this was a very important client. If he died, the monastery would be in serious trouble. But if he lived, even the advance payment was enough to retire quietly in some remote countryside. And the full payment? More than enough to live in luxury. "Here, 3 crystals for you," Philaret said, handing them over to the senior healers who'd entered his office. "Do your very best." 3, and big ones, too. The senior muttered in surprise, studying them as if they were priceless treasures. And they really were valuable. Crystals filled with life energy were incredibly precious. After all, that energy was life. Whoever charged a crystal like that had given up years of their own life and health. Few volunteered for that willingly, especially since creating and using such crystals was flat out illegal. Not that the aristocrats cared much about laws when it came to their own safety or health. The abbot gave all the necessary orders and then slumped back in his chair, exhausted. He didn't even want to think about the escape, especially since at first they had called him and reported an attack. That's what the novices had assumed when they found all the bodies stuffed into corners around the monastery. Then they discovered some of their own brothers couldn't get out of bed at all. Every single one of them was complaining that their legs had given out. The heavy-set man exhaled noisily and began shuffling papers on his desk. Why? He didn't even know himself. It was just something to distract him. The client had already been delivered to the healing wing, laid carefully on a stone platform. The healers gently turned off the nearly drained artifact and began rapid preparations for the healing procedure. 3 large crystals would be more than enough. 2 would have sufficed, but the abbot wanted to be sure. Any leftover energy would simply be added to the bill later. That additional and unforeseen expenses line often brought in more profit than the base charge, and he had no doubt the boy's father could afford it. After all, each life support artifact cost 40 to 50,000 apiece. Even a drained one could be sold off for 10 grand, which is exactly what the abbot planned to do. And 10,000 was nothing to sneeze at. But just as the man finally let himself relax, a loud explosion thundered outside. The walls shuddered briefly, and a trickle of plaster fell from the ceiling. A second later, there was a knock on his office door.
"Come in," the abbot barked, shooting an angry glare at the novice who burst in. "What happened?" he demanded, rising from his chair and heading for the door. "An explosion." "Where?" Philaret roared. "The healing wing." The boy in the robe practically whimpered, ducking his head into his shoulders in fear. The abbot didn't answer. He had a bad feeling, one he couldn't shake, that this was only the beginning. He didn't even bother running to see for himself because he could already hear the pounding of running feet in the distance. Within half a minute, eyewitnesses were telling him what had actually happened. "All 3 dead," croaked a novice, covered head to toe in blood and cuts. His robe was torn to shreds, and his whole body was slashed with shrapnel. "3 who, you idiot? Who's dead?" the abbot snapped, though he already suspected the answer. And he was right. 3 of his senior healers were dead. But not just them. Soon he heard that the client had been blown to pieces as well. A life energy crystal had exploded. He'd heard of something like this long ago.
There was a story about a skilled mage who managed to charge a crystal in such a way that it detonated when used. But that had always seemed like a legend. Controlling your energy that precisely? Impossible. Especially life energy. It wasn't supposed to explode no matter what you did. "Pack up," the abbot rasped, slumping back into his chair. News kept coming in, reports of more dead novices, of damage to the healing wing. Well, damage was an understatement. The explosion had cracked the building's walls, and while others were busy trying to rescue the wounded, it had simply collapsed like a house of cards. "Pack up?" the novice repeated in confusion. "Pack your things. We're moving." He nodded. There was no way the merchant would just let this go, and challenging him would be far too dangerous. "And put that up for sale," he added grimly, gesturing cautiously at the carved wooden box on his desk. That was where the crystals were kept. Turns out the wolves had tried to sneak up on me. Nice try, but no dice. I had to wait a bit, though. They were really working at it. I could see right in their faces how shocked they were that I had noticed them first. I raised the pistol in my left hand. My memory had finally woken up completely and reminded me how useful that weapon could be. Against weak opponents, anyway. Against a strong mage, those bullets were about as effective as throwing peas at a wall. That was the local saying I remembered. My right hand held my sword. I hadn't bothered to take much other weaponry. Most of it was heavy and awkward. And really, I didn't need much. Honestly, I felt bad about having to kill them. 20 wolves, all big and healthy, the hunters of the pack. But this time they'd picked the wrong target. Mistakes happen. The circle tightened slowly, but I didn't rush to attack. Figured I'd give them a chance. Fine. I spread a magical field around myself. I wouldn't be able to keep it up long, I was still too weak, but it stopped them in their tracks and made them stare at me in surprise. I began forming a healing sphere in front of me. It shimmered and glowed with a greenish light, growing until it was about the size of a small orange. "I'd like to offer you my services. In exchange, you'll let me pass through your territory peacefully," I told them, gesturing to the sphere.
They were magical creatures, and clearly smart. They should have been able to sense what it was and understand what I was proposing, but one of them didn't get it. As soon as I raised my voice, the closest wolf lunged at me, aiming for my throat. Instead, he got a kick to the ribs. If I was going to use energy, I might as well go all in. I poured a good bit into my leg. There was a quiet whine as the gray wolf went tumbling into the bushes. But the attacks didn't stop there. The runes warned me of 2 more coming from behind. They got the same treatment, solid kicks. I didn't bother shooting yet, and didn't bother with the sword either. There was still a chance to end this peacefully. It wouldn't be right to leave the pack without its hunters. "Huv." A sharp growl rang out, and all the attacks stopped immediately. I'd already felt someone big and strong approaching, a heartbeat pounding with power. As soon as that growl echoed, the entire pack froze like statues. That told me everything I needed to know. The Alpha had arrived. And when he appeared, there was no doubt about it. Definitely the Alpha. He was the size of a bull, covered in muscle, and absolutely radiated magic. I could feel the strength in him even from here. Beating him wouldn't be easy, but thankfully he wasn't stupid. He calmly walked out of the trees, approached me slowly, and sniffed the sphere I'd made. Then he lifted his head and howled. That was agreement. A couple minutes later, I felt 2 more wolves approaching. I saw a she-wolf with an injured pup. The little one must have gotten caught in a trap. He was dragging a bloody leg. Poor thing. Fixing that kind of wound was child's play. Took me 10 minutes tops, and he was good as new. The pup happily licked my face and scampered off after his mother. For a while, the Alpha locked eyes with me. Then he gave a slight nod and, with a sharp turn, vanished into the forest. The rest of the pack followed without a sound. Well, guess I'll go find myself a rabbit. Except they'd scared off everything for miles, which meant I'd have to sleep for now and head out later. My energy was running low, and there was no way to restore it quickly without food. But I didn't even get to rest properly. Just as I was settling in, I felt several animals approaching. Wolves again. Only this time, they had gifts. They brought me a deer. Still warm, fresh kill, just for me. The gray ones laid it carefully at my feet and slipped away into the trees. But I could feel them. A lot of them. About half the pack was nearby, moving around but never getting too close, guarding me. Honest, noble animals. Honestly, I'd had to negotiate with animals before. Situations came up where fighting wasn't the best option, like now. And animals were way more honest than people. They understood gratitude in a way humans often didn't. If convincing these wolves had been this easy, I remembered once having to bargain with a mist dragon. Now that was a real debate. For a dragon, he was as stubborn as a whole herd of mules. I slept like a baby. Good thing I'd grabbed salt and spices back at the monastery. That deer turned out delicious. And yeah, I ate nearly the whole thing overnight by myself. The alpha knew it was important to eat well after magic work. Not everyone in this world knew that, but the wolves sure did. That deer more than made up for the energy I'd spent on their pup. By morning, I was back on the move. Didn't run into anyone else. The pack that had been trailing me eventually fell back. They didn't like going too close to roads. I reached a small roadside stop. I aimed for it specifically since monks might stake out the crossroads, but here they wouldn't bother. Plus, it was a good spot to catch a ride into town. Or just rest, sleep, and recover. I had enough money for that. Sure enough, there were a few trucks and smaller cars parked around a roadside diner. I didn't go in just yet. That deer had left me feeling plenty full. Magical animals are like that, even the weaker ones. First, I hit the clothing store. The selection wasn't great, but it beat wandering around in a thin autumn jacket. I updated the rest of my gear too, buying stuff in my size. Simple, but comfortable enough. I also broke some of my larger bills there. It turned out I'd only had big denominations from the monastery. Next, I checked out a few other shops. Didn't really need anything, but it was smart to get more change. Who knows when I'd need it? Besides, flashing big bills unnecessarily was a bad idea. I could handle surprises out here, but in town, that would be a real problem.
I eventually went into the diner anyway. Just a typical cheap roadside cafe, with awful, hastily reheated food, beat-up chairs and tables, and a fitting crowd. Surprisingly, there were quite a few people there. They all sat quietly at their tables, and no one paid me any attention. Which made sense. Travelers stopped here all the time, so there were always new faces. No one really knew everyone else. I hadn't come for dinner, though. I was looking to see if anyone was heading to town. The waiter, who was also the cook, bartender, bouncer, and the only staff member, just jerked his head toward one of the tables. He mumbled something about everyone else going in the opposite direction. Convenient. Saved me from having to ask around. Clearly, this guy knew everyone here. At the table sat a stocky man in his 40s, along with his young wife, who looked like she might be pregnant. I didn't bother beating around the bush and went straight over to ask. "Heading to town, you say?" The man mused, eyeing me carefully. Sure, let's go. Don't worry about money. I'll take you for free. We all have rough patches sometimes," he added with a smile. "But we're leaving tomorrow. That's the deal." Turned out he was a merchant, and by the look of things, a pretty well-off one. It was a business trip, and we'd be going in a small convoy of 3 vehicles. He rattled all that off in about a minute. Honestly, I started wondering if I should just go on foot instead. He was really talkative. He refused any money, flat out. "Don't worry about how you look. It happens to all of us. I can tell you're a decent guy who just had some bad luck." He shrugged as I was getting ready to leave. "The important thing is to help without overthinking it," he added with a wink. I smiled back and finally stepped outside. Not far away was a hotel. Or a motel. I never really knew the difference. Either way, it was a rundown dump, but I just needed somewhere to sleep for the night. Tomorrow, I'd be hitching a ride with my very chatty new merchant friend. It was already getting dark. After all the running, I was worn out and ready to sleep. But the shower. Why didn't my old world have showers? They were amazing. I ended up spending a good hour and a half in there. They gave me the presidential suite, even though I asked for the cheapest room, but the desk lady claimed it was the only one left. And honestly, that presidential room was just a regular room, only 4 times bigger and 10 times more expensive. I didn't bother arguing. Waste of time, not worth it. Money was never a problem for me. I could always earn more. Besides, she'd have her own problems soon enough. Giving her a raging case of back acne was easy. The itching took a little more work to set up, but the results would be spectacular. After the shower, I meditated.
It was basically like sleeping, but useful. It would help develop proper magical channels and heal my body faster. Though before starting the healing cycle, I added another rune to the bone in my forearm, just in case. I'm telling you, it's true, the woman whispered to a small group of tough-looking men clustered around the front desk, all glaring at her with skeptical expressions. She was their informant. They'd pulled stunts like this plenty of times before. The only difference now was the Mark had walked in on foot instead of pulling up in an expensive car. He looks like a total beggar. Yeah, but he rented the presidential suite without blinking, she insisted. She hadn't seen exactly how much cash he had, but he'd handed over a big bill and didn't even flinch with a triple-rate price. Just go already, she urged them, shooing them toward the stairs. Hurry up. She wasn't rushing them out of pure generosity. The itching was getting worse by the second, and she couldn't hold back much longer. She was trying not to scratch herself in front of them. After a brief argument, the crew headed upstairs. Their accomplice at the desk had given them a key, so getting in quietly was no problem. The room was huge, with 4 bedrooms, but it didn't take long to find their target. The sound of running water came from the bathroom, and the door was ajar. One of the thugs grinned and started to pull it open, only to freeze as strange noises erupted behind him. He turned just in time to see a sword blade protruding from his friend's chest. Behind the dying man stood a stranger with a devilish grin, but he didn't stand there long. In an instant, his sword swung toward the next thug.
I still wasn't used to the local weapons. I hadn't expected one of them to have a gun. I hadn't bothered bringing mine. It was too noisy and I didn't have unlimited ammo. The first 3 bastards I took down with my sword. The last one got off a single shot. He hit me in the gut and looked absolutely shocked when I just laughed. How could I not? His face changed so quickly, from triumph to total confusion. He was used to shooting someone and having them die, or at least stop attacking. I actually wasn't planning on killing him at first. Well, not exactly. He was going to die either way, but I made sure to drain him completely. I could have destroyed his soul, but our order had strict rules about that. The charter forbade it under any circumstances. A few seconds later, right before his eyes, the bullet pushed itself out of my stomach and clattered to the floor. I walked up, grabbed him by the throat, and made his body go limp. Then I drained every last drop of life energy out of him. Even took a little extra for myself. Afterward, I searched the bodies, collected some weapons and cash, and set their corpses to decay. They wouldn't stink. They'd just turn to dust by morning. Housekeeping's problem, not mine. Good thing I'd been prepared. That new rune had let me react in time, basically gave me an automatic alarm. Whenever anything living got close, I'd wake up or snap out of meditation. Pretty much the same thing. It had cost me a lot of energy, though, and food, obviously. I got some of the energy back from the last thug, but I was running low on food. Had to order room service. The woman who brought it kept trying to peek into my room, clearly surprised I was alive and well, which told me she'd been the one to tip off those 4 guys, and the door hadn't been forced. It meant they'd had keys. Whatever. The world now had 4 fewer scumbags, and she'd soon be growing a nice thick mustache. I even bothered going downstairs to ask the front desk for extra towels. She was surprised, but handed them over anyway. I made sure to touch her hand. Nothing she could do now. Those mustaches would grow at an impressive rate. Early the next morning, as soon as I left the hotel, my new merchant friend caught sight of me. He was already loading up to leave and waved me over enthusiastically. "Hop in," he called, pointing to the door of his car, which I had to admit didn't look cheap at all. "I can ride in another car," I offered, nodding at the truck and the escort vehicle. I wasn't picky. My main goal was just getting out of this backwater. If it came down to it, I'd ride a donkey. A lame donkey. Donkeys, huh? The thought made me smile. I remembered a story about a brother from my order who was late to a battle and showed up riding his donkey. Everyone had laughed, right up until he actually joined the fight. Then no one was laughing anymore. The donkey had done its part too. The only donkey in the world to ever blacken a dragon's eye.
"Aw, come on now," he waved dismissively. "They're packed full. It'd be too cramped." I didn't argue. He was offering me a spot from the goodness of his heart. Loved to talk, sure, but at least he didn't ask too many questions. Soon enough, we were on our way. But after about half an hour, we had to stop. We'd come to a large crossroads that was completely blocked by some guys. Looked like local bandits. Judging by the setup, they were after me. Probably hired by those monks. They were stopping every car and only letting people through after carefully checking each passenger. I told my traveling companion that right away. Didn't seem right to drag him into my mess, especially since he'd gone out of his way to help me. A favor should be repaid with honesty. "Oh, don't worry about it," he waved me off in his usual way. "We'll sort this out." One of his bodyguards came over first. He had a quick word with the merchant, then headed toward the bandits. All I had to do was sit there calmly and watch. "You were worried for nothing," the merchant laughed. "Look at them, trying to run searches." The fight was over in seconds. Turned out the merchant's security included at least 2 powerful gifted. I'd checked them before, but I hadn't expected them to be such skilled fighters. Anyway, first, one guard walked up and started talking to a bandit. The conversation quickly turned into a scuffle, though scuffle was generous. The bandit tried to draw a weapon, but was blasted by a massive wave of fire. Then the second guard ran up and finished things off with a different kind of magic, lightning this time. The rest of the bandits scattered in all directions. Honestly, I'd half expected the merchant to double-cross me. But no, he just drove me all the way into the city and dropped me off exactly where I asked. Didn't take a single coin, even refused when I offered. "Keep your head up, kid," he said with a smile, reaching out to shake my hand as I got out of the car. "Believe in the good. It'll work out." I leaned in and whispered something in his ear, something important, enough that his eyes nearly bulged out of his head. "Good luck," I added with a grin. He didn't even say goodbye, just sat there in shock, processing what I'd told him. But he'd come around, as long as he listened. And then I was alone on the street. People bustled all around me, completely ignoring me as they hurried about their own business. I couldn't help but wonder, what surprises did this city have in store for me?
Chapter 7. The car pulled away, and I just stood there for a while, taking in the view of the evening city. I'd been unfair to this world. It had no problems with lighting. No torches or bonfires here, just proper street lamps everywhere. I used to think they ran on magic, but the kids' memories told me otherwise. Electricity, a kind of magic itself, I guess. In my world, electricity only existed as lightning and had to be generated with magic. I didn't even know how long I stood there until the cold reminded me to get moving. People bustled everywhere. Cars roared past, and even though it was late, the city was alive and busy. Alive enough to hit someone over the head with it, metaphorically speaking. What was I supposed to do? I'd figured it would take at least 2 weeks to get here, and instead I'd made it in barely over 2 days. Now I had no idea what to do next or what to prioritize. My memory had come back, but not completely. The moment I set foot in the city, I realized just how many gaps there were. I didn't even understand what was going on here. First thing I noticed was that everyone was dressed completely differently. Not like me. Compared to them, I looked like a tramp. That needed fixing immediately. I shouldn't stand out in the crowd. Next, I needed to find the Countess, deliver the news, and explain my promise I'd made. I wondered what would happen when I showed up. She could just release me from my promise, tell me to get lost, say she didn't need my help. Then I could just leave and forget about her. We hadn't agreed on forcing my help on her. It'd be funny if I showed up and found out she'd been married for 6 months already, living happily and wanting for nothing. Maybe her new husband had already taken over the family title. And here I'd show up with this ring that couldn't be stolen or worn unless it was given to you. Different story if she was, say, 6 years old, too young to make that kind of decision. Then, yeah, I'd have to take care of her, even if she didn't want me to. My train of thought was interrupted by a splash of water. A car plowed through a puddle and sprayed muddy slush all over a group of people on the sidewalk. They didn't hold back their curses, but all they could really do was shake off the filth and keep walking. Fortunately, I ducked behind someone in time. And you pay for every favor, so I quickly cured his chronic sinus infection. Not that he had any idea how he'd helped me. Still, I noticed plenty of dirty looks thrown my way. People were looking at me with open disgust, which was odd. My clothes might have looked shabby, but they were clean. I'd bought them recently. Whatever. Time to do something about it. "Excuse me, could you tell me where I can buy new clothes?" I asked the first person I saw, but the middle-aged man just kept walking, acting like I didn't exist. Same with the next person I tried. After 10 minutes, the only time anyone acknowledged me was to tell me off in the rudest possible way. Well, enjoy the diarrhea. Still, I couldn't really blame them. I probably did look like a beggar. Oh, police. That's what they called the city guards here. I spotted 2 guys in uniform and walked right over. In my world, guards always helped people who needed it, not just with thieves, but with directions too. I hoped it'd be the same here. "Good evening. Could you help me out?" I asked as politely as possible. Being polite wasn't just good manners, it made negotiations easier and sometimes cheaper. "How can I help you?" one of them answered dryly. He was a redhead, looked about 30, wearing a surprisingly sharp black uniform with gold buttons. He had a pistol on one hip and some kind of weird baton on the other. There were 2 needles at the tip and a crystal set in the handle. "Are you an aristocrat?" the redhead asked, surprised. The second officer, dark-haired and a bit younger, just shook his head in exasperation. "Aristocrat, please. He's scoping out the fancy shops so we can rob them. I can see it already." "Yeah, I'm a street thief with a hereditary signet ring." "Sure," I said with a smile, showing off the old man's gift. "Everyone knew you couldn't just steal or wear one of those without being given it to you." "My apologies for my colleague," the redhead said with a short bow. "What sort of budget are you thinking of? It'll help me direct you." Apparently even seeing the ring hadn't convinced the second guy. For all he knew, even aristocrats turned crooked when their families went bankrupt. I ended up showing him some of my cash. It wasn't like they were going to mug me right there on the street. And they didn't. Despite his partner's grumbling, the redhead told me to follow him and quickly led me to a decent clothing shop. Honestly, I was hungrier than I was eager to shop, but this was more important right now. At the very least, no decent place would even let me in dressed the way I was. Fortunately, choosing clothes didn't take long. I bought something plain and ordinary so I wouldn't stand out in the crowd, and paid about 400 rubles for it.
"See that?" the redhead chuckled, nodding toward the shop where the ragged little aristocrat had disappeared moments before. "Talk about bad luck, huh?" He shook his head. "Nah, I'm telling you, it's fishy. Doesn't add up. And you just helped him case a place or something. Nice going," his partner grumbled, shaking his head. "You can't be that naive." "You're too suspicious. Can't see a thief in everyone? Most people are decent. Besides, did you see that pack of his? Bet it's stuffed with family treasures." They kept chatting like that without realizing they'd already reached the station. It was only a 5-minute walk. Their shift was over, so after signing out, they both headed for the exit. "You got your pills," the dark-haired officer reminded his partner. "You always take them at the end of shift." "Oh, right," the redhead mumbled in surprise. "Hey, my tooth doesn't hurt at all. Don't even need the dentist. Thank God. I'm terrified of those guys." He'd been dealing with agony for a week straight, and if he didn't take his pills, the pain would have been enough to make him howl at the moon. But now, he hadn't even noticed the pain disappear. One glance in the bathroom mirror and he couldn't believe it. He even pulled out his work phone and scheduled an appointment right then. The tooth looked brand new. That just didn't happen. "You know what? I'm gonna go celebrate at the bar. Wife's out of town, far away. I can party all night," he grinned as he came out of the restroom. "Aw, crap," he swore, stepping in a puddle. It might have just been water, but he sure wasn't going to test it. The dog-haired officer didn't laugh, though. He stood there frowning, lost in thought. Normally, he'd have teased his partner about that for at least a week. "Nah, I can't tonight," he muttered, shaking his head, heading for the door. "Got stuff to do. Urgent."
he added, waving goodbye as he hurried off toward the clothing shop. "Hold it! Police check!" called a familiar voice behind me. I'd been expecting something like that. I had noticed the cop tailing me as soon as I left the shop, though he seemed to think I hadn't seen him. Truth was, I'd just been looking for a good place to eat and sleep, ideally the same place, since finding two was twice the work. But the moment I turned into a dark alley, the dark-haired officer made his move. He closed in fast, made me take off my pack and lift my hands. He did a very thorough search, digging through my pockets and pulling out my bundle of cash, but didn't find much else worth taking. I just stood there, making sure to keep physical contact going as long as possible. "Excuse me, do you think I stole something?" Talking was the best way to buy time. "I'm sure you're hiding something." "Right. And yet he pocketed my cash without blinking. I'm the shady one?" "Come on, please, I haven't done anything wrong. Let me go," I whined, but only to keep up the act. No way was I letting him go just yet. I might have been around 20, but I looked more like 16. Unsettling. Definitely something to fix later. He was already starting a second round of searching, glancing constantly at my pack, probably thinking it was stuffed with valuables. It wasn't, just an old robe and random junk. Not that I was planning to hand it over.
Downside? Weapons. Getting caught with them might mean getting arrested. No, fighting a cop in a dark alley was a stupid idea. He was strong, gifted, armed, always on guard. Even if I killed him, they'd hunt me down. My memory told me there were plenty of cameras in this city recording everything. They'd find me eventually. But draining his life energy? That was fine. I could never have enough of that. Doing it fast wasn't an option, though. He had a lot of it. I'd need at least 20 minutes. Making any big changes to his body would be too costly, too. So I just stood there, pretending to be a trembling little lamb, keeping up my work. "Where are the artifacts?" he demanded, snapping me out of my thoughts. "Don't have any," I shrugged. Annoying. I had barely drained half of what he had before he stepped back. "Empty the pack, now," he pointed at my bag. Maybe I should just kill him, but then I'd have to deal with the body. He noticed my hesitation and started slowly drawing that weird baton with the two metal spikes at the tip. When electricity crackled between them, I finally understood what they were for. "Come on, maybe don't," I said, now without even pretending to beg. Maybe he'd think twice? No, he didn't. "If you don't resist, it won't hurt at all. You won't feel a thing," he promised. Too bad, I had to decline. He wasn't leaving witnesses. Fine, that was his choice. I wasn't going to kill him, but I could still make his day worse. Now I had enough energy for that. Before he could hit me, I darted forward, grabbed his arm, and dumped half of what I'd siphoned back into him, redirecting it to spike his intracranial pressure. Crude and messy, but effective. He had issues there already, I'd noticed during the drain. He collapsed instantly. Glancing around quickly, I covered him with trash. There were plenty of cardboard boxes nearby. Then I went back to draining him. He really did have a lot. Didn't want to waste time, so I also checked his pockets. Aside from my bundle of cash, he didn't have much, but every little bit helped. People shouldn't get away with this crap. I left his weapon alone. I had my own. I did poke around in his phone, though. My memory had finally remembered how to use one. What I really wanted was the map, and it was great, super detailed. I quickly found a nearby inn where I could get a meal and a bed, even checked the reviews. Picked the best option, even if it was pricier. It was supposedly great food, and I do love eating well. I also found the location of the manor. Long walk on foot. It was on the far edge of town. But there was no rush. First, I needed to get myself sorted out. No way I was showing up looking like a starving vagabond. Meanwhile, the cop under me was starting to dry out. I wrapped up the energy drain. I didn't want to actually kill him. I'd already emptied his pockets, put his phone back, it could probably be tracked anyway, and piled on another layer of boxes. Then I headed off. It wasn't far. The inn was only a couple of blocks away. As a parting gift, I left him with a little incontinence problem. Petty, sure, but satisfying. Two utterly smashed drunks staggered out of a cheap bar, weaving down the street together. Luckily, they lived in the same direction. Otherwise, they had fallen over immediately. This way, they could at least keep each other upright.
Hey, Vasyan! Listen, Vasyan! Pull over there. He gestured at a dark alley. Beer's about finished. Gotta drain it out, you know? Man, Kiryuka, you're a smart guy. That's why I respect you, the other one mumbled back, and they immediately veered off the main street, somewhere no one would bother them. One of them braced against a wall while the other aimed at a pile of boxes. They didn't waste time picking a spot. Soon, there were trickling streams everywhere. But one of those streams suddenly went quiet.
Kiryuka, hey, you hear me? Slurred one of the drunks, eyes wide in alarm. What is it? Your dick fall off? Ha, his buddy cackled. Bro, I think I just pissed on a cop. There was a second of silence. Then the stream started up again, as before. Lieutenant Prokhorov was deeply confused when he woke up the next morning. He didn't remember what had happened, but the smell told the story clearly enough. Not just his pants, but his entire expensive police uniform was soaked. Not that he wanted to remember the details anyway. Best to stay blissfully ignorant and move on. Thankfully, his weapon, ID, and work phone were all still there. So, staggering to his feet, he shuffled home, trying to avoid the few early pedestrians. The inn was mid-tier, but way better than the last place I'd stayed. No complaints. First thing I did was talk to the guy at the front desk about dinner. He looked surprised when I ordered nearly the entire menu to my room. As I was about to leave, though, the women noticed me. They were curious why I paid for a whole week in advance and had no trouble covering the most expensive dishes. So the working girls in the lounge immediately began drifting my way from every corner. "Won't you get lonely in such a big room?" a blonde purred in my ear, pressing in close. The others weren't slow to catch on. They circled me, offering entertainment for a reasonable price, twisting and swaying to catch my eye. And, well, I'm only human. They really were beautiful. I wouldn't have minded relaxing a bit. Since getting here, it's been nothing but stress. But as I watched them, I realized I didn't have nearly enough energy to heal myself from the collection each of them would give me. They'd all touched me, and even a quick diagnostic spell showed all the lovely parting gifts I'd get from their company. And that one especially. No way even an archmage could guarantee they'd recover from that. What was she doing? Collecting diseases as a hobby? I'm a collector too, but of a different sort. So, with real regret, I had to shoo them off and head upstairs. Interesting world. Technology, complex society, but no decent healers. Why do I say that? Just look at those women. Back home, every worker in that line got regular checkups and any diseases were eradicated immediately. Here? Were they ever even examined once? Don't they feel gross? While I was musing on that, my dinner arrived. And wow, I'd gone overboard. There was so much food, all different kinds, and all delicious. I spent an hour shutting down everything in my body but my gut, focusing energy on digestion and on my right arm so I could shovel food in faster. Then came deep meditation to distribute the nutrients, then a 2-hour nap so it could all be absorbed. Didn't even finish it all. Sleeping after a big meal, that's not just a habit, it's a sacred duty. I'd considered adding it to the order's code as mandatory. Once I woke up, I went right back to finishing the rest of the food. Turned on the TV while I ate. It was conveniently mounted opposite the bed, and there went 2 hours of my life. My memory told me it was brain rotting, but for me, it was pure intel. I watched all kinds of shows, picked up bits of history, and paid special attention to the news. Turns out, there was a conjunction recently. Military had been able to respond in time, but a second one had gone worse, opened on the edge of Novosibirsk, and raiders had abducted plenty of civilians before killing anyone who resisted.
Meanwhile, the Prince of Novgorod had declared war on the Prince of Vladimir. No shortage of drama here. Aristocrats constantly feuding, foreign invasions, Normans had raided from the north and burned a few villages, Mongol warbands ravaging the south, an explosion at a power plant, an aristocrat kidnapped and murdered, duels, wars, disasters, more conjunctions. This world is absolutely on fire, and I loved it more with every passing moment. So much going on, so much to learn. Especially since my memory was still incomplete. A lot of it had been overwritten by the previous owner's memories. A loud pop outside, followed by screams. Should I check it out? They'll figure it out themselves. I was too full. Besides, I had to work on my memory, seriously. I used to have perfect recall. Understandable, really. I'm a collector. Knowledge was my obsession. This world was full of things to learn. Pity about the books, though. There's this thing called the internet here, but it's under total government and aristocratic control. You can chat, leave comments, even write articles. But post a full book? That's a death sentence. And books are expensive. Really expensive. Especially on magic. More and more, I realized going to the Countess now would be stupid. Even the innkeeper looked at me funny, let alone her. First, I needed to fix my body, and that meant food and lots of energy. But before that, I needed to fix my memory. Once the meal settled, I dove into meditation. I'm not some idiot hero, not even a knight. And knights, in my world, were their own brand of idiots. I remembered Ul Mijereski, the dragon slayer, who wanted such a glorious legend that he refused to bring his usual team. Didn't even make it to the dragon's cave. Turned out his servants had done all the killing in the past, while he watched from a safe distance, convinced every victory was his. Anyway, I focused on repairing my magical channels, speeding up my thought processes, and improving the parts of my brain for storing knowledge. Not super efficient, but it was a start. Hours passed, but it would get easier from here. Feeling sharper, with money in my pocket, I went down to the innkeeper. TV was great, but surface level. I needed real information. Morning. I glanced out the window. Couldn't tell if it was dawn or dusk. Hello, anyway. Morning to you, the bearded innkeeper replied with a sleepy smile. Probably 40 or 50. I need books. I started listing everything I needed. The man's eyes just kept getting wider. I asked for history, geography, and science textbooks first. Those were cheap, state-printed, just 1 to 5 rubles each. But the magic stuff, way pricier. Also asked for medical texts. He warned me those were expensive. Fire magic books, maybe 300. But healing? One of the priciest and most useless branches in their view. Didn't matter. I handed him a 5,000 ruble bill and told him to do his best.
What's interesting is that only the noble houses are allowed to write and sell magic books here. They set the prices however they want. The government doesn't like it, keeps the general population from developing, but there's nothing they can do. Any state-printed magic books just disappear from stores immediately. The aristocrats don't want competition. Ridiculous. Truly. I even remembered that you could get stolen digital copies on the black market, but I immediately dismissed that idea. First, I wanted to see what I could learn from local experts. Instead of Valoron, the innkeeper called in 2 bouncers. Low-level gifted, but both looked like bears. Nobody was going to mess with them. Off they went to the shop. Meanwhile, I sat at a table and ordered tea. Nothing fancy, but warm and pleasant. I looked out the window at the waking city. Streetlights fading, sweepers brushing the cobblestones, the occasional early pedestrian shuffling along. My moment of peace didn't last long. Half an hour later, the same 2 gorillas stomped back in and dropped a huge stack of books in front of me. Alongside it, they set down an ornate wooden box. "What's this?" I asked, pointing at the box. Usually something valuable went in a container like that. "It's the medical book by, Emmanuel something?" he stammered, struggling to remember. He glanced pleadingly at his partner, who just stared blankly at the wall. "Anyway, it's the best they had. They said the guy's 107 years old. Must be the greatest healer in his country. It's been translated into 9 languages. That's what the shopkeeper said." I opened the box and flipped through the pages. On the last one was a photo of the legendary Immanuel Kaunaski, the first professor of Europe's biggest medical academy. "Is this supposed to be him?" I snorted, jabbing a finger at the half-mummified old man in the picture. "He's 107? More like they forgot a 0 at the end." No clue?" shrugged the big guy, turning to lumber off to finish his nap. The man in the photo looked ancient. What did you have to do to end up looking that awful so young? Sure, commoners didn't usually live that long, but healers? When I was 300, I looked way better than that. Even at 1,000, I wouldn't have fallen apart like this. I decided to save that book for later, but I already had doubts about it. Back in my room, I dove greedily into the pile. History, law, foreign languages. My memory wouldn't rebuild itself unless I kept working it and filling it with knowledge. I sat there the entire day, ordering more food as needed. And I couldn't stop. This world was even more fascinating than I had imagined. Even found a book called Young Electronics Engineer. Wonderful. Everything was amazing right up until I cracked open the most expensive book. That thing cost me 1,500 rubles, a hefty price. And it took all of 30 minutes for me to be seething with rage. Burn him! Burn Immanuel Kaunaski and every copy of his worthless book. How could anyone write such nonsense? And he was teaching young healers to believe it? He was a fraud. Not even a 0, he was a minus. His methods would make people worse. You couldn't learn to heal from this. And his theories about magical channels, did he ever actually use them? Because the only thing his approach would achieve was delivering final medical aid. I flipped halfway through and actually laughed at the part where he claimed studying anatomy would harm a healer's skills. I calmly tossed the entire volume into the fireplace and sat there for 10 minutes channeling energy just to cool myself off. Fine. The other books were too good to stay mad forever. But before returning to them, I went back downstairs and asked the innkeeper for another favor. "A phone? That's pricey," he said, eyebrows raised at my request. "And the shops are closed for the night. You'll have to wait till tomorrow." Phones weren't exactly rare here, but they were definitely luxury items. That cops had been government-issued. Normal folks couldn't really afford them. I asked for the simplest model, which would run about 800 rubles. Still a way better investment than that medical book. Sure, I could try to resell the thing, but I'd never forgive myself. Every copy needed to be destroyed so nobody else would read that garbage. I returned to my reading, then meditation, restoring my body and mind. Rinse and repeat. You can't afford to stay weak, not in any world I've known. And I didn't forget about topping up my energy reserves. Food worked, sleep worked, but there were faster methods too. Sometimes at night I'd go for walks. A few muggers tried me, but they weren't gifted, so I could only get minimal life force from them. I tried not to kill them, but one time it just happened. He had a knife raised over some screaming, scrawny guy. The blade was already crusted with old blood, so this wasn't his first time. And he was a weak gifted, which meant I drained him dry. Before that, I knocked out the victim. No witnesses. A couple of days later, I had enough stored up for what I'd been preparing to do. I would have liked to save more, but another night out reminded me I was nearly out of money. Enough for a few more days. After that, I'd need to find work. But that wasn't a problem. I had plenty of new knowledge about this world. Earning a living wouldn't be hard. That's what I'd start on tomorrow.
Chapter 8. Professor Emmanuel's Estate, First Healer and Minister of Health of the Lithuanian Duchy.
Hic! An old man, looking very much like he was on his last legs, woke in the middle of the night with a violent bout of hiccups. Hic! An old man, looking very much like he was on his last legs, woke in the middle of the night with a violent bout of hiccups. Sebastian, he croaked, trying to get up. His shaking hands could barely lift a glass of water to his mouth, and another hic sent it flying, spilling across the bed. Damn it, he cursed, fumbling with the buttons of his pajamas. He didn't get far. A disheveled servant rushed in and helped his master sit up. Professor Emmanuel tried everything, drinking water, holding his breath, even using his healing magic, but his power was weak, and no matter how hard he tried, the hiccups wouldn't stop. The night passed. He was still hiccuping. Then the day. He had to cancel all his lectures and meetings. By evening, the brightest minds and top healers had gathered in his house. Even with all their combined skills, they could only lessen the hiccups a little. It went on for 3 days. When the old man was close to dying of exhaustion, the hiccups just stopped. Vanished on their own. Emmanuel never did figure out why they started or how to stop them if they ever returned. Maybe he should just stop publishing those medical books. Looks like everything's ready, I muttered, surveying the plates of food spread around me. And there was a lot of it. An absurd amount. But it was necessary. Without this much, I wouldn't have enough fuel for the rapid reconstruction I was about to attempt. Preparation had taken days. My money had almost completely run out, but now I was sure everything was set. I'd built up a good reserve of energy, too. The last 2 nights, I'd taken long strolls through the darkest alleys, practically inviting trouble. After all, a skinny young guy wandering alone in unlit streets was irresistible bait for the city's worst scum.
Damn how I hate feeling weak. I knew time was slipping through my fingers, but there was nothing I could do about it. I should have gone to see the Countess already, declared my rights, and taken guardianship over her. But I couldn't show up like this. You can only walk in there strong, and right now I was nowhere near that. I needed to fix it, fast. I figured I'd give it a week. We'd meet then, and who knows what would come of it. Besides, I hadn't promised old man Bulatov I'd sprint straight for the castle the moment I landed here. He knew I'd need time to recover. He also wasn't sure if his daughter was even alive. And if she was alive and doing fine, then a few weeks wouldn't change anything. He'd given me time. I was going to use it to the fullest. I took a deep breath in and out. It was time to begin. This part needed focus, no distractions, so I shut off most of my hearing and sight and started shoveling food into my mouth as fast as I could. Chewing was optional. I wouldn't choke anyway. In minutes, I'd stuffed myself with several kilos of meat, some fish, a giant loaf of bread, and a pile of vegetables I didn't even bother to count. It was all planned in advance. These exact micronutrients in these quantities were necessary for the transformation. As soon as I felt I couldn't swallow another bite, I started the process. Energy burned through my body in waves, every cell screaming in pain. I'd have loved to dull it, but I didn't have the resources to spare. Besides, I always refused to numb pain. Pain is life. It means you're not dead yet. Bones cracked, muscles stretched, and tore skin. I ignored it. I had to keep eating as much as I could. Digestion at this speed was hard enough as it was, but if I didn't have enough raw material, fixing things later would be a nightmare. In theory, the whole process should have taken half an hour. It ended up taking an hour and a half. But in the end, I actually looked like a human. Not that embarrassment I'd been before. The mirror now showed a solid, well-fed young man. Oh, my hair had grown. I always forget that bit. Oh well, before I had bald patches. Now at least I could get a haircut and a shave, which is exactly what I did. I'd saved just enough energy to help me recover at the end. Heat flushed through me, muscles firmed up, and I went to wash off in the bathroom. Phew! I exhaled, stepping out of the freezing shower. Good. Now this body was at least workable. The transformation process burns through resources like crazy, but it was necessary. I'd restructured muscles, bones, tendons, added mass, tweaked organ function. Most importantly, I'd untangled my magical channels. Before, they were a chaotic mess, knotted and blocking each other. Now they were better. Still far from perfect, but better. And the muscles still needed a ton of development. They looked decent now, no giant bodybuilder nonsense, but solid. The strength was still lacking. The capillary network needed work. The fiber density was suboptimal, but it was all fixable. I just needed life energy, good food, and time. And yes, the food had to be tasty. I didn't cross dimensions to suffer and eat slop. I'd ordered new clothes in advance. I had a decent guess about my new size. The old stuff I tossed. There was no squeezing back into it. After getting myself cleaned up and dressed, I slipped quietly out. It was the middle of the night, the innkeeper snoring away in the back. I didn't wake him up. I'd paid the room in advance. I wasn't going to cheat him. The order's code forbade that, and that code is why we were respected back in my world. Outside, I pulled out my phone. I'd already picked a place on the map.
It wasn't close, so I walked, eyes locked on the route. Needed something cheap. I only had about 200 rubles left, not much to work with. No one bothered me on the way. I'd already cleared this neighborhood after all. Most of the local scum were asleep, or resting in trash bins as piles of ash. My destination was a rough port district. Even in the dead of night, it was busy. I passed drunken fights, heard curses and shouts. A black cat dashed across the road with a furious yowl. Back home, that was a good sign. It meant a successful deal was coming. And I didn't believe in superstitions. But peasants loved them. I just studied them for fun. Like, if a dragon was circling overhead, that meant rain. Fire rain, if it was a fire dragon. Hey bro, spare some change? Just 50 kopecks, that's all. A street kid of maybe 12 tugged at my sleeve. Swear to God I won't forget it. What do you need it for? I asked, eyeing the little con artist. For booze and girls, duh. He laughed like it was the best joke ever. I turned to walk on. Okay, I'm kidding. I'm starving, man. My guts are twisting. Didn't even bother scanning him. I just slipped my bag off, pulled out 2 sandwiches, and handed them over. Oh, he blinked, stunned. Yeah, those were worth a week of work for him. But I need cash, he stammered, regrouping quickly. Yeah, for textbooks, on our great nation's history. You respect our country, right? Here, I shrugged, pulling the history textbook right out of my bag. I'd already read it cover to cover. Holy shit, he scratched his head, but took it. I walked on as he called after me. What, if I'd asked for a hooker, would he have pulled her out of the bag too? I smiled at that one. I still had so much to learn here. At least now I knew the local history to a high school level, but there were other countries to learn about too. And, from what I could already tell, everyone was an enemy. Then those who weren't were backstabbing us behind our backs. Why us? Because this is where I ended up. This is my country now. My plan was to hole up in a cheap tavern. This area was full of sailors who liked to drink too much, rob people for fun, and brawl for entertainment. Every world had neighborhoods like this, always on the edge of big cities. Even after my transformation, I still looked rough. The muscles were there now, but the definition was a work in progress. I was about average height, around 180 centimeters. My haircut was serviceable, but I'd need a barber to really finish the job. And here, I stood out like a sore thumb. I didn't see a single aristocrat here. Even poor ones avoided this place. They'd be picked clean in minutes. And, as I said before, I needed energy. A lot of it. Plenty of it here, too. The fastest way to get it? Take it. Drain it from a living body. Consume it for myself. But I wasn't some psycho killer. Wandering the alleys hunting innocent victims would have been easier. But no.
The order's code, no matter that the order itself had fallen, would never allow that. And neither would my own conscience.
Draining the life out of someone who thinks they have the right to take it, that I have no problem with. If you choose to rob and kill, you should be prepared to die yourself. That's fair, in my opinion. If you want to live by the law of the jungle, don't complain when the strong come for you. "Fuck!" roared a drunk who went flying out of the tavern door. That's how I found the place. The sign was impossible to read, but the commotion was unmistakable. As I stepped closer, I had to jump aside when another drunk was hurled out after the first, rolling down the steps and smashing his swollen face into the slushy snow. "Good evening," I called to the tavern keeper. I had to raise my voice over the surprising level of noise inside. About 50 sailors were yelling over each other at long tables, split into groups that looked like they'd self-sorted by interest or crew. "Yeah, evening," he gave me a quick once-over, pausing on the ring on my finger. "Sir, what brings you here?" The man was huge, easily 2 meters tall and 3 of me across. You could tell the locals respected or feared him. No doubt he was the one who'd launched those drunks into the street. "I'd like a room and some food, half a kilo of meat, 300 grams of vegetables." I calculated roughly what I needed to keep the rebuilding process going. No surplus, just enough. "Preferably on the bone," I added. I'd have to find a way to eat the bone without drawing too much attention. I didn't bother ordering it to my room. I planned to start hunting right away. I dropped my bag off upstairs while they cooked, and then came back down to the main hall. I grabbed one of the few empty tables. Across the room, near the center, sat a group of silent, grim-faced sailors. They were drinking steadily, ordering new rounds as soon as the last dregs were gone. Closer to the window sat 5 louder men who'd gone from shouting insults to singing some mournful shanty after they'd drunk enough. I focused on my food, glancing around only occasionally. At one point, one of the noisy group caught my eye and waved me over. Yeah, right, like I was going to just trot over. I should note that everyone here was a sailor. Same at the neighboring tavern, same in the streets outside. Ships in this world were something else. I'd read about them in a history book, how they used to be little wooden skiffs before the convergence changed everything. Now they were armored steel behemoths. I couldn't even guess how many crew it took to make one move. 1,000? 2? That's why there were so many sailors, captains, and cabin boys crammed into the port district. I hadn't figured out the rank structure yet. But one thing was clear. Sailors here weren't saints. A lot of them didn't join the fleet out of patriotism. More often they were running from the law. It's hard to catch a man who's sailed off to God's knows where. And if he robs an aristocrat in another port, by dawn he's halfway across the sea. They did have a code. You don't touch cargo. Screw that up, and they'll hang you themselves. But anything else, as long as the valuable shipment's safe, no one cares. Though good luck surviving to deliver it. The sea had turned into an anomaly zone after the convergence. Even on well-mapped routes, new reefs or giant icebergs could appear overnight. Sea creatures loved magic now too, and some liked to snack on lost ships. And navigation? Useless. Compass doesn't work over open water. Same for aircraft. If 1 in 5 flights made it, that was a good statistic. "Hey, you deaf or what?" yelled a sailor who'd been waving at me for the last 2 minutes. I hadn't so much as glanced at him, just kept eating like he was invisible. Which he was, as far as I was concerned. He could keep waving for all I cared. I wasn't done eating. "Hey, I'm talking to you," he shouted again. "Come here." I shrugged and shoved the last bite into my mouth. All right, showtime.
I don't talk to trash like you and your buddies. They all stood at once, like they'd been waiting for the signal. I stood too. Weak-gifted, but all of them a bit taller and bulkier than me. And there were 5, perfect test subjects for my newly rebuilt body. I needed to check channel conductance, muscle integration, ligament strength. Better to find any mistakes now than in a real fight. "I'm gonna show you, you little—" I didn't let him finish. I pushed energy into my right fist and slammed it into his gut. Almost killed him. Bit too much force there,
but I drew some of his energy back during the strike to compensate. He folded like paper and shut up immediately. The rest charged. 2 sailors, 2 ship guards. You could tell by their different uniforms and the empty holsters at their belts. No guns in town, but they could carry blades, though as soon as they reached for them, they saw the tavern keeper. He slowly shook his head and reached under the bar, making it clear they shouldn't get any bright ideas. Too late for that. They'd already pissed me off. While the guards hesitated, I stretched out against the sailors. Needed to test my flexibility, which turned out to be not great. Definitely needed more work. Still, I landed a hit to one's chest and gifted him with bronchitis. He'd live. Probably. The other swung for my face. I let him hit me, strengthened my cheekbones just before impact. He grinned when he felt the blow land. I spat 2 teeth onto the floor and punched him right back. His jaw cracked and he dropped like a puppet with cut strings. The guards were tougher, trained clearly, probably seen combat, but it didn't save them. I juggled energy, ran constant diagnostics on myself, and landed blow after blow, siphoning their strength with each hit. The longer it went, the worse they looked, until finally they just both lay down and pretended to be unconscious. In the end, I broke even on energy. Not bad. I'd pinpointed a few problem areas to fix soon. When it was over, I sat back down and sipped my wine. Disgusting stuff. But I had to look drunk. Part of the act. I purged the alcohol from my system immediately. Not because it was bad for me. I just didn't want that crap in my blood. To my surprise, the tavern keeper didn't even blink. He grabbed the 5 of them by the collars, one at a time, and flung them out into the snow, just like the drunks before. That made me a little nervous. I didn't want to fight him. I'd already paid for my room and didn't feel like finding another place. But no, he just went back behind the bar. "How much do I owe you?" I asked as I finished the wine and walked over.
$230, the innkeeper replied calmly. No complaints about the fight. He'd seen who started it. Huh, he grunted when he saw the large 200-ruble bill. Basically all I had left. I still had a little change in my pockets, but that wouldn't help with this performance. Too bad I didn't have anything bigger, but whatever. It was enough to attract the wrong kind of attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a few people immediately watching us. "Those guys pay up?" I nodded toward the door as he came back with a stack of small bills. "I can tell who needs to pay up front and who can settle later," he shrugged. "Experience." Smart man. I paid for the room right away so I wouldn't have to deal with that question again. "Rooms are the other way," he called as I headed for the exit. "I know, just need some air. Your wine is really strong." I barely stopped myself from saying it tasted like troll sweat. "I wouldn't advise it," he shook his head. "Out there, well, it's your business," he added, giving me a look like he was saying goodbye forever. Don't be like that. I'd flashed the cash on purpose. Now it was time to go collect energy from those who didn't deserve to have it. I walked along the waterfront, peeked into a couple dark alleys, wandered the main street. Only when I turned back toward the tavern did I see them. My tail. One of the guys from inside had been following me this whole time, thinking I didn't notice. He didn't even try to hide. I could have picked him out blindfolded despite the smell. Without even using any energy, I could tell the guy had kidney problems. That smell was unmistakable. "Stop right there," barked someone who stepped out from a small group of sailors blocking the alley. Officer, captain, I don't know their ranks, but the uniform and shoulder straps said he was in charge. He was talking to me, while the others cut off the exit behind me. "If you need directions, the sea's that way," I pointed at the waterfront. "Figured you might be lost." "Huh, funny guy, huh?" The captain sneered. "Sailors always know where the sea is. We just delivered valuable cargo for the crown, risked our lives and all that. How about you treat us all to a drink, huh?" "You always ask for drinks with weapons in your hands?" I smiled, nodding at their short swords. The sailors had them out already, though their leader hadn't drawn yet. "Makes us feel safer," one of them laughed. "Otherwise, no one wants to share." "Hand over the money and your stuff. I'm done playing." The captain's face changed as he reached for his weapon. "I don't have much left, almost nothing.
Yeah, I saw you waving those bills around in the tavern, my tail butted in from behind. He was blocking the exit. Cocky bastard. And he's an aristocrat. Look at that fancy ring. Well, if you know I'm an aristocrat, I smiled wider, channeling magic. I focused energy over my palm and lit it up bright red. Not many could even do that in my old world, let alone here. Red meant fire. Healing was green.
After a second, the energy twisted into a swirling little vortex. I didn't bother actually igniting anything, it would waste too much. But they bought it. "I told you we should have called Ignat," one of the sailors muttered nervously. The captain drew his sword slowly. The blade immediately glowed with a sickly greenish, almost acidic light. A poison mage. Not the healing green. This was venom. Very rare, very nasty. One scratch and you're dead. Doesn't matter how strong you are, nothing can save you. Well, almost nothing. The fight exploded into motion. I barely dodged his lightning-fast strikes while the others hung back, chatting excitedly about the beautiful duel. I had no weapon, just bare hands dodging that poisoned blade and trying to break his guard. I could have used magic to weaken him, ruin his vision, lock up his muscles, but he was strong, and I was nearly out of energy. I wasn't going to burn it all now. The end came as fast as it started. His blade scraped my cheek, leaving a shallow cut. He stepped back and sheathed it immediately, turning away as though the fight was over. I froze, stunned. The cut on my cheek festered instantly, flesh bubbling and splitting into ulcers. By rights, I should have been screaming in agony, but I just stood there, breath caught at his arrogance. "All right, he's done. When he drops, grab everything he's got, half for me, half for you," the captain said over his shoulder. He really turned his back on me, sheathed his weapon, decided to humiliate me? No, let me show you what humiliation means. Under the shocked gasps of his crew, I lunged in 2 steps and rammed my foot straight up between his legs. No warning, no wind-up, just raw force. The alley rang with a crisp, wet crunch as the poison mage squeaked and crumpled to the ground. Gods, my legs remembered. Flooded with childhood memories of our old game back home, Coco Ball. The goal was to kick the ball as high as possible. I had never lost. My record was 50 meters. These balls would have cleared 100 easy. The other sailors just gawked. I grabbed the captain by the hair, dragged him to the wall, and began calmly smashing his face into the bricks. Not to kill, just enough to knock him out and drain some energy. "Hey, what the hell are you?" a woman's voice shrieked from above. I looked up to see a heavy-set lady leaning out a window with a slop bucket. She froze. "Oh," she squeaked when she saw the captain's bloodied pulp of a face and me grinning like a maniac. "I thought someone was knocking, but it's just you. All good? I'll just go." She vanished and slammed the shutter. "Are you going to just stand there?" I turned to the shocked sailors. That snapped them out of it. 2 screamed and charged, followed by the others. I smiled as the ulcer in my cheek healed in seconds. I'd pulled enough energy from the first one to patch myself up. These were barely gifted. Half of them only had a trickle of power. I didn't bother playing nice. I grabbed the captain's short sword and put them down one after another. Afterwards, I spent some extra energy to keep them from bleeding out. I didn't want them dead, just unconscious. I dumped them in a pile. Draining them one by one would take all night. So I carved a chain-link rune across their bodies and sat down beside them. The energy flowed in steady, measured pulses, perfectly tuned to my channels. Couldn't overdo it, and I'd injure myself, and the runes would eat part of the harvest. But it would save time. "Excuse me," came a tiny voice. I looked up from my seat atop the pile of groaning bodies to see that same woman from before.
Sorry, I just really need to dump this bucket. Can I pour it right here in the gutter? I'll be quick. It's not gross, it's just water. My plumbing's all clogged and I don't know what to do. Go ahead, pour away.
I waved her on and drifted back into my thoughts. Sitting on top of enemy corpses was oddly conducive to thinking. I didn't even notice when she finished and scurried away. She never even looked at my face. Smart woman. She knew where not to stick her nose. After about an hour and a half, all the bodies had turned to dried-out mummies, ready to crumble into dust. I quickly rifled their pockets for some cash. Had to leave the weapons, though. I remembered reading that by imperial law, you can't just kill Navy captains. Unless they attack you first, but how would I prove it? Oof! I heaved myself up with a grunt. I felt stuffed. Drained so much power I could probably start the next transformation right now. Or maybe expand my capacity. It's the most pathetic part of me right now. Or tweak the membranes. The channels are crap, too. Ugh! So much to do and I want it all right now. I trudged off slowly toward my room. Thank the gods it wasn't far. I deliberately chosen it for that reason so I wouldn't have to drag myself across half the city afterward. Ah! Oh, come on, I sighed when I heard the scream. It was close, just had to turn down an alley. I could have ignored it, this kind of thing was normal here, but the girl kept screaming. And damn it, I'm too curious for my own good. I just had to see. What I found actually made me glad I decided to look. Right in the middle of the slums, a portal had opened. Nearby were two ragged-looking guys in plain, homespun clothes. They looked like medieval peasants, straight out of a history textbook. One was huge, lugging a massive 2-meter broadsword that probably weighed as much as a railroad rail, and he was gripping a struggling girl with his other hand. The other guy was smaller, armed with a crossbow. He also had a little belt knife that looked better suited to slicing bread than fighting. Honestly, he looked like a weird lumberjack. But the important thing was, I could feel the magic on them, or rather from them. It didn't take long to realize it was coming from a little pendant around the crossbowman's neck. An artifact, clearly. The crossbowman was scanning around nervously, peering behind every corner. And somehow he just didn't see me, even though there was less than 100 meters between us. They were also arguing, clearly in a hurry. It looked like they didn't want to close the portal yet, but felt they had to. Logically, best move would have been to just walk away before they spotted me. Attacking them now would be idiotic and dangerous. I couldn't tell from this distance what their artifacts actually did. Was I going to do the smart thing? Walk away? Of course not. This was my first direct encounter with a suture in this world. I needed to study it. Hey, you two! I waved at them. Their mouths actually fell open in surprise. What are you looking for? Maybe I can help. They didn't answer. The crossbowman just sneered, and then there was a click. The bolt flew straight for my chest.
Chapter 9. Office of Merchant Smorodinov. The man had already opened his second bottle of expensive cognac and refilled his glass. He simply couldn't calm down, no matter how many hours passed. The last few days had brought nothing but shock and turmoil. First, there was that strange young man he'd picked up on the road and offered a ride into the city, out of sheer kindness. No hidden agenda, no profit involved. Just one soul helping another in a tough moment. Smorodinov knew all about such moments. Once long ago, a stranger had helped him, and he had vowed never to ignore someone else's misfortune. Yes, they'd been attacked along the way by some odd bandits, but those fools posed no real threat to the cargo he was transporting from his factory. The Imperial Guard itself had been handling the security. After all, the shipment was destined for the army. Once in the city, it had been loaded onto a ship, and hundreds of thousands of upgraded shells had been sent eastward by sea. That's why the bandits were wiped out, completely. The guards even raided their hideout afterward to set an example. Smorodinov still chuckled, remembering those foolish low talents, thinking they could take on 2 elite warriors at once. Clink! A few ice cubes hit the bottom of his glass, and he poured another shot. But he still had to steady his hand. Ever since what that strange young man whispered in his ear, his nerves hadn't stopped shaking.
When he dropped the boy off in the city center, he thought the kid would beg for money, at least a loan. But no, the look in his eyes was too calm, too wise, eyes like an old man's or even an ancient sage's. And then the boy whispered something that turned Smirodinov's world upside down. "There's a tumor directly above your wife's womb," he whispered again, now trembling. The boy had also said it would disappear on its own, that his wife should just refrain from using her gift for a few days. Of course, Smirodinov hadn't believed him, but he loved his wife deeply. Just in case, he'd taken her to the best clinic in the city for a full medical exam. The doctor had said, "The tumor is incurable." The rest was medical jargon, something about magical pathways and cyclical disruptions. The gist of it, surgery was required. The child would be lost, and his wife would never bear children again. If they did nothing, she would die and likely lose the child anyway. But his wife had flatly refused the operation. No pleading could sway her. So now, here Smirodinov sat, sipping his cognac by the fire. His hands still trembled, but slowly the storm inside him began to settle. The latest test results had come in. His wife was healthier than ever. No tumor. The doctor said that it must have been a rare mistake. It happens, they said, but rarely. "So it wasn't me who helped you," he smiled into the quiet. "If our paths cross again, and I have a feeling they will, I'll make sure to repay that debt." Such a kind and noble world this is. That was the first thing I felt when I got here. The crossbowman smiled at me. I smiled back. Then the crossbow smiled, so to speak, and a bolt was suddenly sticking out of my right shoulder. Cheap bolt, poor materials, shoddy craftsmanship. Definitely not made by a real weaponsmith. But the materials are interesting, different from what locals here use, especially in how they conduct magic and respond to energy. Not my specialty, though. The crossbowman cheered and ran toward me, thinking he'd caught a fresh kill. I smiled again. I understood his words perfectly, which makes sense. I've studied convergences and know how they work. One side effect, mutual language comprehension. If I jumped through a portal right now, I'd be able to speak their language. He got close, ready to grab me. Unfortunately for him, the bolt he had so generously given me now had a new home, buried inside his backside, from the inside. Standard convergence practice. Slaves. At first, they're a valuable commodity. Later, they become so common their price plummets. Eventually, people start to realize what else can be harvested from the new world. Then come real wars, not just scavenger squads. But it always begins with slaves. Yeah, the crossbowman not smiling anymore, just screaming. Clutching his face, of course I disabled his vision, temporarily. No point in wasting energy on permanent blindness. He's harmless now, can't even run far. That gave me time to examine his artifact more closely. A fang, strung on cord, inscribed with runes. Definitely worth a closer look.
So, I was right. It's a protective artifact. It repels any physical attack from the outside. Bullets, sword strikes, you name it. It might be small, but it's fully charged. Handy thing. Lucky I showed up here. Once I was done with the crossbowman and patched up the wound on my chest, I turned my attention to the big guy. He'd been standing there all this time, watching and frowning. When he saw my wound heal in seconds, he shook his head, dropped the girl off his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, and started walking toward me. No smile, no emotion. Meanwhile, the girl crawled away, then ran for it when she was far enough. I wonder what the odds are that she'll call for help. For some reason, I'm guessing very low. The brute kept frowning as he lumbered closer, step by step. I figured I shouldn't waste time, so I picked up the crossbow, gave the crossbowman a nudge for good measure, then grabbed his quiver and pulled out a bolt. The man's sword was massive, and he himself a monster of a human. Huge in from how easily he carried that iron rail of a weapon, clearly strong as hell. Fighting him head-on would burn through a ton of energy, but that's only if I were an idiot who wanted to get into melee. Lucky me, I'm not. I know how to shoot a crossbow, and from 30 meters, hitting a target like him, not hard, so I aimed for his head. He just gave a surprised grunt.
"You're an interesting one, Outworlder," he growled. "You saw the protection artifact on him, right?" He pointed at the blind crossbowman with his sword. "I've got the same one on my chest. You think you can pierce that with this thing?" He nodded toward the cocked crossbow in my hands. I just shrugged. No way I was going hand-to-hand with him. "Fine, take your shot," he growled again, spreading his arms wide. "Then I'll slice you in half." Ha 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 ha. Idiot. The crossbow let out a dull thunk, and the bolt zipped forward, striking him square in the forehead. The tip punched out the back of his skull. No blood, just a clean, perfect shot. A moment later, the big man collapsed to the cobblestones with a thunderous crash. "Told you, idiot." I walked up to him and gave his body a soft kick just to be sure. Nope, dead instantly. "I did manage to stick a bolt in your buddy's rear, didn't I? Guess I figured out your artifact, huh?" Relying solely on magical amulets is a fool's game. Artifacts are just tools. Real power is personal. And if your opponent is a healer, forget your fancy toys. Best case scenario, run. Run and apologize profusely. From the heart. Maybe then you'll get away, with a few nasty after effects. In my world, people figured that out a long time ago. Healers were respected and feared. Disabling the artifact was surprisingly easy. I just infused the bolt with healing energy. The artifact didn't even try to block it. Who in their right mind would block a healer's energy? So the artifact treated my shot as a healing spell. A bolt enchanted to restore soft tissue won't be stopped by any magical shield. That's why there wasn't even blood, just the fletching sticking out of his skull. Plus, it makes it easier to blind someone. Through an open wound, my energy flows into the body much faster, so I save on power. Shame it won't work with bullets unless I make them out of Outworlder materials. But even then, it's pointless. They're too light, too fast, and overheat too easily. Most of the energy just burns off. Same time, somewhere in the slums. The girl crouched against a wall, trembling all over. She'd hidden behind a pile of garbage, unfazed by the stench. Pressed into a ball, she strained to hear any noise around her, but nothing came. She could have gotten up and called for help. She didn't even need to move, just shout. She had run far enough. A bustling street with a crowd of drunken sailors was just nearby, and honestly, she had nothing to fear. If they heard about a convergence, they'd be gone in a flash. There's gold and valuable gear to be had there after all.
When that giant Outworlder first grabbed her, she thought maybe she could fight him off, or if someone came to rescue her, she could help bring the bastards down. That's what she thought. But the moment she got free, she made up her mind, every man for himself. So she stayed behind that dumpster until dawn, then made her way home, circling wide around the alley where she'd nearly been dragged into another world. 5 minutes later, same alley. "So, what did you want with her?" I calmly repeated my question, but the prisoner just kept screaming nonsense about his eyes, his ass, how he wanted to go home. Yeah, home. Now you're talking. So what the hell are you doing here? I'd managed to keep the crossbowman alive, and now I was draining him dry. Foreign energy, sure, but no less satisfying. Actually, it was kind of intoxicating. There was so much of it in that skinny little man, I was nearly overwhelmed. My channels and inner storage couldn't handle the volume. I had to regulate the flow constantly. Tedious work. So I kept myself entertained by talking to him. You people keep coming through, but folks from this world don't cross over to yours. They try to shut the convergences down. Or at least that's what the public networks and TV say. Could be the government just feeds that story to the masses while secretly profiting from convergences. Yesterday on the news, one opened in an aristocrat's estate, killed a bunch of his servants. "Ah!" screamed the crossbowman, still paralyzed. Sure, I could have tied him up, but I've got energy to spare. I honestly don't know how I'll carry it all, but my greed won't let me waste a single drop. I didn't damage his vocal cords, was hoping for a real conversation. Hoped. In vain. Yes, I'm from another world, and I've survived 4 convergences already. Done countless experiments. Want to hear my theory? I gave him a light kick, but got no reply. Dead. I was wondering why the energy stopped. Oh well, I'm already overflowing. Any more and it'll start doing damage. And I don't have time to linger.
Not before someone pokes their nose in here. First, I rifled through the bodies. Took a handful of coins, tossed them into my bag. 2 artifacts, too. I'll study and sell them later. Took their weapons as well. They might be valuable. Left the clothes alone. Then, with a bit of energy, I pushed both bodies back through the portal. The big guy took some effort, nearly threw out my back, but I managed. Done. No traces left. The portal sealed up as soon as the second body went through. No blood either. The bolt wounds healed too fast. Didn't see any cameras nearby. If there were any, they've either been sold off or shipped off on some boat. Along with the coins and artifacts, I kept a knife. The rest of the gear was too bulky to hide. So I slung the crossbow over my shoulder, picked up the massive sword, and had to drag it along the cobblestones. Damn thing's heavy and noisy, but it's not far. I'll manage. As soon as I stepped out of the alley, I spotted a noisy group in the distance. 10 people, maybe more. Half of them were boisterous sailors, the rest were girls, laughing, singing, and one of them was strumming something that sounded like a guitar. That musician needed his fingers paralyzed, honestly. His playing made my ears bleed. My sword scraped rhythmically against every cobblestone as I strolled forward. I wondered if they'd bother me. One glance at the massive weapon I was dragging, and I figured probably not. "Oh, look, someone else out for a walk," the so-called musician called cheerfully. "Guess they noticed me. And he's squeaking too. Must be the ice cream guy. Hey, bring your cart over here." The group picked up their pace and met me right under a lonely street lamp. Or rather, they stopped dead as their expressions shifted fast. All the cheer drained from their faces, especially when I channeled a good dose of energy into my right arm and lifted the sword like it was a feather. "Mind if I pass through?" I asked calmly. They were blocking the street after all. Maybe they were just disappointed I wasn't selling ice cream. Admittedly, the sword did squeak like a rusty cartwheel. "Oh, yes, sir, of course. Go right ahead," they stammered all at once, parting like the sea. I walked past, and moments later I heard them take off running behind me. No idea why. Strange folks. A few minutes later, inside a tavern. The place was roaring with laughter. No surprise, an old sea dog was celebrating his 40th birthday. Sailors rarely lived that long, so he was already something of a legend. Toasts flew left and right, and the tavern grew more crowded with each hour, packed with drunkards and sober onlookers alike. Everyone joined in, shouting cheers and well wishes. "Let's drink the old bastard under the table. My treat. Drink, drink," his best friend shouted, and the crowd took up the chant. The barkeep brought out a liter of something strong and brutal. The sailor chugged it straight from the bottle, earning a deafening cheer. His eyes glazed over immediately, and his mates helped him back into his chair, still laughing and hollering. Creak. Suddenly, silence fell. A silence so heavy, so unnatural, the tavern hadn't heard its like since it opened. A young man entered, a massive crossbow slung over one shoulder, dragging a sword so wide it gouged lines into the wooden floor. The barkeep didn't flinch. He didn't even speak when the blade scraped up the stairs. The mysterious visitor vanished on the second floor, and only when the door to his room clicked shut did everyone collectively exhale. "Gennady," the birthday man mumbled. "Pour me another. I think I sobered up." Upstairs, I locked every bolt on the door before letting myself breathe. But 5 minutes later, I was already breaking apart a chair and clenching a wooden piece between my teeth. Otherwise, I'd shatter my own molars. While walking here, I made up my mind. I had to expand my inner storage. It was overloaded, and I'd already been forced to spread some of the energy throughout my body. Not good. Doing that too often can kill you. What was coming next would hurt. A lot. No amount of energy could shut off the pain. I'd just have to endure it. I paused to listen at the door. Dead silence, except for the occasional murmur from below. Guess I left an impression. They must have liked my sword. A glance out the window showed the sailors staggering off into the night, casting nervous glances back and whispering among themselves. Time to begin. From the first second, the pain was unbearable.
I expected it to be bad, but not like this. My body was in terrible shape. It would take a lot of work. I don't know how long I lay there. My body convulsed, blood dripped from my eyes and ears, pink foam from my mouth. Every breath stabbed like a knife. I must have blacked out at some point. I didn't even notice it happened.
Chapter 10. Well, that was a disaster, I croaked, dragging myself out of bed. I was soaked in sweat. A piece of chewed-up wood lay on the pillow beside 2 shattered teeth. Pain pulsed through every inch of my body, and all I'd wanted was to slightly expand my core. Not a new process for me. In my previous life, I'd regularly strengthened myself this way. Well, at least now my energy will regenerate much faster, and I can store a lot more of it inside. Still, I hadn't expected the process to be so excruciating. Every tiny increment had felt like a battle, every moment a trial. And that's coming from someone who knows real pain all too well. But it's done. I'm stronger now. Most of yesterday's reserves are gone, but it was worth it. The only problem? I was starving, utterly ravenous. Fortunately, I'd taken enough money off those sailors to feast for a week. Downstairs, the tavern was bustling. In the morning light, it had transformed into a respectable eatery where workers grabbed breakfast before their shifts. The place was packed. A line of 6 people stretched out from the innkeeper's counter. But I didn't have to wait. "Can I help you, sir?" the innkeeper asked immediately, ignoring the man who'd been at the front of the line. "What the hell? We've been standing here too, you know," grumbled someone behind him. "Shut up," hissed the first man. "Did you see the sword he carried yesterday?" Maybe I should start carrying that sword everywhere. Apparently, it saves a lot of time. Honestly, I wouldn't normally cut in line. It feels too arrogant even for a noble like me. True, some establishments have a rule, nobles get served first. But this wasn't that kind of place. Still, I wasn't about to argue. I simply ordered 2 roasted piglets to be delivered to my room and left. No one else said a word. They just stood there in patient silence. As I devoured the tender meat, I thought about money. I couldn't stay here forever. Sooner or later, I'd regain my strength and head for the Countess's castle. But I wouldn't go empty-handed. She was likely drowning in debt. Helping her with that would give me leverage. I already had a few valuables in my bag. Artifacts are rare in this world, no one produces them anymore, so even the simplest ones could fetch a good price. These were basic, but in time I could find or make better ones. Then again, crafting them myself is such a long and tedious process that I'd rather storm a portal and rob an entire kingdom than deal with that hassle. So I didn't waste time while eating. I inscribed a new rune chain just under my collarbone, another temporary fix. Once I fully restore and align my internal channels, I'll merge the chains properly. This one was simpler than the previous one. I'd already stored the necessary energy in advance, so there were no issues. Now I can sense dimensional rifts within 500 meters radius. That's more than enough for now, and when I need more, I'll just rewrite the chain. "Excuse me, where can I sell some unusual items around here?" I asked the innkeeper. Convenient man, always at his post, always the same face. Also, I'd like to buy a few things, maybe some books. He immediately listed off locations and marked them on a map. 10 minutes later, I was on my way to the town's only antique shop. Small place, not much to choose from, but they might have an artifact or 2 worth picking up.
Thanks to the innkeeper, I actually found the place. Wouldn't have noticed it otherwise. No sign, no markings. Just an old, weather-worn building like any other. You'd never guess what was inside. Funny thing, every door in this city creaks like it's on the verge of breaking. The humidity and salt in the air rust metal like crazy. I'd read about that recently. Yeah, I needed more books. Science here had progressed far beyond what we had in my former world. Back there, we never bothered with such trivial things. Magic took care of everything. So much fascinating knowledge overlooked because of it. "Good day to you, young man." A hunched old man greeted me with a smile as soon as I stepped in.
If you're not a healer, protect your back while you can. That's what I always say, but I kept it to myself. Hello, do you sell artifacts? Oh, no, young man, he chuckled, hands raised. All sold out long ago, and there's a long wait list for more. His eyes were sharp, scanning me head to toe. A wait list's a good sign, I said, nodding. In that case, I have something for you. What would you give for this? I held out a fang inscribed with runes. His demeanor changed instantly. He pulled on his glasses, took the foreign object, and examined it intently, even licked it for some reason. I used to think this world was full of savages. Clearly, I was mistaken. He went on to explain the fang's properties, lamenting that it was a minor protective artifact. Everyone only wanted mid-tier ones these days. Apparently this type wasn't in demand. Yeah, sure, I was going to offer to fix his back. Not anymore. And if he got any bolder, maybe I'd throw in a couple of herniated discs. Shame he's already too used to bladder issues. Wouldn't be much of a punishment. Of course, I already knew everything about the fang's properties. Still, I listened with feigned interest. It could absorb 6 pistol shots, maybe 2 from an automatic weapon, or 5 sword strikes from a low-tier gifted, more or less. You could read this in any beginner's textbook. Well, young man, the shopkeeper finally said with a heavy sigh, I'll give you 12,000, not a coin more. Did I hear that right? 15,000? Sounds fair to me. Deal. He got the hint after 5 minutes of me playing dumb. Grumbling under his breath, he counted out the full 15 I claimed. I still think I undersold it, but time is more valuable right now. You could search the whole city for an honest trader and never find one. I also sold him a few coins, bringing my total to 20,000. That loosened his tongue. He started rambling about various artifacts, even brought out a book full of illustrations, assuming I had a whole stash of the stuff in my bag. I listened, not for the properties, which I already knew, but to get a rough idea of market prices. For instance, a mid-tier defensive artifact often looked like a small statue and could absorb up to 120 bullets, but one decent healer's bolt could pierce it without resistance. After half an hour, he realized I had nothing else to sell. With a sour face, he vanished into the back room, hinting that it was time for me to leave. Rude old man. But he'd have time to reconsider. I triggered an enhanced hair growth spell in his ears. By tomorrow, he'd be sporting a silky, luxurious tuft. Was that petty? Probably. But honestly, I went easy on him. The moment I stepped out, I noticed 2 shadowy figures trailing me. The old man had clearly assumed I had more artifacts hidden somewhere and sent spies. Fine, I'll handle them quickly. Makes things more fun. Besides, I'd planned on exploring the city anyway. The innkeeper had marked several places on my map, and I wanted to visit them all before they closed, especially the bookstores.
Knowledge. I needed more knowledge. As much detailed information about this world as possible. I ended up spending nearly half of what I'd earned, but I came away with books on medicine, another one on the healing arts, because not all local healers could be as clueless as the last one, right? Maybe I'd just been unlucky. The rest were cheaper, but no less interesting. Geography, history of neighboring states, dimensional studies, chemistry, physics, and more. Enough reading for at least a week, probably more. I stopped by a clothing store, bought a spare set of clothes and a sturdy, expensive-looking backpack. Now that I could sense rifts, I had a feeling it would soon be filled with artifacts. Couldn't resist a seafood restaurant on the way. I needed to replenish iodine and a few other things. It was pricey, especially for this part of town. Then again, the harbor district during the day was nothing like at night. Now it was peaceful. Seagulls circled overhead, screeching in the blue sky, and well-dressed people walked the streets. "You feathered bastard!" a fancy-looking man suddenly screamed and hurled a fireball skyward. The charred remains of a bird crashed onto the promenade. The man pulled out a handkerchief and calmly wiped bird droppings off his coat. Charming place. I should keep an eye on the sky. The birds here have bad intentions. After a light lunch, I headed to my next stop, the weapon shop. Guns were a rare sight in this city. Not many were allowed to carry them. I'd need to look into the laws before risking it. But bladed weapons? No problem.
I spent 2,000 rubles on a fine quality dagger and strapped it to my belt right away. Next on the list was an apothecary. Unlike the junk shop, this place looked high-end, even luxurious. From the outside alone, I could tell nothing in there would be cheap. They sold healing potions, factory-made and handcrafted. The variety was overwhelming, and every bottle had a different design, like a competition for who could make the weirdest container. Idiots. Maybe focus more on the actual potion quality. I bought 3 for 1,500 rubles. Not even the priciest ones. Didn't need to open them to know all 3 were duds. Still, I wanted to study them and figure out what mistakes the local healers were making. One potion caught my attention. It had traces of life energy, but reeked of necrotic influence. The vendor, proudly calling himself a pharmacist, claimed it was excellent for treating severe wounds and blood loss. And yet, he failed to mention that your liver would be half destroyed after a single dose. Whatever. I'll leave him alone. He probably doesn't even know. Maybe it's good for wart removal. Maybe. The books were supposed to be delivered to the inn, left at the front, under the innkeeper's care. I headed up to my room, looking forward to diving into them. But on the way, I was ambushed. Not by enemies, but by an absurdly polite greeter from a brightly colored cafe. I didn't even realize how it happened. One moment I was walking, the next I was seated inside. Okay, maybe the sign caught my eye. I've always had a weakness for cakes. "It is a great honor to serve such an esteemed guest." The waiter swooped in with a bow. "May I offer you something delightful?" He launched into an endless stream of compliments and poetic descriptions of the menu, but it didn't feel overbearing. He knew exactly where the line was. Honestly, he helped me choose a few cakes and recommended their signature coffee. Coffee. We didn't have that in my world. Just in case, I ordered both it and a familiar aromatic green tea. What if I didn't like it? A minute later, I was drowning in the rich, decadent flavors of pastries and desserts. And the coffee? Strange, but delightful. Oh, what's this? Behind the large cafe window stood a girl, maybe 10 years old, staring unblinking at the cakes on my table. Yes, I'd ordered a lot. The pastries in this world were far better than anything I'd ever tasted. Didn't expect that. Sure, it's unhealthy, but not for me. I can afford to indulge. Unlike the bloated man at the next table, that guy should skip dessert and go for a jog before diabetes catches up with him. Ding! I tapped the glass right in front of the girl's nose. No reaction, not even a blink. I waved, knocked again. Still nothing. Even when I sent a pulse of energy into the glass, she didn't flinch. Just stood there, mesmerized by the desserts, practically drooling. "Sir, I'm terribly sorry. I'll get rid of that little beggar immediately." The waiter darted toward the door. "Stop," I snapped. He froze. "Bring her in." The waiter was clearly stunned, but didn't show it. After a brief pause, he did as I said. The girl, however, was terrified, paralyzed by fear. But at least she looked away from the cakes and stared at me now, trembling from head to toe. I tried speaking to her, but she wouldn't answer, just kept glancing at me with wide, scared eyes. "Bring her the same thing I ordered," I told the waiter. "No coffee, though. Not for kids." The desserts arrived, but she still didn't move. So I took a spoonful of the best cake and gently pushed it into her mouth. That was it. Her defenses crumbled. The flood of sweetness melted her soul, even if she still wouldn't speak. She just devoured everything in front of her, blissful smile frozen on her face. I understood perfectly. I just looked like that myself. I have no idea where she put it all. Just in case, I used a bit of energy to keep her stomach from aching. I'm sorry," she finally squeaked, pausing at the last slice. "Sir, may I take this one with me?" "Bring more," I told the waiter. "Wrap it nicely." Why not? It wasn't expensive, And clearly she hadn't had sweets in a long time. "But listen," I said, turning to her. "Don't take gifts from strangers again. This world is cruel and dangerous. You might not be so lucky next time." She nodded, took the neatly wrapped packages, thanked both me and the waiter, and ran off into the streets. Somewhere in the slums a few minutes later, Marina dashed up the stairs to the 3rd floor like a bullet, completely forgetting her limp. It was like it never existed, even though doctors had said her leg would never heal after the accident. But none of that mattered now. She hadn't tasted sweets in 2 years, and now she was stuffed with the finest cake she'd ever dreamed of. "Grandpa!" she shouted, bursting through the door. From the only room came a grunt. She ran to the bed where the old man lay. "Grandpa, look what I brought you!" "What? What is it?" he grumbled, giving her a stern look. He couldn't move. His legs had failed completely after the crash. "I told you, not all people are bad. You didn't believe me. You argued with me," she shouted joyfully, laying out the cakes on the table for the only family she had left. The old man was glad for her, but furious too. Furious that she hadn't listened, and furious at himself for being so weak.
Back at the inn, later. Books. Nothing compares to the joy of expanding your knowledge day by day. I used to think I'd studied nearly everything in my previous life, but I was wrong. So very wrong. I read until nightfall, flipping page after page. Then I switched focus and picked up my phone. I was looking for information about my noble house and the Countess. Anything. But I found almost nothing. For every other house, there were volumes, but ours, it was like we never existed. No news, no archives, just a few vague mentions on a shady news aggregator. One old article said something about an attack on Bulatova, but there were no details. Strange, but I'll find out myself soon enough. For now, I needed to meditate, to process the energy and knowledge I'd gathered, to sort and store it properly. Almost forgot to open a window. It was winter outside, and my magical purification process made my body heat up intensely. Gotta cool down somehow. I turned off the lights and drifted into sleep. 2 hours later, I snapped awake. 2 heartbeats were approaching. My runes had worked, snapping me out of meditation even mid-process. Good job, runes. In a blink, I rolled off the bed, just as 2 crossbow bolts buried themselves in the mattress. "Think I got him," whispered a voice from the window. "Think? Go check, idiot. Don't give me think," grumbled another. "Yeah, you got me, right through my brand new phone. You owe me for that. Both of you. 2 morons who thought I was dead and entered at the same time. Took me about an hour to deal with the bodies and recycle the energy. Waste not, want not. I'd need every drop in the coming years." My head held thousands of spells and techniques, but my body could handle only a few. I'd love to activate diamond armor right now and laugh at all their guns, but it would tear me apart. My channels would rupture and I'd die. Using a storage crystal instead of my own core might work, but the first hit would still drain me dry. That would eat into my life force. I could maybe take a few bullets, then collapse. Not an option. I'm already preparing better setups, just wish I had more time. Every new spell, every new chain takes hours to design and test. It's not just one spell. I need whole rune chains. That means real work. I was drifting off again when my energy ran low, but fate had other plans. You've got to be kidding me. I leapt out of bed. 2 more heartbeats were crawling toward my window. What is this? Do I have "rich idiot" written above my window? What the hell is wrong with you people? It's not like I'm hiding the high priest's treasure hoard in here. This time, I wasn't going to be nice. I grabbed the already loaded crossbow by the wall and waited. Didn't have to wait long. The moment the window opened, I fired. "Ah, I'm hit," came a cry. "No, you're dead. You just don't know it yet." That bolt came from a world with far more energy than this one. It conducts mana beautifully. I'd embedded a blood-clotting spell inside it. I rushed to the window to catch his partner. And what was up with this idiotic 2-man tactic anyway? Bang! A gunshot, then 2 more. The surviving attacker snapped after watching his friend die and fired blindly. Damn,
That was loud. I hate local firearms. And who the hell brings a gun on a job like this? The last two had crossbows, much smarter. Besides, carrying a gun around here? Big mistake. The law's brutal. If the guards catch you, you're done. You need a license, monthly renewals. Only nobles are exempt. But most nobles avoid guns. They're pretty useless against otherworlders anyway. And they don't work in the other world.
According to one article I'd read, some scholars proposed that the density of ambient energy in the other world caused gunpowder to spoil rapidly. They had no proof, of course, just speculation. Still, there were a few decent ideas in there, but not all of them. See, we had similar phenomena in my world too, and yes, gunpowder worked, it just never caught on. Why bother with it when you can summon a rain of fire? Sure, you could use gunpowder to blow a hole in a castle wall, but why, when you could toss in 10 lightweight artifacts instead? They'd hit even harder. Honestly, it's laughable. Only an idiot builds a castle wall without magic pentagrams or proper reinforcement. And I'm not talking about some broke baron. I mean a serious, fortified clan. Back in my order, when we reinforced our walls, we poured in over 7,000 barrels of solidifier. That stuff cost 6 gold coins a bottle. Let that sink in. All these thoughts were racing through my mind as I chased the last surviving guest across the rooftops. He'd realized he missed. Yeah, he definitely missed. I saw the gun aimed at me and dodged before he even pulled the trigger. Night vision has its perks. He kept firing, but he couldn't land a shot. He was running now, hard. That was until he slammed into a locked rooftop door. Locked, huh? I grinned. He didn't answer, just exhaled sharply and raised his gun at me. Not ideal, not at all. But I was ready. Go on, shoot already, I smiled. And he did. The moment I saw his finger tighten on the trigger, I pushed my reflexes to the max, everything I could squeeze out of my current state. Then I wrapped myself in a flimsy magical veil. A green aura shimmered faintly around my body, thin but as dense as I could make it. The first shot hit my leg. The bullet passed through the veil, but only grazed just above the knee, not even hitting bone. The second shot went wide. I wasn't standing still anymore. He adjusted, aimed for my head. I raised my hand to shield it, and now my palm had a nice little hole through it. With a small pulse of energy, I drew the bullet out, then casually flipped it in my hand. Not bad, I admitted honestly. If I had all my powers, you wouldn't have scratched me with your little toy. He didn't say a word, just drew a blade from his belt and began channeling energy into it. That was more familiar territory. Still dangerous, though. If that blade landed a hit, my barrier wouldn't hold. But that was the thing. I wasn't going to let him touch me. For the first 3 seconds of the fight, I didn't have a weapon. Then he didn't have one. Or his vision, or hearing, or voice. It took me about 30 minutes to break him, to find out who he was and where he came from. Turns out, it wasn't even a proper gang. Just a ganglet. 12 people total. Pathetic. That stung more than I expected. A 12-man squad? Seriously? What's next? Children? The elderly? That's just insulting. I think it's time I paid them a little visit. Show them how wrong they are. If people are going to keep coming for me, they should at least send someone competent, not this bargain bin trash.
Chapter 11. Surprisingly, when I returned to the tavern, no one seemed to care about the gunfire. The innkeeper definitely heard it, that much was obvious, but he didn't even blink. And what if a paying guest had been killed? Oh right, rooms are paid for in advance. Quite the charming place I picked to stay in, even for the short term. Then again, it's common knowledge what kind of people live in this area, and that's exactly why I came here. I wasn't tired anymore, so I started organizing everything I'd learned. While clearing my head, I began preparing myself. I imagine regular people get ready by checking their weapons or whispering prayers to their gods. Healers do things differently.
I performed a full internal diagnostic, checking how my body was holding up. Recovery from my injuries went well, my body shouldn't let me down. That kind of check is essential for any proper healer. In a serious battle, even a microsecond can make the difference. Say you get a tendon sliced or a leg chopped off. So what? You can heal it instantly, but only if your entire system is already running like clockwork and the damage hasn't disrupted vital processes. I also inspected the bone runes. All fine, as expected. I'm no amateur, I'm a professional. I remember one case where a healer tried to become an adventurer and turned his own body into a fortress, covered his bones with self-designed rune chains. Honestly, not bad work for his level, but of course, something went wrong. He had his most active runes on his wrist. During a fight, someone chopped off his hand along with part of his forearm. The rune chain was overloaded with energy. Normally, the runes should deactivate when the connection breaks, but he was special, his stayed active. Out of 20 runes, 8 remained. They reconnected in a way he never intended. Boom. Only the team's shield master survived. He was the one who told the tale. The rest, gone in a flash. Amateur mistake. He could have cast a permanence lock on the chain, would have shut them all down immediately upon disruption. That's why I always inspect my runes. Bullets might damage them too easily if I'm careless. Runes are a fascinating subject. I once met some lunatics who etched them directly onto their souls. That's where the real power lies. But one tiny mistake, and you don't just die, you stop existing. You don't mess around with your soul. While inspecting everything, I mentally reviewed what I'd learned so far. The first group of guests came from a gang, a big one by local standards, around 200 thugs. They controlled the district. The survivor I interrogated kept warning me I'd be dead if I didn't let him go. Later, he was crying and swearing he'd just picked the wrong window. The second group wasn't even a gang, more like a bunch of like-minded idiots, all ex-sailors and locals who believed quick money was the best kind. I had interrogated the first one just out of habit, but the second, I got serious. He told me where their hideout was, what they kept there. Apparently, not much. They blew all their cash on booze and women. Their whole group had just 2 firearms, which they used for their jobs. I tossed the gun. Didn't want anything to do with firearms, not until I fully understood the laws. Last thing I need is prison time in this new world. Doesn't matter if you're innocent. If you don't know the rules, you can end up behind bars anyway. Here they call it a prison. Same thing, I'm sure, and I doubt the treatment's any different. I climbed out the window again. Lately, I use it more than the door. Then stopped to think, where should I go next? Normally, I'd check my phone, but it died a heroic death. Time to improvise. "Hey, guys," I called out to the first group of men I saw. "What do you want? Out of smokes or something?" They laughed. Why is that funny? I don't get it. But I did get one thing. They'd stepped outside for a smoke, and the reek of alcohol coming off them could kill a troll. "Maybe he wants to give us some cash," suggested a bald man in his 40s. They were drunk enough to feel invincible, and that meant they might be just what I needed right now.
"Oh, I'll give you something all right," I muttered, realizing that at this rate morning would come before I learned anything. Time to escalate. I lunged forward to close the distance, just in time to see a fist flying at my face. Surprising. They were drunk, but their reflexes were still sharp. Dodging was easy enough, and I caught the man by the wrist. No games. I ran a quick diagnostic and purged the alcohol from his system. I did it fast, too fast. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed on the spot. "A gifted!" one of his friends gasped. "That's right. Now let me help you too?" No, wait, man, we made a mistake," they stammered, hands raised in surrender. Cowards. Moments ago they were circling me, trying to block my exit. Brave enough when they had numbers on their side. "I've got a few questions," I said, pressing my advantage. "Answer them and you can take your friend. Refuse, and you'll be next." I conjured a glowing green orb in my palm for emphasis. "Pfft, what, you're a healer?" one of them spat.
Then why the hell are you talking like a thug? Oh, I'm talking? I nodded and slammed a sharp strike into his throat. I did bruise his windpipe, but also slipped in a small pulse of healing energy aimed at the trachea. Custom spell, minimal trauma, quick recovery. He won't be drinking for the next 2 days, I noted, as the man clutched his throat and wheezed. He'll be sober in an hour, though. The last man standing looked terrified. By the time I finished, the first one, the purged drunk, had woken up and started whining about how sober he felt. That convinced the last guy to talk. He was eager now, told me everything, including how to find 3 Sailors Street. It was right next to 3 Mattress Street, just off Queen Victoria Avenue. Street names in neighborhoods like this were often chosen by the locals, made navigation fun. Picture this. A man walking through a filthy alleyway at night with a crossbow slung over his back and a sword on his hip. I must have looked like I'd stepped out of the 18th century, which is, ironically, I knew quite a bit about thanks to a history book I recently read. It's strange how this world has mashed together old and new, ancient weapons and modern tech both coexisting. And that's exactly why I like it. It didn't reject either path, it embraced both. Sure, they're struggling with artifacts now, but give it 100 years, they'll catch up. Their connection to the magic world is growing. A few times I got completely turned around, but I always managed to find my route. Gods, I miss the minor memory extraction spell. Amazing thing. Can't use it yet, though. Otherwise, I just asked someone to picture the address and copy it to my own memory. It only works with shallow memories that aren't protected by instinct. Shame I can't use it to pull complex things like magical formulas. Way too heavy. In my world, we had these magical spheres, navigators, that help travelers get acquainted with new places. Useful stuff. So much to do, so little time. The place I was looking for was a dump. It sat in the most rundown part of the district, reeking of fish so strongly I had to suppress most of my nasal receptors. A crooked 2-story shack that hadn't seen a craftsman in decades. The windows and doors were boarded up. The gang accessed it through a hidden passage, loose planks behind the house that opened like a door. I activated heartbeat detection, instantly saw how many were inside and where. That was enough. I wasn't in the mood to wait. I entered and took in the scene. A room filled with crates and sacks, seemed like stolen goods. First box I opened was stuffed with used fishing nets, worthless to me. Second box held rough-cut wooden parts. No idea what they were for. The third was empty. Maybe it had something valuable once, probably long gone. All right, nothing useful here. I should have figured. Still, poking around wasn't exactly safe. The floorboards creaked loudly, and someone was already approaching. They must have heard the noise. He had a flashlight. Flashlight, not a torch. Odd. The monks back home loved their torches in underground ruins. "Who are you?" the man asked, clearly confused by the sight of me.
His face was half asleep, scruffy, and his beard looked like it touched his belt. "Me? Nobody," I replied, raising my crossbow. The body hit the dirty floorboards with a thud. No one else came to check. Since they wouldn't come to me, maybe I should go to them. On second thought, better to scout first. Fighting on the second floor would be a pain, and they were all up there. 8 of them. I made my way up the stairs, painfully careful not to make a sound. Found them mid-argument. 2 of them weren't talking. One was asleep. The other was injured, his stomach wrapped in filthy, blood-stained rags. I only peeked for a moment, but that was all I needed. Memorized the entire layout. One problem. There was a gun on the table, and not all of them looked weak. At least 2 were gifted, though I couldn't tell what type. I'd have to get closer for that. Not worth the risk. Time to make a plan. Sure, I could storm the place and kill them all, but that would burn too much energy. I'm not the kind of guy who leaves things to chance. That's part of why the whole Countess situation pisses me off so much. No clarity, no control. All right, time to experiment. I wandered through the house and found exactly what I needed. Kerosene lanterns mounted on the walls, easily removable. Found a canister too. Filled the lantern to the brim, then soaked the stairs. Now for the easy part. "Hello?
Anyone home? I yelled from the base of the stairs. Heartbeats spiked. 2 of them peeked down to see who it was. There you are, I smiled, shining the flashlight on my face. I'm here to discuss why you sent 2 idiots to kill me at the tavern. By the way, I killed them. They realized who I was immediately, and so did the rest. They rushed toward the landing. Not all of them charged down, but 5 of them were impatient. Get him! Someone, probably the boss, barked. I waited until they were halfway down the stairs. Then I raised my crossbow and fired. The bolt didn't hit anyone, it hit the lantern mounted on the wall, mostly glass. It shattered, spraying them in kerosene. All I had to do then was focus a bit of energy and cast the greatest fire spell every healer from the neutral school learns. Spark. That's how healers across my world start campfires. No artifact needed. Screams echoed as they went up in flames. Did I feel bad? No. They came to kill me. In my world, we didn't show mercy to people who wanted you dead. Highway bandits were hanged or executed. No second chances. The shack, being a rotten mess, caught fire quickly. The entire second floor became unlivable in minutes. To make sure the last 2 didn't escape, I stepped outside and waited.
And there was the first one. They just pulled the boards off the window trying to squeeze through. My bolt flew right in. Direct hit. Quick reload. The last bandit made a break for it. He tried to be careful, dodging and hiding, so I kept firing, even if I wasn't hitting. Eventually, he went quiet. Turns out, the gifted ones charged in first and burned alive. That was the end of that gang. I didn't get any energy from it, but I didn't really spend any either. Emotionally, I felt completely satisfied. My old mentor used to say, "The one who turns the other cheek will keep getting slapped." I didn't bow then, and I'm not about to now. Magic is great, but experience matters too. On the way back to the inn, I didn't bother hiding in the shadows anymore. In fact, I made sure people noticed me. If I sensed a heartbeat, I moved toward it, just to walk past. That little stunt got me jumped 3 times. Each attempt gave me a solid energy boost. Back at the inn, I channeled it into some key enhancements and finally let myself sleep. Just a couple hours, enough to recharge. "Good morning," the innkeeper greeted as I came downstairs. I glanced at the breakfast line. Long. I'd wait. Still, I walked up to him. I had questions. "Morning," I nodded. He stepped aside from the counter, sensing it wasn't idle chat, and knowing full well that lines have ears. "I need to sell some stuff. Clothes, a couple weapons." "Normal stuff?" He gestured to my shoulder, where my otherworldly sword used to be. "Yeah, normal," I smiled. Though I'd eventually sell the exotic stuff too, for now I had enough money. No phone anymore, so he pulled out a paper map from under the counter and marked the spots. I had become familiar with the district, so I found the locations easily. 15 minutes later, I'd sold 2 crossbows, some dark, suspicious-looking clothes, and 2 blades, for a total of 20 rubles. 20. That's it. Honestly insulting. They sent that bunch of losers after me. Oh, I'd be having a word with their boss. This just got personal. Unless I forget. Or something more important comes up. Life's unpredictable. One interesting book and I'll miss an audience with a king. I considered keeping one of the crossbows, but I already had a better one. These were too conspicuous. According to the shopkeeper, only street assassins carried this model. And I'm not an assassin. I'm a healer. I save lives, cure disease, that kind of thing. Though, I've killed more people in this world than I've healed. Some healer I am. As I walked out of the shop, I drifted into thought. I'd seen rifles in there, capable of putting a bullet through someone's brain from a kilometer away, and that changed things. I might not even sense a hostile heartbeat before I'm taken out from afar. Something had to be done. My mind was overclocked lately. Too many ideas, too little focus. I needed to stop spreading myself thin and start with the essentials. Survival. My body was too damn weak. It should be illegal to be this weak.
The simple fix? Reinforce the bones around my heart. Restructure the skull. My outward appearance would stay the same, but I'd gain critical protection. Even better, coat them in rune chains. If damaged, the energy embedded would prevent death and initiate immediate recovery.
But the energy cost? Absurd. That local gang would go extinct before I even finished half of it. Fortunately, this city was overflowing with human trash, just waiting to be harvested. And the docks brought in fresh scum every day. In my old world, this was common practice. If a healer needed material, they'd walk into the worst neighborhood in town. The test subjects came to you, all in the name of magic and science. Everyone knew not to mug strangers at night. You never knew when that stranger might be a healer. The shop I'd just visited was near the waterfront, so I decided to check out the local navy. Who knows, maybe I won't like it in this country. Best to know the exit routes. At the docks, massive ships lined the pier. Most looked like cargo vessels, but one had to be military, bristling with firepower. Would have loved to see it in combat. I spotted a man in uniform talking to two drunkards. After a short exchange, he waved them toward the ship. They disappeared into the belly of that steel beast. So that's how you get hired around here. "Good afternoon," I approached. He gave me a curt nod. He'd noticed the ring. "What can I do for you?" I really should have hidden that ring. I just wanted to ask about pay, jobs, and whether I could sail to another country. Surprisingly, the man was talkative, probably sick of drunken sailors and firemen. He told me everything I wanted to know, and I believed him. Yes, it was a cargo ship. You couldn't just buy a ticket, but commoners often earned passage by working on board. A sailor could make up to 100 rubles a month. Not much, but decent for a regular citizen. There were plenty of positions: shoveling coal, maintaining equipment. Skilled roles required going through the main office, though. This guy only recruited manual laborers. Still, he told me healers were in demand. One trip could earn you 500 to 1,000 rubles, a solid sum even for low-tier aristocrats. Healers were respected, but not too respected. Honestly, they deserved the reputation. I'd never imagined they could be so useless. I shook his hand before leaving, not just out of politeness. The man had answered everything clearly and honestly. For that, I quietly treated his hemorrhoids and started healing his flat feet. One was a side effect of the other. It was good to be an Archmagister. Apprentices had to touch the afflicted area directly. Hands-on healing. That's how you learn. But me, I didn't need contact. Still not going to work for them, even as a healer. Better to get an artifact, pay for a luxury cabin, and travel in style. Selling my counts for that kind of money? No, thank you. I'll heal people for free, but only those who deserve it. Somewhere in the Port District, secret base of the largest local gang. "Boss, those two haven't turned up anywhere," a lackey said, stepping into a dark, half-subterranean room. The man at the desk frowned. "You searched well? The old man swore the mark had money," barked a bald, thick-set man, gnawing on smoked ribs. He hated being interrupted during meals, but losing loyal men was serious business. His gang had nearly 300 members, though most of them were scum. "Sorry, I didn't finish. The Marks sold off their weapons and gear. In our shop." "What?" the bald man choked, coughing violently. His face turned red, veins bulging. For a moment, he spit and shouted, "What the f***? On my turf? And the bodies?"
No sign of them. They're not in his room. No clue where the bodies went. The gang member shrugged. He was always the one to deliver bad news, and oddly enough, the boss never seemed to hit him. Maybe it was his face, plain, forgettable. Buzzed hair, average height, unremarkable features. Quiet voice, calm demeanor, the kind of guy no one ever wanted to punch. "That's not good," the boss muttered, chewing his lip. "If he dumped the bodies near a rival's turf, we're going to have a war on our hands." Then he growled and stood up, ribs forgotten. "This is personal now. Send the bruisers.
Demand a compensation so ridiculous he can't pay." Then his teeth gleamed in a wicked grin. The messenger didn't need it spelled out. He nodded and stepped out to gather the 6 enforcers. A nearby bakery, not far from the docks. Roughly the same time. I had no idea coffee came in so many varieties. Apparently, it's a whole damn universe. Might be even bigger than tea, and I won't rest until I try them all. Same goes for cakes in this world. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about gaining weight. I can eat as much as I want. And across the glass, there she is again, my little cake-loving friend. Only now she's standing outside the bakery selling knit hats and mittens. Business wasn't going well. No one had bought a thing the whole time I watched. I finished eating and walked over, grabbing another slice of cake and a bag of pastries along the way. "How much for the hats?" I asked, pointing to a painfully bright green one with ear flaps and a flower stitched on the forehead. No wonder she wasn't selling anything. I wouldn't wear that even under threat of execution. "Oh, mister," she smiled. 2 rubles each, but I'll sell to you for 40 kopecks. That's just the cost to make it, because you're nice." She blushed. 40 kopecks. I repeated, then pulled out my wallet. I slipped 20 rubles into her pocket where no one could see. "And here's some cake." I handed her the package and walked off before she could protest. Next stop, the bookstore. I didn't even hesitate. I'd finished several books, and since I didn't have a personal library yet, it made no sense to keep them. 6 volumes, anatomy, mathematics, literature, biology, all read cover to cover. Now it was time for something more advanced. Knowledge never hurts. I can't stop learning about this world. I'm starting to love it more each day. And books, my favorite pastime. There are way more of them here than back home. I'd done my good deed. Now it was time for something darker. Balance, after all. 4 rubles, tops. The clerk sighed theatrically and shook his head. The nerve! I could tell he was lying. "I'll give you 10 for this one. Bent corners." "Bent corners? That's fixable." Still, I didn't argue. The slick little bastard paid me about 1/3 of what they were worth, and for that, he now had chronic foot sweat. For life. No one cheats me on books. That's a sacred topic for mages where I come from. I remember when a rare grimoire got delivered missing half its pages, it started a war. "We don't have that book in stock," he told me later, scanning the list I'd handed over. "There's a hardback edition from another publisher, but it's 20 rubles more." It was the anatomy of the skull, something I really wanted to study next. So I overpaid, and I had a feeling he did have the cheaper one in the back. Just wanted a bigger sale. Fine, but now he'll be sweating through his pants, too.
I hate merchants. Once, a king tried recruiting members of our order to set up exclusive healing clinics for nobles only. Paid, of course. And the catch? The king wanted them to secretly create illnesses first. Blackmail by sickness. Once I found out, let's just say he got very, very sick himself. Nothing fatal, just endlessly uncomfortable. Anyway, I got my books and had them delivered to the inn. I didn't return there myself, not yet. Still plenty of time until evening, and I didn't have the energy needed for any serious upgrades. But there was one thing I'd been putting off for too long. Time to deal with it. It was all the way across town, but luckily, daytime in the dock district meant taxis were available, unlike at night. I hadn't seen a single car after dark. I'd gotten the address my first day in the city. Memory's not an issue these days, so I gave it to the driver and off we went, swerving through crowds with practiced ease. The driver, a chatty guy in his 20s, wouldn't shut up. Told me all about his miserable life, said the taxi gig was just a hobby. His real job? Some kind of business. I tuned most of it out. Still, it was more information than I'd gathered in a full day of reading. Whether it was true or not, who knows? I muted my hearing slightly and stared out the window. The dock district really does change during the day. Well-dressed folks stroll around while the night crawlers retreat to their holes like cockroaches waiting for dusk. Soon, the district shifted. We passed rows of 5-story buildings, cookie-cutter apartment blocks. Sleeping district, I think they're called. The kind of place where you almost fall asleep just looking at it. Uniform, boring, but tidy. The streets had proper lighting, and I doubt anyone steals the bulbs. We sped through what looked like an industrial zone. Maybe they make ship parts there? I hadn't studied local engineering yet. But when I saw a giant factory belching black smoke, I got curious. They smelled steel in there, the driver offered. Pour it into molds, ship it out for processing. That's the main casting line. Didn't understand half of what he said. Still fascinating. Before I knew it, we arrived. Good thing I noticed. I needed to get out a bit early. Wait here, all right? An hour, maybe 2, I told him. He frowned. I waved a 30-ruble note. He brightened up instantly, said he'd wait all day if needed. Didn't even ask for payment up front, but I gave him 15 in advance just to keep him calm. His grin stretched ear to ear. No wonder. The ride only cost about 3 rubles. I'd arrived near Countess Bulatova's estate. Well, almost arrived. I wasn't going in just yet. Still had too much prep to do. But I wanted to look, see how she lived, make sure she was safe. I promised to do whatever I could. And right now, I could. So I got out about a kilometer from the estate, deep in the woods, waist deep in snow. Hard going, but necessary. First, I moved deeper into the trees. Only then I circled back toward the castle. Checked for animal tracks. Just foxes and a small family of boars. Nothing dangerous. And there it was. The castle. Yikes. Was anyone even living there? It looked like an army had stormed it a few centuries ago and won, then looted it, then torched it, then walked away, leaving the ruins as a souvenir. A gaping hole in the wall, towers blackened by fire, the interiors mostly burned, crumbled, or rotted away. There was a young birch tree growing through the roof. Several of them, actually. The grounds were overrun with brambles. The outer fence had completely collapsed.
I would have just left, but I felt it. Life. Heartbeats clustered together in one room at the far end of the castle, near the entrance. To detect them, I had to crank my power up to the max, and damn, I nearly groaned out loud from the strain. I overdid it, again, just out of habit. In my previous life, this didn't even register, like a drop of water in the ocean. But those weren't the only heartbeats. I picked up 3 more, deeper in the woods, about 200 meters from the castle. And they were definitely human. I know that rhythm by heart. I dialed the rune's flow back down and quickly recovered, a grin already forming. Something interesting was clearly going on. I headed toward them, curious, though I couldn't rule out the chance they belonged to the Countess. 3 men had set up a tent in the middle of the forest, sitting around a smokeless fire. They'd buried it cleverly. No smoke, not even up close. I stepped out of the woods, waved at them cheerfully, and approached. "Good afternoon. Just one question. What are you doing out here?" I asked with a smile. They didn't answer, just lunged at me. All of them were armed with melee weapons. Luckily for me, firearms aren't exactly popular here. For one, close combat lets you use your gift, and quality rifles are expensive. Junk weapons can't even scratch a gifted one. I just shrugged. If they don't want to talk, that's their problem. They'll talk eventually, just not on their terms. I sidestepped the first sword swing, grabbed the guy's arm, and pumped it with energy, paralyzing his muscles. That's why I love fighting the weakly gifted. They use up way less energy. The stronger ones are more fun, sure, but today I wasn't in the mood to stretch this out. In under 30 seconds, all 3 were twitching in the snow, completely helpless. Killing them outright would have been easier and quieter, but I needed answers. The Countess was clearly in trouble, and if these were her last remaining men, killing them wouldn't exactly be helpful. "So who do you serve?" I kicked the closest one. "I'd suggest answering voluntarily." "Go screw yourself, you forest freak. You even know who my master is?" "That's what I'm trying to find out," I said calmly, "but I'm guessing he's weaker than me." "What? My master is Viscount Snigiriovov, but he's merciful. If you let me go now, I'll put in a word for you. You'll die quick, no pain." "Viscount Snigiriovov, huh?" I repeated, frowning. Didn't ring any bells. Start from the beginning. I knocked the other 2 out cold.
This guy looked like the senior among them, stronger than the others too, so he'd be my target for interrogation. At first he played tough, refused to give up anything, but I know how to persuade people, especially when I realized they weren't with the Countess. That gave me all the freedom I needed. No torture tools required. I just toyed with his nerve endings a little. When your body feels like it's boiling in oil and you can't pass out or die, well, even the toughest crack. To his credit, he lasted a solid 15 seconds. Turned out they were scouts. Their job was to monitor the Countess's movements and report back. There were others too, 3 more stationed near the road on the opposite side of the castle. That's why I hadn't sensed them earlier. More importantly, they weren't just watching. Tonight, Snegiryovov's men planned to raid an abandoned village nearby, part of the Bulatov family's lands. No one lived there anymore, but that didn't matter. They were going to burn it to the ground. Apparently, this wasn't their first attack. The Viscount's people had been systematically torching the Countess's property for some time now. Each assault worse than the last.
As for why? This guy didn't know, but it didn't matter. Snegiryov just made it to the top of my list for mandatory treatment. That was pretty much it. He mumbled a few more things about his master, but nothing I couldn't dig up myself. Then, right in the middle of our chat, he just died, burned through the last of his life force. I disposed of the bodies the way I always do, then headed for the rest of the scouts. No need for finesse this time. I dropped straight into their dugout like a sack of snow and finished them off. I had weapons now, decent enough, taken from the previous trio. Burned them too. Clean sweep. Packed everything they had into my backpack. A good acquisition. It even fit a sword, which I could carry without a sheath. The fabric wouldn't rip, and the weight didn't bother me. Sure, the metal clanked loudly behind me, but who cares? I torched and collapsed their hideout. They'd been watching the castle from there for days. Might catch the Countess's attention, and it'd piss off Snegiryov's men. Win-win. Then I headed back to the road where the taxi driver was still waiting. Good guy. Waited more than 2 hours without complaint. I don't have a phone, so if he'd left, I would have had to run all the way back to town. Yet another reason living in a castle sucks. Gotta get my own ride. Or a driver. Or maybe learn to drive myself. Wouldn't hurt. I dropped into the back seat and stared out the window. This time, the driver kept his stories to himself. Just drove in silence. Smart man. I had a lot to think about. Time wasn't really on my side. Sure, they weren't trying to kill the Countess, at least not yet, and technically I wasn't responsible for some burnt-out village. But I could stop it. I had until nightfall. I had to decide what to do. On the way back, I stopped to buy a new phone. The last one took a crossbow bolt to the face. This time, I bought something tough. Shockproof, impact-resistant. Won't stop a bolt, but it'll survive a fall, and that's good enough. I also saved the driver's number. The guy was sharp, didn't ask dumb questions, drove well. Got me back to the end in just under 40 minutes, and that's with me telling him to step on it. Can I call any time? Well, I usually work until midnight, then again from 7 in the morning, he hesitated. And if I pay today's rate? Then call me any time, day or night. I'll sleep with the phone in my hand, he laughed, and got out to open my door. By the way, I'm one of the few who will drive to this district after dark. Are you not afraid of being robbed? I asked, surprised. Most drivers vanish after sunset. I grew up here. Who am I supposed to be afraid of? He gave a crooked grin, then sped off. Not afraid, huh? Guess he hasn't met the local sailors. Whatever, I was lucky to find him. I'd be traveling a lot, and staying put wasn't an option. Damn, guess you'll have to wait, I sighed, looking at the fresh stack of books. I wanted to open them all, but I could already feel 6 heartbeats outside my door. Big ones. Well, finally. They hesitated for a minute, but then came the knock. How can I help you? I opened a door a crack. Not enough for them. 6 muscleheads barged into my room, eyeing my stuff like they owned it. You owe us money, one of them said, walking up to me. You killed our people. Don't even try to deny it. The boss knows everything. He wants to have a little chat with you.
They clearly weren't the chatty type, went straight to business. "Oh, really? I think this is all just a misunderstanding," I said, taking a step back. "So how much do I owe you, or your boss?" 25 grand, the biggest one shot back without hesitation. He grinned when he saw the fear flash across my face. Hard to fake being scared, even harder not to laugh. Only one of them was a mid-level gifted. Might have had an interesting gift, but definitely not strong enough. I had plenty of energy. The real question was whether it was worth fighting them now. More would just keep coming, and I still hadn't decided how I'd spend my night. So, the show must go on. Whew, I wipe pretend sweat from my forehead, deliberately flashing the Count's ring on my finger. "You scared the hell out of me. Of course I'll pay, if such a respected gentleman is asking. Honestly, I thought it'd be way more. You have no idea what a relief that is." Meanwhile, the goons started pawing at the off-world weapons. Nope, that's where I draw the line. That's just plain rude. "So you're an aristocrat," the big one said slowly. I could practically hear the gears turning in his head. "Easy, buddy. Don't think too hard. You might pop a vein." "Then you owe us 60 grand. That's right." He jabbed a finger at me. "Then you get to walk out of this in one piece. Got it?" "I got it," I said with a somber look. "But I'll only have that kind of money tomorrow. Don't have it right now." "You got 2 days. We'll leave 2 of our guys here, so don't try anything stupid," the brute growled, nodding toward his buddies. One of them was already eyeing my massive sword. He even tried to lift it, but failed miserably. "Once you hand over the cash, we're square. Capiche?" "Of course. You'll get your money." With that, they swaggered out like they'd pulled off the heist of the century. Sure, guys, whatever helps you sleep at night. I immediately forgot about them and sank deep into thought. Stayed that way till evening. Well, not exactly stayed. 2 people downstairs disappeared during that time. Just gone. In the morning, the cleaning staff would have to deal with 2 neat little piles of ash. At least I stockpiled a bit of energy. That's something. So, they want 60,000. But hey, I'm a healer. I can pay in other ways. And when I do, even their mothers won't recognize them. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the port district once again filled with shady characters, drunken sailors, and other assorted scum. I finished meditation and snapped my eyes open. Decision made. "Hey, can you come now? I'll pay 50, just hurry." The voice on the other end was groggy but thrilled. My driver promised to be there fast and ready. I glanced over my makeshift weapon stash. Yeah, I think the crossbow will do just fine.
Chapter 12. Evening. Countess Bulatova's estate. "The intel. Are you sure it's accurate?" The scarred, black-haired woman frowned. The Countess sat in her chair by the fire, her elderly servant standing loyally beside her. He was the one who had brought word of the incoming attack on her estate. "It came from a loyal guardsman, used to serve your house before he was forced to join another," the old man said with a shrug. "I see no reason to doubt him. He loved your family deeply. You know why he and many others had to leave." "Don't remind me," the Countess muttered, shaking her head. She fell silent, lost in thought. There was plenty to consider. Her family's enemies had been growing bolder by the day, constantly launching petty attacks. Sabotage here, vandalism there, and now one of them, a Viscount, planned to burn an entire village to the ground. Sure, the homes were currently empty, but that was temporary. She had hopes of resettling peasants there one day, reviving the land. The thought that she could rebuild, piece by piece, had never left her. No, it wouldn't be easy, but she could find people willing to call her land home. The Countess clenched her fists in powerless rage. She wanted to kill them all, every last enemy. But they were powerful, cunning, and she was all alone now. "Are you coming with me?" she asked, looking at her servant. He sighed heavily. "Of course I am," he said, shrugging again. "How could I let you go alone? I held you in my arms when you were a baby. But," he paused, staring into the fire, "wouldn't it be wiser to lie low? There might be too many of them. You'd be in danger." He didn't mention that he'd probably die.
His life had always belonged to her house. At least, that's how he saw it. "This is my land, my house, and I won't let these bastards do whatever they please here," she hissed. She always looked beautiful when angry. Even the scars on her face couldn't hide that. "You're a true Bulatova," the old man smiled. "But even if we kill them all, they'll still torch the village. I doubt the Viscount sent weaklings." "Do we still have bodies left?" she interrupted. "Yes, the last ones are still there. I froze them and moved them to the cellar. They weren't powerful, though, as I recall. I think we're out of the stronger ones," he said, trying to recall. "But they're fresh. Should do the job." "All right. Then let's get ready. It'll be dark soon." She rose from her chair and headed for the basement. Still some work to do with the bodies.
Late evening, 2 kilometers from the Bulatova estate. "Here's the advance," I said, handing the driver 25 rubles. The guy practically blinded me with his smile, glowing like he just won the lottery. I mean, a single night covering his weekly quota. Who wouldn't be thrilled? "Just a heads up, I might be a while." "No problem, sir. But, maybe I wait in town? When you call, I'll be here in a flash. 1 minute tops." "Sure, whatever works for you." I waved and headed off into the woods. Truth be told, waiting here would have been dangerous. No police around, and who knows what's lurking in these snowy back roads. And okay, his 1 minute was a lie, but I can always call in advance. Snow was knee-deep, and with the moon hidden behind thick lead-colored clouds, it was pitch black. Luckily, that's not a problem for me. Actually, it's an advantage. I searched the net for a decent night vision solution. No dice. What I did find either worked terribly or cost a fortune. There are artifacts that help, sure, but they're so rare they're basically myths. And this Viscount's raiders? No way they have even a single third-rate trinket. People in this world are greedy. Very greedy. That Outworlder could have brought more bolts, but no, just 15, so now I suffer. At least he left behind a decent protective amulet. Might come in handy soon. No illusions here. I'm not invincible in this world. I'm just knowledgeable. My body, though, it's still fragile. Can't forget that. I got here about 3 hours early, and good thing I did. Gave me time to run through the woods, scare off some wildlife, and locate the enemy in advance. I picked up a whole bunch of heartbeats several kilometers away. That many people in the middle of nowhere at night? Yeah, definitely our guys. I dashed toward them, found a heavily armed group around 80 men. They were headed toward the estate, still far off. They were talking loudly, but all that chatter didn't tell me much. Still, their mood was good for now. I'll be fixing that real soon. Eventually, the group split into 2. 50 of them veered off toward the village, while the rest continued toward the castle. Either their plans changed, or those scouts I interrogated lied to me. But I doubt the latter, not under that kind of pain. More likely, they found out the scouts were taken out and decided to go all in, destroy the estate and everyone in it. Forget the village, let it burn. I gave my word I'd protect the Countess, and that means I'll be stopping this squad.
Truth is, they were fewer in number, but stronger. 2 of them were clearly capable, gifted, the rest weaker, but still not the kind I usually deal with. Their weapons? Nothing special, no firearms, mostly swords and axes. Pitch black forest, waist-deep snow, can't see a damn thing. And then one of them falls right into a frozen stream. Swearing, grumbling, yelling, just how I like it. Told you they were in a good mood. But that was just the warm-up. I kept my distance, spying on them through an enhanced vision spell. Costly, yeah, but I couldn't resist watching them stumble through the dark like lost sheep. The spell let me see for kilometers, but with a catch. After 2 days of regular use, a normal person would go blind. The optic nerves literally burn out. And even short use leaves you with a splitting headache. But hey, I'm a healer. What do I care about side effects? That's why I waited. One of them lagged behind the group to take a leak. Did no one tell him how dangerous the forest is at night? Didn't his mother warn him about creepy uncles doing bad things in the dark? Thunk. The bolt struck silently. He dropped into the snow, face first, lifeless. Gifted, huh? I muttered, checking the body. Well, the bolt was more gifted than he was.
Shame I didn't get a chance to absorb any energy. Need to fix that. Maybe carve absorption runes into the bolts. Basic artifact work. Total headache. But it would pay off. Charging every bolt with healing energy to bypass defenses? That's not sustainable. Not that these guys had any serious gear, but I had to assume the worst. The squad lost one man. Not that anyone noticed. Their mission was too simple to bother with things like vigilance. I kept tracking them, amazed at how sloppy they were. For a second, it looked like they were lost, but then their commander pulled out a phone, checked the map, and pointed the way. While they paused, I enhanced my hearing. Can't do that on the move yet, too much interference. But standing still works fine. As they say in my old order, even a bad fish is better than none. Still, nothing useful. Except, one guy was sent toward the road, just in case the Countess tried to flee. Too bad he won't get to report anything. Had to sprint to make it in time. The guy was crouching near the roadside. I looped around behind him and stepped out of the trees. "Hey, got a match?" I asked. He jumped in surprise. Perfect. Gave me time to aim. Another thunk, another bolt to the neck. I rushed in and drained the energy before he fully died. Then I took off down the road. Much easier than wading through snow. The others were already near the castle wall. Looked like they were about to make their move. A castle? Seriously? What kind of idiot clings to a ruin like this? All the sane aristocracies live in manors or apartments now. Only a few dinosaurs still hole up in family castles. And even then, it's one thing to own one, another to actually live in it. Been there, done that. Castles, towers, not my thing anymore. But hey, people have their quirks. I watched for a while. When they began to move, I crept in close. I could have opened fire from a distance, but my plan was to take out the strongest first. One was a mage, the leader and strongest of the bunch. I could feel his power from a kilometer away. The other one was pure muscle, a close second. The click of my crossbow came the moment the mage gave the order to attack.
Perfect timing. He gave the command, I followed through. The bolt struck him in the back, but in the dark, no one noticed. They just kept running. I nailed the second one, too, a weaker gifted. The bruiser had already rushed ahead and disappeared behind his squad. No need to breach the wall, there were already plenty of holes from past attacks. Convenient. Only after the second shot did the panic begin. Confusion. Chaos. I just kept firing, bolt after bolt. No idea what would run out first, my ammo or their nerve. Eventually they scattered, took cover behind trees and rocks. Some switched on flashlights, others lit sparking, hissing modern torches. A few even activated magical armor, but that's useless against my off-world crossbow. Those enchantments are a joke. Looked like they were about to charge. Couldn't let that happen. So I changed my vocal cords and started yelling in different voices. "Nikitin! Fire on my mark!" Thunk. Another one down. I ran to a new position, then shouted in a deep bass, "Commander, the escape routes are sealed. Do we attack?" They were terrified. Silly little theater act, but they won't realize it until after the battle, and by then they'll all be dead. Every last one of them. No one touches the Countess on my watch. I kept yelling, switching voices, pretending to be a full squad. It rattled them, especially the deputy commander. He was screaming at his men, panicked, calling them cowards. And like that, I ran out of bolts. They never even fired back, never charged, just cowered, sweeping the woods with flashlights. I kept moving, firing like it was a shooting range. Time for close combat. Way more fun anyway. Grinning, I pulled a decent-looking blade and strolled toward the nearest victim. Steel met flesh. Blood sprayed across the snow. I poured a bit of energy into the wound, churned the trickle into a gush. Another one came at me. Guy with an axe, charging from behind a stump, wanted to take my head off. Didn't make it. I ducked, slashed him across the belly, and grabbed his throat with my free hand. Amateur. Didn't kill him. Let him lie there and wait. More were coming, flashlights pointed straight at me, swords drawn, boots pounding the snow. Time to boost. Energy to arms and legs, reinforce the skin, strengthen the back muscles, can't forget those, and... Meanwhile, a moment earlier...
"Boria, why are we just sitting here?" one man asked another. They were crouched in the woods, near a breach in the castle wall. "Bates me," Boria shrugged. "The commander knows what he's doing. You get paid to ask questions?" No, fair point. Still, I got a bad feeling." He'd had that feeling since morning, and he was right to worry. The commander gave the order to charge and dropped dead a second later. Still, many had already surged through the breach. "What the—" Boria gasped. Then a bolt pierced his back. He fell face first into the snow, choking. "Shit!" the other man hissed, scrambling behind a tree. The rest started to catch on too. They scattered, searching for cover. Bolts flew from the darkness, each one claiming another life.
"How many? Where are they?" the commander shouted. "Lights! Now!" Flashlights lit up all around, beams darting across the dark forest. No one cared about stealth anymore. They'd already been discovered, nothing left to lose. But no matter how hard the soldiers searched, the enemy kept firing. And now, he was even shouting back. "Judging by the voices, there's no more than 10. The deputy commander growled, a battle-hardened warrior with a powerful gift. If only the commander had summoned a wall of flame like he could have, burned everyone alive. But now he lay motionless, bolt in his spine, no longer breathing. One man trembled with fear. He'd come expecting a quick job, burn down the castle, abduct the countess. Maybe, if things went well, she'd even be handed over to the soldiers as a bonus. But something had gone very, very wrong. There was a wet, choking sound nearby, then the clatter of close combat. He forced his shaking hand to aim the flashlight toward the noise. The beam landed on a shadowy figure towering over one of their own, writhing in agony on the ground. Then, in the dark, eyes gleamed like a cat's. The stranger grinned and advanced straight toward their position. More lights turned his way, and in the next instant, a storm of abilities hit him. Weak ones, mostly. Slow. He dodged nearly everything. Only his jacket sleeve caught fire from a fireball. He casually dipped his hand into the snow, snuffed the flames, and shook his head. For that, he didn't get to finish. A blinding flash ripped through the clearing. Hair stood on end. Then, boom! A bolt of lightning came crashing down from the sky, straight onto the stranger. The blast threw nearby soldiers off their feet. The rest, stunned blind. When they came to, they cautiously emerged from cover. Where the stranger had stood, there was only smoke and thick steam. Some even started to celebrate. "Commander! Holy shit!" said a guy wielding twin axes, impressed. "That guy's toast for sure." "Shut it," the deputy growled. "I can't do that again. It's not my domain. And there are still more of them. I heard different voices." "No need to worry about that," came a voice from the smoke. "I came alone. For all of you." A weak air mage sent a gust through the haze, and there he stood. The same young man, burned and blackened. Charred rags hung from his frame, his body covered in horrific burns and wounds. But that wasn't what made them flinch. It was how those wounds were healing, right before their eyes. Seconds. And the grin, predatory, feral. "You. Who are you? What's your rank?" the commander whispered in disbelief, watching the impossible regeneration. Only someone with legendary healing. But no one could recover like that. The stranger just stepped forward. He picked up a fallen sword, spun it effortlessly in his hand. "Count Bulatov, healer." He shrugged, and with one smooth motion, decapitated a frozen soldier. "And you're my patients." His smile was wide. Too wide. Yeah, good thing I'd left some of them alive. Something told me I'd need them. Now I was lying atop a pile of torn-up corpses, draining the last scraps of life from the barely breathing. My reserves were basically 0. I'd gone all in, more than I ever expected. 10 regular soldiers? Fine. Took 'em down fast. They still managed to rough me up a bit. But the last guy, the deputy commander, he was the real deal. Fearless, too. I had to burn a ton of energy just to give him a cramp in the leg at the right time. Only then could I catch him off guard. After that, it was just execution. Every strike I made, I poured energy into it. He went down. So did I. Collapsed into the snow the second he stopped breathing. And even after draining the last bits of life out of the wounded, my energy reserves were still barely refilled. But I managed to get up, staggered to my feet. And yeah, I was happy, because even in this sorry state, I was stronger now. My source had grown. The fight had been worth it. And yes, growing it naturally hurts a lot less than doing it the artificial way like before. That's why it hurts so much then. It's not how it's supposed to work. This way? Real danger, real combat. When you stare death in the face, the body releases a special magical compound. Mix that with certain hormones, and the source expands properly. It's complex, but it works. Some people can only develop like that. Even for me, this method is better. But how many thousands of battles will it take to reclaim my full power? Tens of thousands? Will anyone in this world even be left by the time I get there? I sat for a while, catching my breath. No way I'm going after the second squad. Not in this state. They don't threaten the Countess directly, so screw it. Time to go. But first, I looted the bodies, packed my bag full of their weapons. At least something valuable. Money's never a bad thing. Still, lucky for me, most of them were barely stronger than your average farmer, and even they were a problem. My brand new, shock-resistant, overpriced phone? Toasted. Literally. That lightning bolt was insane. I'm still shocked I survived it, let alone everything in my pockets. The artifact didn't protect me from magic, and it only had a few hits in it. Drained completely. Recharging it mid-battle? Not a chance. Too delicate, takes time. So I had to use the dead commander's phone to call the driver. Then I tossed it. Heard somewhere that local comms are easy to track. Credit to the driver, he didn't ask questions. Smart guy. Didn't even flinch when a scorched man in tattered clothes threw a rattling weapon-filled backpack into his back seat and collapsed next to it. He just glanced at the empty quiver and asked, "Good hunt?" "Not bad," I smiled, nodding back. Deep night, near the abandoned village of House Bulatov. The Countess and her old servant were hiding in the underbrush, watching the village. They didn't have to wait long. Soon distant lights appeared. The attackers weren't even trying to be stealthy, thinking they could burn it all down without consequence. They were wrong. "Weaklings," she hissed. "Do you think I'm some helpless fool? They sent this rabble." "My lady," the old man said, drawing his elegant rapier, "I don't think Viscount Sigaryov expected you to fight back." A wicked smile spread across his weathered face. "Let's surprise them." She nodded slightly. As soon as the mob got close, she began weaving her magic. The old man leapt into action. Age had slowed him, sure, but his movements could still put younger men to shame, especially with a blade in his hand. There were 50 of them. They didn't burn a single house. Most scattered in panic. The rest fell where they stood, helpless against the Countess's lethal spells and the servant's skill with the blade. She earned a fresh scar too, right over 2 old ones. But it barely fazed her. Just another addition to the collection. None of the attackers were gifted, just ordinary thugs and peasants. She strolled among the corpses, calmly assessing who might be of future use. Then, from the direction of the castle, first a blinding flash. Then, a thunderclap. Inside, she went cold. "He lied. The guard lied," she whispered, her voice trembling with horror. "They lured us away from the castle on purpose." Without a second thought, she bolted toward the estate, the old man right behind her.
Both knew they wouldn't make it in time, but maybe, just maybe, they could take a few down with them. Thoughts whirled in the Countess's head. She'd made a decision, to stand and fight to the very end. The House of Balatov would only fall with her. She'd had no shortage of offers from wealthy men and nobles, all eager to wrap their greedy hands around her name and land. Every one of them got the same answer, no. She expected to see ruins, fire, death, but what she found instead was 25 mutilated corpses. "Oh-ho!" the old man chuckled, taking in the scene. "My lady, looks like you've got yourself an admirer." "Quiet!" she barked, cheeks flaring red. Good thing it was night. He didn't notice. "Check the castle." But it was empty. No one inside. Whoever did this clearly acted alone. The tracks made that obvious. And that's what left her most intrigued. One man, one very powerful man, someone she very much wanted to meet. A new ally, especially now, would be more than useful. A few hours earlier, near the tavern in the office of a respectable healer. "Please!" The girl burst into the room, eyes swollen from crying, clutching a wrapped bundle with little paws and a tail sticking out. The clerk eyed her with disdain, snorted, and asked in a bored tone, "What's the issue?" "My dog! She's dying!" she cried, unwrapping the bundle to reveal a scruffy muzzle. And sure enough, the dog didn't seem to care about much of anything anymore. "Dying, huh?" From behind the counter, a silver-haired, clean-shaven man emerged from a back room. He looked the dog over and sighed loudly. The smirk faded from his face. He only looked interested now because dying patients meant higher prices. But even he could tell, this one wasn't worth the effort. "Please," she whispered, dropping a few coins onto the counter. "It's all I have. Please, help her. She means everything to me." The girl was openly sobbing now. The staff just stood there watching with blank expressions. The old man disappeared again, nodding to his assistant to show her the door. "Take your pennies and leave. A basic treatment is 30, the apprentice said flatly, brushing the coins onto the floor. She scrambled to gather them, trying not to drop the dog. The assistant threatened to call the guards, and that was that. She was out on the street, sobbing harder than ever, collapsed on the muddy curb. The dog meant everything. More than a pet, her only friend, maybe the only one she'd ever had. Boos, just a regular mutt, rusty red coat, barely grown. But she'd fallen ill, bad, worst by the day. And the girl wasn't a healer, but even she could tell. Another day, maybe less, and Boos would be gone. So she just sat there, crying, scratching behind the dog's ear.
"You okay?" came a voice behind her. She jumped. A stranger had stepped out of the tavern and walked over. She noticed the signet ring on his finger, aristocratic. But she was just a schoolteacher, didn't know one noble house from another. Normally she'd avoid strange men, especially in a dangerous neighborhood like this. But now, it all spilled out. Everything. The fear, the pain, the helplessness. He crouched beside her, quietly listening, gently stroking the dog's head. "A so-called healer, he muttered, glancing toward the clinic door. "In a way, it's lucky he didn't treat her." "Lucky?" She looked up at him, confused, his smile catching her completely off guard. "Don't worry about it. You know, miracles do happen," he said, rising to his feet as a cab pulled up. "I have a good feeling Boos will be just fine. You'll see." And then he was gone. She blinked, still clutching her dog. It was late, nearly nightfall, and everyone knew what the streets were like after dark. She ran home. Maria didn't remember how she got back. Her mind was spiraling. The dog, the time. She could lose her. She could lose everything. At home, she collapsed on the carpet, cradling Boos's limp form, rocking slowly back and forth. That was it. She'd run out of options, of hope, of time. She'd pinned all her hopes on that healer. If only she'd had more money. 4 hours passed. Silence. Then, arf! The bark startled her so much she dropped the dog. She'd been prepared for the worst. She'd sat in complete silence, frozen with fear. But now Boos gave another bark, wriggled out of the blanket, tail wagging, sniffing the floor. One moment more, and that scruffy little butt took off toward the kitchen in search of her food bowl. Maria sat there stunned. Then, slowly, her eyes welled up again. But this time, with something else. She whispered, remembering the stranger's words. Miracles do happen.
Chapter 13. Yeah, how the hell did that happen? The brute muttered, shaking his head with a heavy sigh. He was hunched over in a cramped back room, mulling over a recent job, or more precisely, an order from the boss. The task had been simple: shake down a debtor. Standard routine. He'd taken 5 of his toughest guys along, more for the intimidation factor than anything else. He'd even rehearsed how he'd pressure the poor sap into coughing up the cash. But then, the target turned out to be some scrawny aristocrat. You don't see many of those down in the Port District, mostly just pampered runaways with big dreams of setting sail and finding themselves. His first thought was that there must have been a mistake. But no, the boss had been crystal clear about who owed what. Anton sighed again and reached for his mug. Coffee with a generous splash of brandy. He took a sip and stared into space. There was no way that wimpy little noble had killed 2 of my guys. Or was there? No, nonsense. He remembered how terrified the kid looked. Seasoned debt collectors know the look of true fear. They can break people down with nothing but words. That kid had been shaken like a leaf, couldn't even squeak out a response. It had been pure theater on their part, and he bought it completely. Anton replayed the whole thing in his head, over and over. It should have been the easiest payday of his life. Walk in, scare the brat, walk out 60 grand richer. Hell, the idiot even admitted he was an aristocrat, didn't even try to hide it. In this part of town, that's as good as a death sentence. Anton had spotted the noble's ring right away, but waited for him to say it himself so he could jack up the price, more than double. Just in case, he'd left 2 lookouts behind. Not that he expected trouble. The kid didn't have the spine to run. But Anton was a professional. He'd spent his whole life wringing cash and concessions out of people. He knew the game inside and out. Only this time, things didn't go to plan. First, the lookout stopped responding. Amateurs, probably just got drunk. But then 2 more went missing. That's when the alarm bells really went off. His gut screamed that something was wrong. Very wrong. But a boss's order was a boss's order. There had to be someone dangerous holed up in that tavern, someone who'd taken out my men. Still, he couldn't let that brat off the hook either. So Anton called in a subordinate and gave the next order.
"Bring the little brat," the man ordered with a nod. "Take everything he's got and throw him in a cage. We'll run him dry." The decision was made. He didn't like the way this whole thing smelled after his guys went missing. Seemed like someone at that tavern had a problem with being watched, and didn't care that no one even knew who he was. Maybe he thought the surveillance was about him. The worst part? The tavern sat on territory that belonged to a rival gang. What if they were the ones killing his men? What if they used this as a pretext to start something bigger, a turf war? He had to wrap this up. Fast. Wow, I'd forgotten what this feels like. Seriously forgotten. In my past life, the last time I experienced full-on magical burnout, I can't even remember. Probably during the final convergence. That's when I buried half the top-tier sorcerers who, for some reason, always seemed drawn to me like flies. Strange irony. Me, a healer, spent more time killing than curing. Life's funny like that. And now, I scrap with 30 drunk thugs and end up flat on my back. Reality check. I'm nowhere near my old strength yet. But that's fixable, with time and patience. The most annoying part? I didn't even do that much. Attacked at night,
From behind, half of them didn't even know who killed them. And even so, I was spent. Completely. I couldn't even lift a spoon to my mouth this morning, let alone walk. Burnout hits hard. You just lie there, waiting for your source to refill itself. Can't rush it. Just manage the trickle. So that's what I did. Started the regeneration process. Should take about a day, if nothing else gets in the way. And so I lay there, staring at the ceiling. Left heel freezing, right foot boiling. I couldn't even kick one leg out from under the blanket without roasting the other. And there were these tingles dancing up and down my scalp, like ants were throwing a wedding party up there, or maybe an all-out brawl. Hard to say. Point is, I was stuck, lying still, bored out of my mind. If only someone would just bring me a little life energy to bed. Knock, knock. A loud bang at the door. I immediately recognized the heartbeats on the other side. Yep, same two thugs from yesterday. You can tell a person by their heartbeat. It's like a fingerprint, only harder to fake. Unless you're a healer, of course. They'd noticed their guys were missing. Took them long enough. Shouldn't have left them behind if you didn't want them gone. It's open, I called out. Lie. The door was locked. Didn't matter. They knew I was inside. Next thing I knew, the door burst open, and the two of them stumbled in. Whoa, looks like he got plastered last night, said the first brute, eyeing the mess in my room. Whatever. Grab him, said the second, stepping forward and yanking me up by the burnt collar of my shirt. No hesitation, just business. I blinked at them lazily, too tired to care. No way was I going to rip open my inner channels just to deal with these two. Wait, it's broad daylight, said the first one, glancing out the window. Port District's pretty tame at this hour. So what? We say he's drunk and we're friends taking him home. New place, new start. He laughed at his own joke. A cage is basically a second home. Yeah, right. I knew exactly where they were taking me. And as for that life energy I'd been hoping for, here it was, delivered right to my bed. Thanks, guys. Why is he so heavy? One of them wheezed. Big bones, I offered. They ignored me. I'm sweating like a pig. Let's go already.
Hey, what are your names? I asked, as they fumbled to carry me toward the door. We need a gag, said the first. No gag. I'll be quiet, I swear. I gave them my best scared face and shut up. You think I'll actually keep quiet? The guy asked his buddy, like I wasn't right there. Time to end this. I'd absorbed enough energy to get moving again. While they bickered, I ran diagnostics on them both, quietly siphoning their life force. And just like that, there were now 2 piles of dust in my room, next to 2 sets of very empty clothing. I was fully recharged. Grateful, even. They'd tried to throw me in a cage, but they also brought me exactly what I needed. It was painless for them. They just blacked out and drifted off. The whole time they'd been lugging me around, debating whether to roll me up in a carpet or carry me like a sack of potatoes, I'd been working through their systems. Downstairs, I ordered 5 roast rabbits, some vegetables, and a couple of drinks. I drew plenty of attention, stuffing that much food into myself like nothing. But for me, it was necessary. By the time I finished, my body was humming with warmth. Recovery complete. Now, I needed a backup energy source. What happened yesterday can't happen again. Sure, I won the fight, but for me, it felt like a crushing loss. Just 30 weaklings and I'm flatlined? No, that's unacceptable. Time's not on my side anymore. I'd planned to visit the Countess in a month or 2, but that timeline just got shredded. I barely made it in time last night. She should have her own power. She's a Countess, after all. That title should mean something. But in that whole castle, I only detected 2 people. That's not good. Sir, sorry to interrupt, said the innkeeper, breaking my train of thought. Had I forgotten to pay for my room? Nope. Turned out he remembered I'd asked about books. A merchant ship from the Spanish matriarchy had just docked, and the market square was buzzing. Temporary stalls, all kinds of oddities. Everything from pastries to firearms. Legal or not, no one asked. Now that was interesting. I tipped the innkeeper generously and headed straight there. My wallet wasn't exactly full, but hopefully I'd find something worthwhile. The place was packed, nobles mingling with sailors. The port lot was crammed, everything from beat-up taxis to sleek luxury cars. Even someone like me could tell which ones cost pennies and which ones cost small fortunes. The stalls were set up haphazardly, crooked lines, each sailor hawking their wares in broken Russian. Some of them were so eager they practically blocked your path. At least 2 of them had to step away for, long break. I don't do well with pushy salesmen.
Back in the tavern, I'd heard a little about the country this treasure-laden ship had sailed from. Apparently, for over 200 years, women had ruled there exclusively. Sure, men still held authority in daily life, but all the top-ranking positions were female. Kings? Just ceremonial figures, really. I didn't get the whole story of how or why it started. Might need to look it up in a history book. There's one in my room. I'll give it a read later. I'm curious. The market really did offer a bit of everything. Jewelry, clothing, blades, sweets, but most importantly, books. In my old world, books were rare and valued differently. Here, wars have been fought over them. The rare ones aren't just expensive, they're simply not for sale, ever. I hinted to one of the sailors that I was looking for something special, something you wouldn't find in a regular shop, and it had to be about the healing arts. He got it right away, language barrier and all. Winked, vanished into the crowd, and returned less than a minute later, glancing around furtively before opening his bag. Chorny Lekar, he mumbled, holding up a black-bound book with a golden skull embossed on the cover. 5,000. His Russian was broken, but I had a feeling that was an act. His ears twitched a little too perfectly at the conversations around us. I scanned him right away. No fear, no tension. He wasn't planning to scam me. And the book? Yeah, it was something else. Heavy binding, strange golden script on the cover. Old. Not years, maybe centuries old. 5,000 it is, then. He had my full attention. I paid without a second thought, and he quickly tucked the book into my pack. Forbidden. Careful, he muttered, then turned to greet the next customer. Oh, please. What's he implying? That someone might confiscate it? Let them try. No one, past or present, has ever managed to take a book from me. Forbidden books are usually more useful anyway, better than reading dull government-approved fluff and tossing it into the fireplace. Hopefully I'll find something worthwhile in here. If not, no big loss. New knowledge is never wasted, even when it turns out to be useless. Only problem, it's written in Spanish, but I saw a dictionary back at the bookstore, and with that I should be fine. Worst case, I'll pick up a new language. Actually, I've been meaning to learn a few. Might as well start now. As much as I wanted to dive into the book right away, I decided to wander the market a little more. From what I'd heard, the ship was only staying a couple of days before heading to the next port. They never linger. Sell what they can, restock, and move on. A global operation. Any merchant can board, but they pay a flat fee plus a cut of the profits. Clever model. Very profitable. The fair itself was worth the detour. Colorful lanterns, smiling faces, nobles mingling with sailors. It was a whole scene. I stood off to the side for a bit, gnawing on a caramel apple and watching the crowd. Then came the sound. 3 sharp cracks echoed across the plaza. I knew that sound. Portals. 3 of them. Panic broke out immediately. Screams, people ran in every direction, trampling each other in the chaos. Guards pushed forward through the stampede. I moved in closer, needed a better view of the portals. Armored soldiers began pouring out of all 3. Identical gear, purple capes, same insignia, clearly one unit split across 3 entry points. The market's guards didn't hesitate. Gunfire erupted, spellfire lit up the air. Even the nobles joined in.
But the attackers weren't pushovers. They were loaded with artifacts, which is the only reason they weren't wiped out in seconds. Still, the losses mounted quickly, on both sides. These invaders were cutting down civilians without mercy.
Then came the crossbowmen, loosing volleys into the crowd. Not just at guards, at anyone. The bolts were magical, piercing even through weak protective enchantments. Poor bastards. I know the feeling. Strong gifted types are hard to break through. Even my diagnostics barely scratched the surface. Another flash, an explosion rocked the plaza. A nearby boathouse blew apart, showering debris everywhere. A mage had stepped out of one portal and launched a fireball. He was winding up a second when a spear of ice, at least 5 feet long, punched through his chest. He dropped, dead. The caster? A girl, maybe 18. Fiery red hair, freckles all over. Honestly, she looked like she should have had fire magic, not ice. Still, impressive shot. This was getting dangerous. Crossfire, spells, chaos everywhere. Part of me thought it'd be smarter to leave. But who am I kidding? This was a treasure trove of artifacts. No way I was walking away, not while I could stock up. Plus, I was curious. How did locals repel invaders like this? How did the invaders fight? Their tactics, their hierarchy, valuable intel, all of it. After the frontliners came more crossbowmen, then casters. They spread out fast. A minute later, new arrivals came through the portals. Civilians, poor, unarmed, and desperate looking, just like the ones I'd seen last time. But they carried tools, metal hooks on long ropes. Didn't take long to figure out what they were for. The first one to charge out whipped his hook in a wide arc and threw it. It sank into the leg of a man trying to save his wares. The invader yanked him back through the portal, shouting something gleeful. Hunters. They were here to take people. But their plan was falling apart. Their frontline troops were getting slaughtered. Half of them were already dead, riddled with bullets. The rest scattered, trying to regroup, but they were being picked off. The hunters didn't stop, though. They just kept coming, snatching panicked civilians and dragging them back through the portals. Next to me stood a man in his 40s, barely a mid-level gifted, but he stayed and fought, zapping enemies with weak lightning blasts. He wasn't killing anyone, but he was slowing him down, until a hook sank into his leg. He yelped as 2 hunters pulled him toward the portal, but I stepped in first and sliced the rope clean through.
One of them came at me, cocky grin plastered across his face, clearly mistaking me for an easy target. That grin vanished fast. I ducked under his grab, slashed through the tendons in his leg, and before he could even register the pain, I drove a life-charged blade right into his armpit, straight through the heart. Shouldn't have smiled. No artifact could save him. I tore the charm from his neck, yanked the dagger from his ribs, and leapt back out of reach. I'd been a little premature in thinking the guards had everything under control. Sure, they'd taken care of most of the warriors, but more of those hook-wielding hunters kept pouring out of the portals. The plaza was still a mess. Civilians were running in every direction. Some tried to hide, only to realize too late how stupid that was. Others had already been injured, and the hunters were dragging them away. The man I'd helped managed to scramble behind a nearby stall. With some luck, he'd be able to defend himself now. If not, well, I'd done what I could. Nearby, a woman lay screaming, her leg slashed open. No one paid her any mind. Everyone was too busy saving themselves. But her cries? They'd draw attention. The wrong kind. I rushed over. "Come down," I shouted. She screamed harder and tried to crawl away. "Sit still, you idiot! I'm trying to help you." Yeah, full-blown hysteria. Had to knock her out. Fortunately, she wasn't gifted. A simple touch to her forehead and she went limp. I tore off my jacket, wrapped the wound. Nasty gash, bone deep, but survivable. The healing went quickly. No one even noticed. "Ah!" she shrieked as she came to, immediately swinging at me with both hands. I slapped her. "Get up and take your kid, now!" She locked eyes with me, saw something in my stare, and shut up, grabbed her son, and bolted. The boy had been frozen the whole time, just standing there, wide-eyed. Couldn't scream, couldn't run. I couldn't leave him. Not a kid. I remember what that feels like, and I won't forget. I scanned the plaza again. The fighting was still raging. The guards had cleared out most of the warriors and now focused on the wave of hunters still spilling out of the portals. Yeah, I'm calling them that. They were clearly here to snatch people and drag them off. They could fight, sure, but mostly thanks to their defensive artifacts. It took a lot of bullets to drop one. One of them spun his hook and flung it at a noble. The man dodged and retaliated with a blade of wind. Magic cut right through the defense. Others weren't so lucky. 2 hooks hit a young guy, dragged him screaming into the portal. I even saw one hunter hit another by mistake. While they argued, a passing noble fried them both with a gift. A group of guards drew their swords and charged in. To my surprise, they made quick work of 9 hunters. All of them were mid-level gifted, fully using their powers. Light bursts, electrified blades, blazing fists, pounding enemies into the ground. Then I noticed something strange. A heartbeat, but no one there. I focused and saw him, a camouflaged hunter, not truly invisible, more like a chameleon, blend-in magic. He held a harpoon, aimed right at a small group up ahead, a woman, her child, and 2 guards. He was aiming at the kid. They really did like taking children. Maybe they fetched a higher price, or maybe it was just easier. Either way, I was going to have questions, and I'd need a prisoner to answer them. I hate seeing children suffer. I didn't hesitate. The hunter was about to fire, too far for me to reach in time. He'd fire before I got there. So I sprinted, straight toward the kid.
Baroness Lugovska deeply regretted bringing her son to the market. A pleasant outing, she'd thought. Just a stroll, some sweets, a little spectacle. She didn't expect portals to rip open in the sky. They were far from the exits when it happened, at the far end of the plaza. Now they were fighting through a storm of panicked bodies and armed invaders. "Milady!" one of the guards yelled. "Look out!" A stranger was sprinting toward them, fast, agile, cutting through the crowd. The guards noticed just in time. "Stop!" one of them barked, raising a shimmering shield in his path. The man dodged it like it was nothing, then shoved the guard in the chest. The huge man flew backward, landing hard. A sharp metallic click rang out, and in a blink, the stranger launched forward, diving at the boy. "Help him!" the Baroness screamed. She was the first to understand. A harpoon had struck the man. Lodged in his backpack, it was already pulling him back. The guards hesitated. They were here to protect the Baroness and her son, not some reckless stranger. But another fierce shout from the noblewoman snapped them into action. They yanked the bag off, pulled him to his feet. Meanwhile, the Baroness stared at the one who tried to steal her child. A hunter materialized from the air. He looked bored, annoyed at being interrupted. He sighed, pulled a glowing crystal from his coat and smashed it against the cobblestones. A new portal opened, and he vanished inside. "Are you all right?" the Baroness asked the man. Then recoiled. His eyes. The moment before, he'd saved her child. Now it was as if she stood before something else entirely. "I'm fine," he growled, "but something of mine got stolen." He walked to the portal and stepped through. "What just happened?" one of the guards asked, stunned. "Did he just kill himself over a backpack?" "Maybe it had something valuable in it," the other replied with a shrug. "But going into a portal without a mana filter? Poor guy." "Milady, are you okay?" the first guard asked, noticing her frozen expression. "There," she whispered, pointing behind them. The man was walking calmly across the plaza, backpack in hand, harpoon still sticking out, and dangling from the strap, a severed arm tattooed with hunter markings. No one stopped him. He disappeared into a nearby alley, leaving the market in stunned silence.
Chapter 14. What kind of monster shoots at a book? A person? Fine. Even a good person? Still somewhat understandable. But a book? What the hell did the book ever do to you? That thought was stuck in my head as I made my way down the street, clutching my backpack to my chest like a wounded kitten. I'd nearly lost it. My fault, being weak. But whatever. I would have hunted that idiot down no matter what, book or not. Even if he turned invisible and hid in the king's own bedchamber,
I'd find him. People were still running through the streets in panic, bumping shoulders and not looking back. Sirens wailed and armored vehicles rumbled past, pushing against the tide of civilians. Soldiers, too, armed to the teeth and flooding in the opposite direction. The machinery. That was something I had to study closely. The more I saw of it, the more I liked it. My old world had none of this. We relied on magic. Technology was barely a curiosity. Why invent electricity or light bulbs when you could just make an artifact that glows for a month straight, no recharge needed? One reactivation, and you're good for another month. Efficient, simple. But this world was something else. So many inventions, so many directions to grow in. It was intoxicating. I had so much to learn here. Honestly, I wouldn't mind owning a tank, just to see the hunters' faces when it fired a shell. Shame they arrived too late. There was barely anyone left to shoot at. Once the military convoy passed, I crossed the street and stepped into the bookstore. A little bell above the door jingled, but the shopkeeper didn't look thrilled. His face said it all, like I was the cause of all his problems. Yeah, well, let him sulk. If I wasted energy on every frown and glare, I'd be dead within a week. Besides, I could already feel my pancreas complaining. Pain was coming. His grimace would come later. Spanish-Russian dictionary? The man asked, surprised. Planning to sail off with the market? He chuckled. But when our eyes met, he shut up real quick and disappeared into the back room. He felt it, that tingle down your spine when you know you just said something you'll regret. He even almost forgot to take the money for the book. That's how badly he wanted me gone. I didn't stay long either. Didn't need anything else right now. I wandered back onto the street, deep in thought. Not even the echo of explosions from the port could shake me. Soon, those faded too. Guess the invaders ran out. Time to relax. I cut off the bastard's hand and left him a souvenir. He wouldn't be shooting at books again, that was for sure. If anything could calm me right now, it would be women, liquor, or books. The first two were off the table. Women here came with more diseases than charm, and good booze, not a drop in sight. But books? Yeah, I had one. Even if it turned out to be nonsense, I'd at least learn some Spanish. I honestly don't remember how I made it back to the inn. I was so caught up in anticipation that the innkeeper didn't even ask how the market trip went. He already knew. I bolted upstairs, burst into the room, cleared the table, and finally breathed. I laid out my books, hands trembling slightly. I'm telling you, hey, bastard! Breathe. Calm. I got up, closed the window. Didn't punch anyone, though the guy downstairs was asking for it. I even shut the curtains. Needed full isolation. Thankfully, I had a lamp on the table. I turned it on, took a deep breath, and turned my focus back to the prize.
Didn't help. The sailors downstairs were rowdy tonight, hell-bent on getting punched. But no, I would not get distracted. I blocked out the noise, let my eardrums go metaphorically deaf. Besides, my passive heart rate scan was still active. I wouldn't miss anything important. Good book. Old. Solid. First, I studied the cover. Sturdy. Harpoon didn't pierce it completely, though it did some damage. Luckily, I'd pulled it out carefully, just left a hole, dead center of the golden skull embossed on the cover. I opened it and ran my fingers across the first page. There was a faint scent. Necrotic magic. Old. Very old. Intriguing. The next 2 hours vanished. I was completely absorbed, devouring every line. The writing was rich, mysterious, the craftsmanship superb, pure joy. Only, it wasn't in Spanish, not modern Spanish anyway. It was in Old Castilian. And that's a whole different beast. My dictionary? Useless. Half the words weren't even listed. I'd need another one, immediately.
By the time I looked up, the sun had started to set. I had to move. Bookstore would be closing soon. I threw on my coat, rushed out into the hall, then stopped halfway down the stairs. No way. Not again. I ran back, wrapped the book carefully, and stuffed it in my artifact-filled backpack. Only then did I head out. The innkeeper tried to say something, but I waved him off. No time. The streets had quieted down. Gone was the chaos of earlier. Military trucks crawled back toward the highway. A few squads still lingered, but this was cleanup duty now. The plaza was probably clear. I reached the bookstore just in time. The look on the shopkeeper's face was priceless. He was already locking up, saw me, panicked, locked the door faster, started shutting the shutters. But I can be persuasive. He let me in. Old Castilian? He blinked. What for? I just stared at him. Calm, slight smile. The kind of look you give a lunatic who just tried to hug a beehive. Took him 2 seconds to realize his mistake. Right, 1 sec. Turned out he had one copy. It had been gathering dust in the back for 5 years. No one wanted it. Until now. I happily paid 100 rubles, carefully packed it away, and felt the tension in my chest finally release. I could go back to my room now, reopen the book, and finally dig into it properly. At least that was the plan until I got close to the tavern. My heart sense had become second nature by now. Same with passive diagnostics. Barely consumed any energy, but the intel was gold. I'd learned a lot about this world's illnesses, many of which clearly came from elsewhere. Side effects of the convergence. Not surprising. Disease transfer kills more than war. And now, familiar heartbeats. Some of the thugs who visited me before were back. One, probably their leader, was inside, talking to the innkeeper. Others lingered outside, shady types, standing still, keeping quiet, watching the exits, eyeing the windows. Especially mine. So, they'd finally decided to move on me. Took them, 3 tries? I was curious how this would play out, so I crept close, ducked behind a pile of junk in a nearby alley, and started observing. "Hey man, what the hell?" A raspy voice said beside me. Oh, not junk. A hobo. "Here, go for a walk." Quietly. I flipped him a coin. His grin bloomed like a sunrise, and he disappeared without another word. I tuned in, vision and hearing sharp. Outside, the grunts didn't even know why they were here, whispered about being on foreign turf, trying to avoid attention from the district boss. Other than that, just chatter. Inside, though? Interesting. The big guy, the one who'd visited me, was interrogating the innkeeper. A few more were ransacking my room. They found the sword, the crossbow, some other gear. I instinctively touched my backpack. Good thing I brought the book. Everything else? Replaceable.
Same time. Ground floor of the tavern. Just tell me where he is. You know as well as I do, neither of us wants any trouble, the big man said calmly yet firmly, his eyes fixed on the innkeeper. They sat at a large table on the ground floor. No one else was around aside from the occasional gang member passing by, whispering updates to the brute. But the innkeeper looked unbothered, simply shaking his head in response to the bandit's repeated questions. "You're not wrong, Anton," the innkeeper finally said, nodding slowly. "You don't want trouble, and you won't find anything here." "Boss, his room's clean," one of the thugs reported, stepping into view. "Same with the others. Nothing." There'd been some angry shouting from the upstairs rooms earlier, but no signs of a fight. That's because Anton's men had searched every room, looking for someone powerful, someone who'd already taken out 4 of their own. "Where's the brat?" Anton repeated, his voice a little sharper now, but the innkeeper just smirked. "I could call the old man, you know. This is his turf, remember?" "Don't push it," Anton grimaced. He glanced toward a couple storming out of the tavern, clearly upset that a bunch of thugs had burst into their room. They'd wanted a refund, but chose silence instead. "I really hope the kid's long gone," the innkeeper said firmly. "Even if I knew anything, I wouldn't tell you a damn thing. Now, get out of my tavern and don't forget to pay for scaring off half my clientele." "You should watch your mouth. You're forgetting your place." Anton started rising from the bench, but the tavern doors burst open. 2 muscular guards held them wide, allowing a hunched old man to step through. He wore a fur coat and a ridiculous glitter-covered pink hat. He smiled into his beard and headed straight for the table, plopping down beside them. "Antoshka, you lost or what? Or did I miss something and this ain't my land anymore?" the old man rasped, grinning at the brute. Anton opened his mouth to speak, but the old man cut him off. "You've got 5 minutes to leave, and I want your boss in my office tomorrow. If not, I'll come, and that will be a very different kind of talk." His face darkened. Anton didn't argue. He quickly ordered his men to leave the tavern. No one wanted to cross the mad old man. Too many stories. The kind where enemies go into a portal and don't come back. "Thanks for coming," the innkeeper finally exhaled. He'd seemed calm, but tension clung to him. He'd been ready to fight if needed. "Of course I came," the old man chuckled. "As long as you pay for protection, you'll have no problems." Then his tone shifted. "Now, tell me, who were they after? Nobody stirs up that much noise for nothing." The innkeeper had no choice. He told the old man everything he'd noticed. Years of experience had trained his eye to spot oddities, and that boy, something about him was different. The old man didn't seem too interested in some runaway kid, until he heard who was looking for him. "All right, you're free to go." He waved the innkeeper off and motioned to his right-hand man, a wiry guy in his 40s, who quickly came over. "Find out who the boy is. Everything you can," the old man ordered, handing him a piece of parchment with a crest, a crossed sword, and staff. "That's the Bulatov family," the assistant said instantly. "We've got a contract on them. Remember? Their village was torched a few weeks back." "Really? I thought only a girl and a servant survived. Now this is getting interesting. Find him. Bring me the boy." "He could have already sailed off on the first ship he found," the assistant said cautiously. "You'll find him," the old man smiled coldly. "Or else you know what will happen." The assistant flinched and sweated. "You understand?"
Meanwhile, they set me up well. If I'd been in that room, it would have been a hell of a fight. No way I'd have gotten out quietly. But I wasn't there, so what's the point of overthinking it? Still, it stung to watch them haul off my things like it was nothing. At least I had the sense to grab the book and a couple of artifacts. Never leave the important stuff behind. Now every lowlife in this district is after me. The streets are crawling with mercs. So what? Let 'em look. I'm already a step ahead. I brushed off the debris and crossed the road. Taverns are a dime a dozen in this port. Why go far when there's one right across the street? "Watch where you're going." I accidentally bumped into a thug. Plenty of his kind around here. And it's not like he wasn't standing in the middle of the damn path. My bad. I shrugged. He grunted something but didn't swing. He had orders. "You waiting for someone?" "Yeah, brat like you, and I beat it, don't bother me." He waved me off. "Fine by me. You sit there and wait. Gas leak's about to start, enough to power a whole damn generator." I slipped into the next tavern, then stepped right back out just to double check. Yep, different place. Only real difference was the barkeep. Tall, shaved head, no beard. Quiet type. He just took my money and handed me the key. No questions. Perfect. I climbed the now familiar stairs, found my room, and locked the door behind me. There are some differences after all, I muttered.
sinking into the bed. Softer mattress. Comfier. So maybe all that chaos worked in my favor. The day had been chaotic, and I was drifting into sleep until a thought hit me like a slap. I'd killed 2 guys. Okay, 4. And they'd sent 2 full gangs, nearly 100 men combined. I didn't know all the laws of this world, but if 4 thugs warranted this much attention, then what the hell was happening at the Countess's estate? I had left behind 30 corpses there. Sleep vanished. I grabbed my phone and called the only number I had saved. After a couple of rings, a sleepy cabbie picked up. Where to? Nowhere. Just need a favor. Know anyone who does jobs on the side? Dirty work? Not exactly clean, but I'll pay well. No killing, though, I added. He sounded relieved. Who needs killers when I do the job just fine myself? We agreed he'd stop by in 15 minutes, so we could talk in person. I hung up, headed downstairs and ordered some food and a drink. Everything goes down easier with alcohol.
A short while later, the cab driver showed up. While he ate and drank, I explained what the job would entail. The alcohol must have hit fast, helped a bit by me, because he just sat there chewing, nodding, and occasionally calling someone from his contacts. He ate like he hadn't seen food in days, anything and everything, as if trying to fill his stomach before someone changed their mind. I guess that's because I was footing the bill. From now on, there would be 3 lookouts stationed near the Countess's castle. Their job, watch her, watch the surroundings, and report anything unusual directly to me. The driver's responsibility would be managing their shifts and rotating fresh people in. They couldn't exactly live in the woods forever. "What the hell are you doing?" he hissed at me, eyes wide, when I casually laid a 1,000-ruble note on the table. It was a starting fee, should be enough for now. He immediately covered the money with his sleeve, glanced around nervously, and tucked it into his inner pocket. "You flush that kind of cash around here, you're asking to get your head blown off." "I haven't blown mine off yet," I smiled, shrugging. "So we're good?" He nodded quickly and promised to handle everything just right. "Wait," he leaned in close, glancing around before practically whispering, "why'd you call it a dirty job? Sounds like it's just surveillance, or is there something more to it?" "Well, they'll be out on the streets. You ever seen clean work on the streets?" I asked, genuinely confused. That shut him up. He left looking thoughtful. I went back to my soft, glorious mattress. The Countess would be under watch now. And if anyone came seeking revenge for the guys I killed, well, they'd die too. That thought followed me as I sank into bed. Still didn't miss that otherworldly sword and crossbow. The bed was worth it. I'd get new weapons. Not a big deal. 2 hours later. Deep night. "Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll never forget this. I owe you my life. Anything you need, just say the word." Well, that about summed it up. For the first time in this world, I'd actually earned something with my profession. I helped deliver a complicated birth, used my energy to ensure everything went perfectly. No deaths, everyone healthy and happy. Especially the sailor, a huge 2-meter brute, mid-tier gifted, now on the verge of kissing my hands, tears rolling down his face. Poor guy was completely overwhelmed. Honestly, it wasn't hard for me. I'd never delivered a litter of kittens before, but the principles were the same. You just have to know which life channels to tap into and how to guide the flow. It all started when I was rudely awakened by inhuman screams. Sounded like a beast. Turns out it was. Then came the shouting, the stomping, the general chaos outside my door. Curiosity got the better of me, so I left the warm bed to investigate. What I found? Still not sure. Dozens of burly sailors, all mid-tier gifted at least, running around like headless chickens, panic on their faces. One huge guy was barking orders, swearing at everyone. Then I realized what was causing all the commotion and almost laughed. "Seriously? You're all freaking out over a cat?" a guy chuckled from another room, stepping out to take a look. He got punched in the mouth so hard he slid down the wall. I stopped smiling too. I mean, cats give birth. What's so funny about that?
Helping her was simple. I shoved aside the panicked men, did my work in 5 minutes flat, the cat calmed down, and 6 tiny furballs were transferred to a cozy little basket. I never imagined a 2-meter tattooed sailor with fists bigger than my head would cry like that from sheer relief. Getting out of his grateful bear hug was harder than the birth itself. I managed by saying the cat needed attention now. He instantly scooped her up like a baby and started gently rocking her. I slipped out while he cooed. But not back to bed. Since I was already up, I decided to take a stroll through the nighttime city. The cabbie, now a bit tipsy, was extra chatty. For just 20 rubles, he called a few of his contacts and gave me some valuable info on my new enemy. And yes, enemy is the right word. This was the gang that looted my room, the same gang that makes its money through certain establishments, one of which just happened to be nearby. The streets were unusually empty. Wind and sleet kept most people inside. The icy pellets stung the face, got in your eyes, even slipped under your clothes. Flickering lamps swung in the wind. The few pedestrians rushed past, huddled in coats. The only signs of life came from a nearby casino, where I spotted a couple of guards beating a man. They stopped as soon as they saw me. "Evening, sir," one of them said with a crooked grin, holding the door open. I shrugged and stepped inside, grateful for the warmth. Poor guy, probably won a couple 100 rubles too many. Word from the cabbie was if you won here, they'd find you later in an alley, beaten. But tonight, thanks to the weather, they stopped him right at the door. Casino looked just like I imagined. Inside, a hostess greeted me with a free glass of sparkling wine. Smart move. Drunk clients are easier to fleece. I took the glass with a polite smile and headed in. The place was big and bright. Colorful lights on the ceiling and walls, a bar area with little tables. Half-naked, gorgeous girls everywhere, just enough to keep the players distracted while they got robbed blind. Gaming tables were set up all around, along with strange slot machines. Something for everyone. We had casinos in my old world too. Same tricks. Gambling's universal. Orcs, for instance, turned it into some kind of manic cult. The games varied. One guy, casino staff, deals himself some cards, looks at them, then tells you 21. You have to guess if he's lying. Say yes or no. I watched 3 people in a row lose. Their bets gone to the house. I saw others at the dice tables too, also losing hard. The dice must have been rigged. Sometimes they'd win, just enough to keep hope alive. Roulette seemed a bit more fair, probably where that beaten guy had his lucky streak. Tons of games, but I wasn't overwhelmed. I had 2 goals, make some cash, and if I got lucky, pass along a little message. "I don't believe you," I told the dealer, locking eyes. He smirked. "I'm watching your hands," I added. "Trouble with your fingers? Can't switch cards like before? Thought I'd fall for that?" It turned out you had to guess right multiple times to win. I didn't read the rules that carefully. Still, after a few losses and 4 wins, I moved on to another table and ran the same routine with a second dealer. I'd seen him con an old man earlier. The geezer had no business being here. Still, it pissed me off. Now both dealers had a problem. Their card tricks? Not so smooth anymore. I tweaked a few tendons and joints in their fingers, just a little inflammation, nothing serious, but now their hands wouldn't be nearly as flexible. Permanent damage, too. No one here could heal that kind of thing.
"Hey, kid, don't even try," the man muttered, shaking his head. "This table's cursed tonight. I won once, now I've lost it all. Even owe them money." I've always been amazed by how blindly people believe in luck. The scam reeks from miles away. They let you win once, and instead of walking away, you keep coming back. I didn't answer, just sat down at the table. "Your number?" asked the casino staffer. From what I gathered, the game was simple. Pick a number, roll the dice, whoever gets closer wins, 1 round at a time. 12, I grinned. He mirrored the smile. Let's see how this goes. I tossed in 10 rubles and rolled the dice, eyes narrowed as I watched the magic at play. Just as I suspected, there was a minor artifact rigged beneath the table. It tugged the dice to land how the house wanted. What's hilarious is that this artifact wasn't even meant for cheating. It's a medical diagnostic tool, originally used for detecting fractures and bone issues. Makes sense that it manipulates dice made of actual bone, but in a world like this, where people barely know how to use magic, it's like giving a grenade to a monkey. I could fuse those dice together right now, reshape them, animate them briefly. A neat trinket, slightly damaged, but usable. I spent the next 2 hours hopping between tables. Let him win a few times so it didn't look suspicious, but mostly I cleaned up. When too many eyes started tracking me, I cashed out and left. Almost 20,000. As I made my way to the exit, gamblers watched with envy, staff with hidden resentment or smug anticipation. The girls pitied me. They all understood there's no way I'd walk away with that money, or my health. Outside, the weather had gone from bad to worse. Wind howled, clawing at my hat.
I buried my face deeper into my coat and veered off the lit street, ducking into a dark alley. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw them, 3 bruisers charging out of the casino. They scanned the street, clearly looking for me. I made sure to let them spot me. "Hey, looking for someone?" I waved. They bolted in my direction. "You!" barked the first one, jabbing a finger at me. "The manager wants a word. You cheated!" "Oh, sure. When the house wins, it's just your bad luck, but when you win, you're suddenly a cheater." I considered talking, but with this weather, I wasn't in the mood. And honestly, I only needed one of them to talk. They were all big guys, but only mildly gifted. Twisting their bodies was child's play. The first took a reinforced punch to the jaw. Bone cracked, he dropped like a puppet with cut strings. The second reached into his coat, never a good sign. I made sure he didn't finish. A flurry of blows shattered his face and dropped him cold. The third tried to run. Bad luck, his leg cramped up. I had already pinpointed his weak spots and planted a little spark of energy. One tap, and he was down. Answer quick, and you get to sleep it off. "Screw you. Ah!" One finger snapped, then another. He screamed until I muted his voice. "Just give me the address. I won't kill you, promise." I started draining his life force. Not all of it, just enough to get some compensation. He'd live, long enough to crawl back and tell them who they messed with. He caved fast. I got what I needed, then, broke the rest of his fingers out of spite. "Hey, I'm not a monster. I healed the bones afterward, just didn't take the pain away." I told the sole witness nearby, "You didn't see anything." "Squawk," the rat replied.
"Go ahead. Take his ear." The rat had been watching the whole time. It scurried over eagerly to claim its reward. I headed for the address he gave me, the place where the gang kept their hostages. The taxi driver had warned me about it, said it was the kind of place you just don't mess with, which of course made me want to go even more. Honestly, I would have found it sooner or later. That place reeked of necromancy, the kind that seeps out of basement walls. Even the weather seemed to avoid it. I circled the building slowly, studying it. Inside, 16 people. Most were in the basement, barely breathing, barely moving. Hostages, probably. Or maybe it was a cult meeting. 3 guards total. Only one of them was moderately gifted. Didn't need long to plan. Knock, knock. I gave the door a soft rap and waited. After a minute, one of the guards opened up right before a dagger found its way into his brain. Hard to pierce the skull unless you know exactly where to stab. Hit the right nerve cluster, and it's over before they even scream. I stepped inside and quietly locked the door behind me. "Kolia, what's going on?" a voice called from the lounge. That was the second guard, weak, distracted by the TV. Didn't want to wake the stronger one, so I snuck up on him while he sipped from a giant mug. A clean stab through the ear ended that. Still no alarm. The last one, the gifted guard, was asleep. I drained him first, then popped a few vessels in his brain. He would have died soon anyway. I just helped him along. His room held some cash and a key ring, probably for the cells. I searched the building, just in case. Nothing but grime, filth, and one nasty kitchen. No weapons, no resistance, just cages and misery. I masked my face and headed to the basement. Unlocked the first cell. The man inside just stared at me in terror. "You're free," I told him. He backed away. "Great. Probably thinks I'm part of the gang, come to finish the job." "Anyone want the keys?" I jingled the ring. A voice answered, young guy, maybe 20, fresher than the rest. "Yo, I'll take 'em. Thanks, man." He laughed, realizing I wasn't the enemy. I tossed him the keys and walked out of that cursed house without looking back.
I hate breathing in necrotic energy for too long. Sure, I could block it off with a couple of runes, but honestly, for rare moments like this, easier to just deal with it. Crack. Damn it. Rotten stairs. Almost snapped my leg clean through. Good thing I'd reinforced the bone and knee joint in time. Necrotic energy speeds up decay. This was a prime example. I wasn't sure if the prisoners would try to escape or just sit there, waiting for fate. They hadn't seen my face, only heard me cursing at a step.
And I'd disguised my voice anyway, so even if they did talk, no one would link it back to me. Still, I didn't want to leave just yet. Sure, I came for energy and got my fill. But I had one more thing to do. Leave a message. So I went over to each of the bodies. Yes, the dead don't walk unless a necromancer raises them. They lay exactly where I dropped them. Next came a slightly more complicated spell, but I figured the effect would be worth it. I watched as blood began to seep from every hole in their bodies, eyes, ears, mouths. Within minutes, it looked like a blood pipe had burst in the room. Utterly useless, but dramatic as hell. That done, I turned to leave. But then, "Hello?" I gasped into the phone, putting on a panicked voice as soon as someone picked up. "Police? Oh God, please, you have to come. It's horrible. Blood everywhere." I gave them a rough address, described the house, the street, the scene, and hung up. The phone clattered down an alley drain, never to be found. I stepped out into the cold once more. Ugh. The snowflakes stabbed like icy needles, piercing straight to the soul. No way to shield yourself from them. And the wind, biting, constant, howled through the streets. I stuck to the better lit parts of the road. Not a soul in sight. Even the usual drunks had scurried off to their holes, nursing bottles in the warmth. The flickering street lamps swung and creaked in the wind, casting long shadows. The night was grim, oppressive. Even the wind had taken on a strange tone, like a chorus of children singing softly in the dark. "Don't be scared, little friend. Have a pie instead." I froze beneath the swinging lamp. Despite the cutting wind, cold sweat instantly drenched me, because that was a child's voice, singing, somewhere ahead, just beyond the darkness. Yes, I was an archmagister. Yes, I'd lived for centuries. I'd faced monsters, fought dragons, spoken with ghosts. But things like this, they chilled the soul in ways no demon ever could. And then, a little girl stepped into the light. She wore a thin white sundress and a bright orange cap. Her whole body trembled as she clutched a small clock pouch in her tiny hands. She shuffled down the street, singing quietly to herself. The moment she saw me, she stopped. Then she sprinted toward me. "Mister, it's you!" she squeaked, clinging to my leg with the grip of a dying man.
Chapter 15. "What are you doing out here?" I asked, startled as I finally pried my old acquaintance off my leg. She still kept reaching out her little arms toward me, though. "Wandering? Scared?" she squeaked. "Gotta say, you're doing a pretty good job at it," I smirked. "You scared the hell out of me, too." And really, who wouldn't be? A little girl in a white sundress, standing alone in the middle of a dark, snowy street? That gets under your skin. No idea why, it's just creepy. "And why exactly are you wandering around scared?" "Grandpa's sick. I went looking for a doctor," she whispered. I let her cling to my leg again and gently poured some warmth into her. She was on the verge of passing out from the cold. "But I got lost, and now I'm scared. It's dark." "Well, you could have done a lot worse. Honestly, you couldn't have found a better healer in this entire world if you tried." Yes, I'm very humble. I was in a good mood, so why not help? Especially since I'd just topped off my energy reserves, courtesy of a recently drained gifted thug, had a sip of his blood, then spilled the rest. Besides, I couldn't just leave the kid out here alone. My conscience wouldn't let me. So I took her hand, and we headed toward her home. On the way, she cheerfully explained how exactly she got lost. Her grandfather had apparently been bedridden for years. No surprise he was falling apart. I've seen it 100 times. Motion is life. Stop moving, and you're already halfway to the grave. In this case, I could tell what was wrong the second I stepped into that stuffy room soaked in the stench of illness, though the diagnosis afterwards revealed that it was even worse than I thought.
The girl's apartment was tiny. Just one main room with a bed where a grumpy-looking old man lay. I could hear him complaining all the way from the stairwell. "Masha, who did you drag into my house?" he growled, giving me a suspicious look. "That's the man I told you about," she beamed. "Can you believe it? He's a doctor. He's going to help you, I swear." "You and I are going to have a serious talk about running off in the middle of the night," he barked like a retired sergeant. "Now get to your room. March." To my surprise, the girl vanished without a word.
I kept quiet and continued the diagnosis. It was bad, but not impossible. I could handle it, just not right away. I needed to think it through. Only I wasn't given the chance. As soon as the girl was out of sight, the old man glared at me. "I don't care if you're a doctor or a circus clown," he said. "Get out of my house." That charming fellow. I've always enjoyed patients with a bit of fire in them. It makes things more fun. "No worries," I said, pasting on a cheerful smile. "I'll be on my way just as soon as I finish examining one particular stubborn old man." Gang hideout, boss's office. A boy, maybe 20, stood trembling by the door. His skin was pale as death, and he stared at the floor with unfocused eyes. It wasn't the boss he was afraid of. Not really. He was still trying to process what he saw in that house, and how close he had come to sharing the same fate as the previous shift. "Spit it out already," the bald, heavy-set man barked. The guy practically oozed gang boss from every pore. "What the hell happened?" I don't know," he stammered. "Blood everywhere. Cops. There were cops everywhere. I don't know." "Cops?" the boss roared, leaping out of his chair. "In my district?" The kid looked like he might collapse into a sobbing heap right then and there. Being a thug has its perks. You get to rough up old folks for cash, gang up on lone pedestrians, all without consequence. But when consequences do come knocking, most of them aren't ready. Whatever that boy had seen back there had left a mark. Now all he could think about was running, getting on a ship, fleeing this cursed place, anywhere far from that lunatic monster who turned their world upside down. "What do you mean, cops?" the boss barked again. "How? Why? What about the hostages?" "I don't know," the terrified boy shrieked. "I came in for shift change and the place was covered in blood. Then I heard sirens and jumped out the window." Truth is, he had seen the police pulling survivors out of the building. And not long after, SWAT units swarmed the area, along with armored vehicles. Even the boss had noticed the helicopter circling above, but hadn't imagined they were the target. "Shit," the boss whispered, pale now. "The girl, she was still there." He was thinking of their last big job. His partner, the gang boss from the industrial district, had asked him to keep a girl there for a while. 16 tops. Said eventually she had to be disposed of. No exceptions. She was the daughter of a high-ranking police official. The man had made it his mission to wipe out their entire organization. And she was never supposed to make it out alive.
Something went wrong that night. The guards looked like they'd been torn apart by some kind of beast, and within an hour, nearly the entire city's police force was on the scene. 2 hours earlier, a modest apartment in the city center. Yevgeny Borisovich Lopatin lay in bed, but even after 2 hours, sleep wouldn't come. The sleeping pills had stopped working the day before, and each new dose only made things worse. His body felt heavy with weakness, but rest still eluded him. After tossing and turning, he finally got up, put on his uniform, and headed to work. Ever since his only daughter had been kidnapped, his life had turned upside down. And not just his. Every officer in the district had been going all out for the past 2 weeks trying to find the abductors. The criminal underworld had taken a hit as a result. Dozens of fugitives had been caught, cold cases reopened, and yet the girl remained missing. Not a single lead. "Hey man, got a light?" Walking past a dark alley, he didn't even register the call-out at first, so he just kept walking toward a noisy group of young guys.
but the laughter and bravado quickly died out as they noticed his uniform and the stars on his shoulders. They scattered instantly, vanishing in all directions, and it was hard to say what scared them more, the insignia or the overwhelming pressure radiating from the man himself. He couldn't contain it anymore. It simply poured out of him, pressing down on those nearby. And as he walked, Yevgeny kept thinking, it was his fault. His daughter had been kidnapped in broad daylight, right near her school. He was supposed to pick her up that day, but he'd been too busy. He'd been trying to take down a gang that was getting bold in the industrial district. He was close, almost had the boss. They'd warned him, threatened him, even offered obscene bribes, but his principles wouldn't let him back down. And now... "Comrade Major!" Several junior officers saluted him as he entered the precinct. Their faces twisted as they felt the wave of energy crash over them. "Report," he said wearily. "We got a call. Standard stuff. Port District. Eyewitness claims 3 dead, unknown number of captives. Could be a prank. Nothing confirmed." The officer in charge gave a quick summary. "Shall we send someone?" "Of course," he snapped. "Send in a reinforced squad. It's the Port District, after all." He winced and headed to his office. Not long ago, no one would have responded to something like that. But ever since the kidnapping, they were checking every call, every tip, as fast as possible. The chief didn't force anyone. He'd said clearly, if someone didn't want to take part, there'd be no hard feelings. But the kidnapping had hit the whole force hard. The officers wanted to act, because next time, it could be their family. 20 minutes later, the phone rang in his office. Yevgeny snatched it up instantly. "What?" His expression changed in an instant, a flash of emotions, then total seriousness. "Got it. Hold your position. Don't let anyone in." He slammed the receiver down, inhaled slowly, then grabbed the phone again. Even outside the office, his commands rang out, loud and sharp. The city came alive. Sirens wailed, heavy armored trucks rumbled through the streets, and tactical squads from several precincts raced toward the port.
Orders given, Yevgeny stormed out of the office. His men, reading him without a word, already had a car waiting. He jumped into the back seat, and the vehicle peeled out, siren blaring. 10 minutes later, he was in his daughter's arms. What now? An officer in charge of the perimeter approached, unsure. 20 minutes had passed. All the captives had already been moved out. There had even been a few gunshots, mostly to scare off the curious. Yevgeny had already surveyed the scene. It made an impression. "I'm not the only one who wants their heads," he said flatly. "Looks like it," the officer nodded. "They took a lot of people based on the records we found. Teams are already out on follow-ups." "Good work," Yevgeny told him. "You know, I really do want to find those bastards, but I just realized something." "What's that?" the young man asked. Everyone nearby paused to listen. "I won't be upset if he finds them before I do." They all knew who he meant, because who would have thought that 3 bodies could lose so much blood it covered everything? Whoever had done this was a very powerful gifted. That kind of gift was rare and brutal. Orders given, Yevgeny stormed out of the office. His men, reading him without a word, already had a car waiting. He jumped into the back seat, and the vehicle peeled out, siren blaring. 10 minutes later, he was in his daughter's arms. What now? An officer in charge of the perimeter approached, unsure. 20 minutes had passed. All the captives had already been moved out. There had even been a few gunshots, mostly to scare off the curious. Yevgeny had already surveyed the scene. It made an impression. "I'm not the only one who wants their heads," he said flatly. "Looks like it," the officer nodded. "They took a lot of people based on the records we found.
Teams are already out on follow-ups." "Good work," Yevgeny told him. "You know, I really do want to find those bastards, but I just realized something." "What's that?" the young man asked. Everyone nearby paused to listen. "I won't be upset if he finds them before I do." They all knew who he meant, because who would have thought that 3 bodies could lose so much blood? It covered everything. Whoever had done this was a very powerful gifted. That kind of gift was rare and brutal. "I don't have money for this," the old man muttered, shaking his head. I stepped closer anyway. "And I know your kind, nothing but charlatans." Stubborn old goat. He had been arguing for 5 minutes straight, refusing to let me begin treatment. Didn't trust me. Fair enough, I wouldn't trust me either. He tried to kick me out, then grilled me about why I was bothering his granddaughter. I wasn't. Sometimes I just gave her cake. Couldn't really explain why, I just did. Why can't I give a kid something sweet? In my old world, anyone could, at least where I lived. Well, except for that one psycho who laced pastries with poison and handed them out to children. They survived, thanks in part to me. He didn't. I locked him in my tower for years and explained very thoroughly why that was not okay. Anyway, the old man was stubborn, but he believed me. Looked into my eyes and believed I meant his granddaughter no harm. Still grumbled, though, said he had no money, called all healers frauds. On that I agree, with one caveat, all except one. And that one was now ready to get to work. I ignored the grumbling, placed my hands gently on his chest, and slowly let out a measured pulse of energy. Lung swelling is no joke. He had been lying still for far too long, bed sores all over his back. His lungs had begun to stagnate. Fluid wasn't draining, and it had become a breeding ground for all kinds of filth. In theory, patients like him should be turned multiple times a day and helped to move. But from what I gathered, he had no one but his granddaughter, and she wasn't strong enough for that. What do they call it here? Pneumonia, I think? So many names for diseases, each one labeled and categorized, but can they cure them? No. So what's the point of all the names? I didn't know what pneumonia was before, but I'd treated plenty of it in my old world. It's simple, really. You just guide the energy flow to help the lungs push the filth out on their own. Not instant, but effective. Once that was underway, I moved on. And there was a lot more to deal with. His spine was shattered, spinal cord twisted like a knot, then minced like sausage meat, and cooked like burger patties. Every other organ, a bouquet of dysfunctions, a little of everything. How are you still alive, old man? Maybe you've got reptilian genes. Those bastards are tough. Cut one in half, and instead of a corpse, you get 2 injured ones. But never mind. The energy quickly spread through his half-dead body. The healing wasn't so much energy-intensive as it was delicate, tedious, precise. A single wrong pulse down the wrong channel, and, well, the girl would be an orphan. Did I want that on my conscience? Didn't think so. So I took my time and did it right.
"And this is supposed to be treatment?" The old man's disgruntled voice pulled me out of my concentration. "This is no treatment. This is quackery." Geez, grumpy old bastard really thinks he knows better than everyone else. Doctors these days are all the same. He muttered with a sly smirk full of skepticism. I already got the picture. He didn't trust me. But what choice did he have? I'd already started the treatment, and there was no running away from me. Not that he could run or walk. So, like they say, just lie back and accept the help. Just relax, old man. I'll fix you up. Probably. Tried to shut him up, but that only made things worse. What? You think I'm buying that? When I served in the Imperial Air Force, we had real doctors. They'd get a man back on his feet in seconds, not like the ones now. What do they even teach you people? A dirty bandage does more good than a whole building full of you so-called healers. He wasn't wrong, honestly. Nailed it. That textbook I'd tossed in the fireplace? Total garbage. Sure, the healers here tried. They really did. Some weren't half bad. But I know what real healers can do, and compared to that, this place is a disaster. So yeah, I had strong opinions, and the locals were just going to have to deal with them. Listen, Grandpa, I told him, I'm the best healer around, and I mean anywhere. You won't find another like me, because there isn't one. I liked repeating the truth when people didn't believe it. It made things simpler. Yeah, maybe there are people better than me out there, but I'd rather not think about that. Too unlikely. Yeah, sure you are, he scoffed. Reminds me of a time we were flying evac on an AN-381 transport. 10 barely alive soldiers on board, and by the time we landed, every single one was on their feet. And you're talking nonsense. He waved a dismissive hand, then continued telling his war stories. Fine. This was personal now. I was going to show him what I could really do. Oh, come on, I burst out laughing. You expect me to believe that? Only necromancers could have brought them back, not your backwater medics. Still, his stories were kind of interesting. The tech in this world? A whole art form. And aviation? Never seen it here with my own eyes, but blurry memories surfaced. So I sat beside him and just listened. And he talked. Boy, did he talk. He went on about firing 2 Earth-to-ground ER-35081 missiles right into an opening dimensional portal. Blew everything to bits. Got chewed out afterward for destroying artifacts worth millions. Honestly, I was entertained. While he rambled, I kept feeding energy into his wreck of a body. Did some light patchwork on the spine, nothing major. Restored nerve conductivity, but the bones? Crushed to dust. Had to get his body to absorb the fragments naturally. I'd start regrowing them later. I liked this guy. Rough around the edges, tough past, but solid. 10,000 flight hours? That's ace level. Unless he was full of it. But if true, impressive. 30 years of service. Got shot down one last time, too injured to keep flying. Took a job with some powerful noble house as a chauffeur, bodyguard, and butler all in one. Served honorably until war was declared on that house. Car bomb took out his spine. Barely survived. Honestly, I had doubts about how powerful that house really was. No one had dared attack me back in my world, not for the last 30 years at least. Brother doesn't count. That was a woman's fault. What I liked most about the old man was his spine, figuratively speaking, lying there, helpless, weak, dying. But his eyes, they told you touch his granddaughter and he will break your neck. And I think he really would drag himself across the floor to do it. A strong man with a core of steel. Annoying, sure, but solid.
He also still thought he had the upper hand. His hand just happened to be under his pillow, gripping something. Didn't take a genius to figure out it was a pistol. My diagnostics showed the shape of his fingers. That's how bad local healers were. Old guy couldn't trust any of them. All I'm saying is, every healer is useless. I gave your brother a pile of money and none of you helped. None. He wrapped up another rant with a fresh reminder of my incompetence. You're a pilot, right? I tried a different tactic. He nodded, puzzled. Yeah? And pilots are supposed to be observant? Of course, he barked. One time they sent me on a patrol mission and... Not that kind of observant, I interrupted with a grin. You're tapping your toes right now. You saying my treatment isn't working? And you're breathing. How's that? Oh. He looked down at his feet, watching them wiggle, then looked at me, then back at his feet. Well, I'll be. So, you and Tech get along?
Get along? Tech and I are family. I flew it, fixed it, blew it up, drove it. After the Army, I spent 7 years as a pro driver. And? I leaned back in my chair, watching his face closely. You want to be my driver? Sure, just as soon as I grow a new spine. I'm a vegetable, kid. What do you want with a wreck like me? He waved a hand, half joking. Unbelievable. I'd just proven I could heal him, and he still didn't believe me. But maybe that was a good thing. You can't con someone like this. He'd be useful. That's my problem, I said, pressing a little more. I'll get you on your feet again. Aha. Well, if you do, I'll even be your maid, he laughed. I'll wear a frilly apron and dust your shelves with a rainbow brush. But seriously, no shady stuff. I won't be part of anything dirty. His face turned deadly serious. Don't worry about that, I said, patting his shoulder. Then passed one last burst of energy for the day. That's enough, for him and for me. Any more it'd hurt us both. His body's still too weak. Back in my old world, I could have had him up and running in 2 minutes. But for now, I told him to sleep. Not to try standing up, not even to sit. Even if he felt stronger in the morning, just lie there. While I packed up, a deep rumble echoed from the bed. His snoring. The windows rattled, the walls vibrated. How does the girl even sleep in the same apartment? I gave her some care instructions, bed sores, movement, what to do and what not to do. Magic is magic, but it's not limitless. Well, it is, but why waste it? Sometimes simple care can heal more than any spell. I thought about leaving money for medicine, but changed my mind. I know their medicine. I'd rather check on it myself later. According to their books, this world was actually ahead of mine in some ways. Take antibiotics. They're amazing. You don't even have to channel energy to kill off pathogens. Because, sure, you can kill them instantly, but then the toxins flood the body and boom, you've got a new problem. So yeah, it's complicated. But if you combine modern medicine, designed mostly for commoners, with life energy healing, well, let's just say, I think I'm starting to like this world a bit more again. But that's for later. I've got research to do first.
While I was still hanging around at the old man's place, the weather started to improve. Well, relatively speaking. The wind still flayed skin off your face, but at least that nasty prickling snow had stopped. A few shady figures even dared to show up on the streets again. But oddly, they all kept their distance from me, as if on cue. Still, I had a call to make on the way back, but I had to wait. The sidewalk was coated with a thick layer of ice, and I nearly slipped a few times. Plus, the wind made it impossible to talk, howling so loud I couldn't hear a thing. I wanted to call a contact from inside the tavern without heading up to my room, but then I made eye contact with the tavern keeper. Tall, gaunt, and eerily silent. Didn't like him. Something was off. So I waited until I was in my room to make the call. Asked for a few more lookouts to be stationed to keep an eye on my future driver. Interesting old man. Not just combat experience, but a solid spine. I respect people like him. Even flat on his back, he still carried himself like a fighter. But that wasn't the only reason he stood out to me. Sure, I could have hired a normal driver and paid him well to keep quiet. But there's always someone who will offer more or threaten better. After what my own brother pulled, I developed a bit of a complex about loyalty. But someone you pull out of the abyss yourself, that's loyalty you can count on. Not because you can pay him less. What am I, petty? Because when that old man gets back on his feet, he'll be mine till the very end. And he'll live a long time. Everyone working under the Archmagister of Healing does. Those are the allies I need. With that thought, I drifted off to sleep after the call. Didn't last long. My body demanded energy in the form of food, and ignoring that wasn't an option. When the body wants something, you give it. Over breakfast, I dove into the internet, read up on the houses, politics, tech, and some news. That research dragged on well into my room time. Couldn't stop. This world is fascinating. Not just books, but even the news. And again, I felt justified for healing the old man. Here, power isn't just personal strength. It's built on loyal people, trusted support, and yes, money. But for money, you need people like him. I stumbled on an article about a mandatory exam for aristocrats. Funny how my cellmate forgot to mention that. Turns out you have to take it, and only at state-run testing centers. Once passed, they issue you a medallion with your rank and the strength of your gift. That, plus about 1,000 other signals, is how society judges you. Complicated system. You have to wear expensive clothes, drive a flashy car, and live surrounded by empty pop. In my world, the Archmagister is recognized no matter what he's wearing, even if he wanders out in his underwear to buy booze in the morning. Not that I ever did that, but the Archmagister of the Alchemist Order? Oh, he absolutely did do that. He loved his potions too much, that one. One time, while drunk, he brewed a fog potion. Visibility in the area dropped to 0 for a whole week. And don't even ask about the laxative incident with the dragons circling the city. Guess who had to clean that mess up? Anyway, after reading about all these ridiculous rules, I switched to studying a book. Tough read, even with a dictionary. Turns out the dictionary's pretty recent, and its author wasn't exactly fluent in Old Spanish. Books here cost a fortune. So why are so many of them garbage? Still, The Black Healer was way better than that other pile of short stories written by an imbecile. That one was supposedly about how to treat patients. What a joke. Even though The Black Healer didn't teach me anything truly new, it offered a fresh perspective, and a few things did catch my attention, stuff I hadn't thought about before. But to dig deeper, I'd need a necromancer, and those are rarer than monk chlamydia. Actually, way rarer. After the reading session, I got to work. Ordered more food to the room, shoveled it in, and launched a few long overdue internal projects. Reinforced my ribs, started growing dense bone plating around my heart to block snipers, and of course, reinforced my skull. That one's trickier. A bullet might still punch through, but combine it with artifact protection, now we're talking.
Didn't get to finish, though. Hello? I rasped into the vibrating phone, finally managing to pick it up. Good thing it vibrates. I disabled my hearing for the process. A convoy is heading for the manor, came a familiar voice. Just like that, sleep gone. My scout, taxi driver, was calling. His watch team had spotted movement in the middle of the night. 20 vehicles, trucks, armored transports, each marked with some kind of emblem. He was still trying to ID the group, but he reassured me right away. The Countess and her servant had left the estate 4 hours earlier, vanished into the unknown. Apparently she'd gotten wind of the attack and knew she couldn't handle a crowd like that. I spent the rest of the night glued to the phone. Told my guy to report every little change. He didn't disappoint.
By morning, the fighters had surrounded the estate and moved in, without resistance. Turns out they were pro-mercenaries, real vets. They just occupied the estate. Some left by dawn, but a few dozen stayed behind as guards. So now I had a dilemma. I had promised to protect the Countess, but technically she wasn't in danger anymore. She'd wisely vanished, and I had no clue where she was, so there wasn't much to protect. In theory, I could just walk away and live my life. Except, I'm a Bulatov now, which means that estate is mine. And some mercenary group just took it over? Yeah, I don't take kindly to that. While I chewed over my next move and my breakfast, my taxi driver arrived. "I just happened to be nearby," he said casually. "Anyway, surveillance is all set. Help yourself?" I nodded toward the plate piled high with pastries. Good thing I ordered extra. Not like I need that many carbs unless I'm bulking or about to do heavy movement training. "Thanks," he grinned, grabbing a bun. I waved the innkeeper over for more tea. He'd come to report in. Right now, 12 people were watching the manor. 9 watching it directly, 3 more watching them because, hey, you never know. They'd already dug hidden shelters nearby. No way the mercs would spot them. They weren't watching the surroundings anyway. They looked relaxed, but were clearly well armed and no pushovers. "Armed, huh?" I muttered, lost in thought. "Oh, come on." Georgi, my taxi guy, waved it off. "What? You acting like they took your house?" "Maybe. They did." "Cuff!" He choked on his bun. "Well, still, not that big a loss. The place is mostly ruins. Best thing in it's probably the old library full of dusty books." Cuff. Now I choked on tea. That changed everything. "You did good work," I sighed. "Pick your reward, money or a prize."
I felt like revisiting the old days, those moments when a single decision of mine could completely change someone's fate. "Huh?" He blinked in surprise. For a second, the guy froze. You could tell he was leaning toward the money, but curiosity got the better of him. "Maybe I'll regret this." "Ah, screw it." He waved a hand. "The reward." Right choice, especially with his condition. I had already done a preliminary diagnosis, but touched his wrist again for a deeper scan. It's not an instant process, and it takes energy, but this way I'd know exactly what I was dealing with. Without saying a word, I started the treatment. "Ow, is it supposed to feel like this?" he asked, eyes wide and staring straight at me. I nodded and smiled. Yeah, the burning in his chest would pass quickly, and then he could forget all the grim predictions doctors made in his childhood. He wouldn't die at 30, as they warned, not even at 40. In addition to the damaged heart, I fixed quite a bit else. He wasn't gifted, so the energy cost wasn't too steep, but still, it wasn't free. How do you let your body fall apart like this at 20? Well, now all his organs were back in working order. As long as he kept them that way, he'd be fine. I told him as much right away. "So my heart's okay now? But that's impossible. The doctor said—" He started mumbling but stopped when he met my smile again. "Back to work," I said with a nod, and he shot up from his seat. Good lad. I finished breakfast and went upstairs to my room, where I picked up reading again. Later that evening, I headed to the old man's place. Can't stop treatment now, but it can't all be done in one go either. Today's target, his spine. I brought plenty of food with me. Tissue regeneration is energy intensive. He and his granddaughter live on the brink of starvation, and if he's not eating properly, I'd have to burn even more energy. Way cheaper just to feed them well. The old man tried to resist again, saying he had nothing to pay with. Come on, old-timer. You'd need half a lifetime just to pay for my services alone, and probably still wouldn't afford it. What are you even talking about? Anyway, after the session, I let him get up and walk.
No more than a minute, then flat on his back for an hour. He was beyond thrilled just with that. Immediately stood up, took his granddaughter's hand, and walked around the room. I had to leave them be. I could see how hard he was trying not to cry. The girl didn't hold back, though. She buried her face in his leg and sobbed her heart out. And me? I needed energy. A lot of it. I'd given most of my reserves to the old man. Bone regeneration isn't a joke. I finally broke through the grandpa's emotional walls. He'd been sitting in stunned silence for over an hour. Couldn't get a word out. I even double-checked, no damage done. He was just overwhelmed. It happens a lot. People resign themselves to fate, and sadly their loved ones' fates too. Without him, that little girl wouldn't survive in this world. What I couldn't understand was why hadn't anyone helped them? The man had served so long. In my world, soldiers have a code. They never leave their own behind. Kings and emperors set up funds to help families of fallen warriors. I should look into how it works here. Later. Right now, I had other business. So I went for a walk to collect some energy.
What's wrong with people? It's honestly insulting. Did I move here for nothing? The weather had cleared up, people were out, but of course I was practically invisible. No one hassled me, no one attacked, even some rough-looking thug on the sidewalk stepped aside for me. But I'm not a maniac. I don't go attacking first. Even if someone looks like a thug, if they're not doing anything wrong at the moment, who am I to judge? Maybe he turned over a new leaf. Everyone deserves a second chance. I even resorted to drastic measures. Stood in front of a rowdy bunch of drunk sailors, pulled out a fat stack of bills, and started calmly counting. "Hey, Gosha," one sailor nudged his buddy. "Check out all that cash." "Valera, let's not. He's probably insane." The other shook his head. "Sir," he called out to me. I looked up at the group, hope flickering in my chest. "What?" I tried not to smile too widely. "Have a wonderful evening, sir," the sailor said politely, and the whole group passed me with wide-eyed glances. One even dropped his cigarette. The look on his face was priceless. Disappointing. I had to keep walking like nothing happened. They must have realized I wasn't just counting money for no reason. I mean, who in their right mind does that? In the middle of the night in the most dangerous part of the city? Once I managed to play the victim. Limp past two bulky guys, almost worked. They noticed me, asked for a light, and I was just about to drain their life force when another group shouted at them. A fight broke out, and they ended up telling me not to worry and to keep walking, as if they were protecting me. I didn't need it, of course, but all the same, I healed their injuries a little bit. That sort of thing deserves a reward. The only issue, I'd gone out to gather energy and ended up spending even more. Then I heard it. "Ah!" A scream from afar, pure fear laced through it, music to my ears. And that voice, familiar. I knew it. Her heartbeat matched. The girl two Outworlders had once tried to kidnap right in front of me. Good thing I'd etched a rune chain into my collarbone recently. With some energy, it could detect spatial anomalies within a few hundred meters. Yes, spatial anomalies. These runes were originally meant for use in the Wasteland War, where dimensional rifts could swallow entire armies. Early detection was everything. And sure enough, just where I sensed several hearts pulsing, there it was. A rift. A portal. That walk was worth it. Oh, it was. I went out looking for copper and found gold. 6 Outworlders had slipped into our world, and one of them had already grabbed the same girl again. This one didn't waste time, tied her hands and feet, shoved a gag in her mouth, but I'd heard her just in time. The rest of the street had scattered. I passed a few panicked drunks. Naturally, they were much use. Fighters? They were about as useful as I'd be driving a tank. "What kind of karma did you rack up?" I muttered when I recognized her, my old acquaintance from the last incident. I struck fast and without warning. It was still dark enough outside that even locals couldn't see well, let alone these guys. Outworlders aren't that different physically, but they're armed to the teeth. Didn't help the first one, though. Nothing protects against healing, and no one expects it to be an attack. A strong surge of life energy removed a clot in his leg. Helpful? Sure. Only I sent it straight to his brain.
The guy was so responsive to magic it was almost disappointing. 2 seconds later, the great warrior was a gasping vegetable. I helped myself to some of his energy while I was at it. Outworlders are packed with it, pure fuel. The only limit is how much I can absorb. For now. I'll fix that soon. Reinforce the channels. Grow new ones. The remaining 5 forgot the girl and charged me. 2 with grappling hooks, standard catchers, 1 with a harpoon, the rest had swords. Normal length and weight, thankfully, not like that behemoth from the last time. I dodged the hook, grabbed the rope, surged energy into my hands, and yanked hard. The catcher didn't see that coming. He flew back 1.5 meters, but I couldn't waste time on him. One of the sword wielders was already closing in. He shouted something intelligible and swung wide, but sorry, no. He was mid-tier gifted at best and couldn't see well in the dark. He didn't even notice I was already sidestepping. His blade whooshed past, and I drove a forceful blow into his ribs, pumping it with a healthy dose of energy. Didn't alter anything inside him, just dialed up the pain to 10. He let out a short scream and collapsed unconscious. Maybe I overdid it a little.
The second swordsman got more cautious, but I wasn't in any rush to attack either. I kept weaving left and right, using him as cover from the harpooner. The guy with the harpoon kept circling behind him, trying to get a clear shot. Eventually, he managed. I heard a sharp snap, and a jagged bolt buried itself deep in my thigh, locking into the tense muscle like a fishhook. The shooter immediately grinned in triumph. It didn't last long. His smirk turned into a grimace of terror. Weakling. Idiot. He clearly didn't think through how well their equipment conducts energy. Life force surged down the thin chain, linking the bolt to the harpoon gun and back into me. The harpooner's limbs seized up, locking him in place. All he could do was stand there and wait to die, slowly. I do have to hand it to them. They're focused. They don't scream, don't shout, unlike the locals who love to chatter in the middle of a fight. Dumb habit. Just like now. The next guy managed to stab me with his sword. Got it in, sure, but pulling it back out? Not happening. It stuck. Didn't hit any vital organs. Thankfully, I hadn't just stood there. Mostly skin damage, maybe some minor muscle tearing. Nothing serious. In return, I latched onto his body and slowed him down. Didn't have time to fully paralyze him, but he dropped the sword and lunged again with a backup blade. A long dagger, straight for my throat. Too late. That sword he left in me, now it was in my hands. One powered-up swing, and his arm landed on the frosty cobblestones. The rest of them weren't much trouble. The life force I drained from the harpoon guy was more than enough to mess with their bodies, and soon all 6 were sprawled in a pile near the portal. I sat on top, soaking in the energy, completely at peace. Well, except for one small issue. The last hunter, realizing his end was near, made one final move. He launched a fireball at me. Not a spell, but an artifact ring's effect. Totally caught me off guard. My sleeve went up in flames, and I got a nasty black burn across my entire arm. Still, he didn't get far. A sword in the gut solved that. I healed his wounds just enough to keep him alive a little longer. The bodies beneath me were already starting to shrivel, and honestly, I didn't even feel like interrogating anyone. I just sat there and stared at the girl. She lay nearby, watching me just as intently. What did she want? I wasn't going to ask. Let her speak up if it's important. 10 minutes passed. I absorbed as much life energy as I could hold, and they still had more left. Had to kill them off quickly, strip the valuables, and dump them back through the portal. Not forgetting, of course, to seed their lovely native flora with something extra. In a few hours, their corpses would puff up and pop. The folks on the other side were in for a fragrant surprise. Truth be told, they didn't have much gear. This batch were basically poor folk. Barely any armor, subpar weapons, and almost no coins. But hey, I'll take it. 4 basic artifacts still sell. The ring and 3 fang charms should net me at least 50 grand. Meanwhile, the girl still sat there, silent, boring a hole in my back with her gaze.
Right. She wanted something. Of course. Here, I said, walking over and tossing her 50 rubles. For the cooperation. Keep taking those nighttime walks. And scream louder next time. I almost didn't hear you. Next time it'll be 100. I grinned and walked off. I'd topped off my energy reserves, and soon I'd make some cash too. Still, it was a drop in the ocean compared to what I needed now. I'm Bulatov, and no one but me is going to restore the glory of this house. Sounds insane, sure, but here's the thing. I've lived a long, long time. I get bored. And rebuilding a legacy from scratch, lifting a forgotten name back to power, that actually sounds fun.
Chapter 16. Is it really true? The old man repeated yet again. He kept asking the same thing over and over. And yes, he could walk now. Not far, not long, but steady. Full sensation had returned to his legs, and overall his body was in much better shape than just a couple of days ago. Naturally, the moment I woke up, I headed straight to see him. Brought breakfast with me too. Why the rush? Because I was practically overflowing with energy. I had considered strengthening my core, but it's not wise to overdo artificial expansions. It hadn't been long since the last one, and pushing again so soon could backfire. The last session was underwhelming, so I figured I'd put that energy to better use. You did what no one else could, the old man said, fixing me with a serious look. You're not just a healer, are you? Why do you want me? You're asking the right questions, I smiled. Let's just say this is your advance. I need a driver. Not sure if it'll be for the short term or long term, but right now I'm alone. I need people I can trust. We already talked about this. You agreed. But I understand, so I'll ask again. Will you work for me? He didn't answer right away. Instead, he gave me a long, hard look, probably trying to read me, see if there was some hidden catch. Waste of effort. I was being honest. I'll do it, but... She'll be safe, I nodded before he finished. As safe as I can guarantee. You'll be paid too. And I'll keep both of you under medical protection. No illnesses, no surprises. When do I start? And that was that. We'd struck our deal. I gave him nothing but honesty. Same way I treat anyone without a rot in their soul. He seemed to get it. Watching him carefully pace the room, each step slow but proud, I headed back to my room. Plenty of unread books still waiting. Plus, there's always something interesting online. I'd also been digging for certain information for a few days now. Details that could prove useful later on. Before returning to the inn, I decided to take a walk. The weather was perfect. Bright sun, clear skies, peace all around. Especially nice with a cup of coffee and a slice of chocolate cake at my favorite bakery, tucked near the port. Somewhere near a major clinic in the city center, Georgi had been sitting in his car for nearly 2 hours poring over the results of his medical checkup. Not long ago, the doctors told him he didn't have much time left. A congenital heart defect, they said, one that had remained undetected for years. Recently, though, he noticed something was wrong. Even a short jog left him gasping for air. And that wasn't his only concern. The doctors were unanimous. Incurable. Even if he scraped together enough money to travel to the capital and pay for treatment from the best healers, there was no guarantee. He had even asked around about black healers, and yes, they might have been able to help, but Georgi wasn't the type to use those kinds of monsters. If he had taken their help, he'd have to live the rest of his life knowing that someone else had been drained for his sake. And now, after just a brief conversation with his new employer, he felt different, better, stronger. Unconvinced by his own body, he paid out of pocket for another round of tests. The results floored him.
Every specialist, those same ones who'd practically handed him a death sentence, now said the same thing. He was completely healthy. The test confirmed it. Twice. He simply couldn't believe it was real. So there he sat in his car, going over every number, every graph. He even bought a medical guide to double-check everything himself. "Yo, man, are you asleep or something? Think you could move?" Some bulky guy knocked on his window. Georgi turned to him confused, then glanced toward a row of empty parking spaces just a few meters away. The guy got the message. No words needed.
"Like hell I'm going over there," the guy grunted, waving vaguely toward the row of empty parking spots. "I need this one. You go park back there." Georgi's move was too good to argue with some loudmouth idiot. Instead, he simply started the engine and peeled out, merging into the main street in a flash. The city lights zipped past as he drove, still not quite believing what had happened. "Who are you?" he muttered under his breath, thinking of his employer and of that strange sensation he felt when the man touched him. That burn across his skin, the warmth, and then the dizzying wave of power that surged through him. Alien, overwhelming. But good, so very good. It was then Georgi truly understood. This man, he wasn't ordinary, not by a long shot. A powerful healer, perhaps one of the rare few left in the world. But Georgi wasn't naive. He knew his employer had problems, serious ones. The guy was clearly not in his prime, barely scraping by in a rundown district, living alone. But even so, problems like that could be fixed. A man with that kind of power wouldn't stay down forever. Georgi made up his mind. He'd stick with him. At the very least, working for someone like that meant earning some solid money or valuable connections. And if all went well, maybe he'd even land a permanent role at his side. Sure, it might not be the safest gig in the world, but it damn sure wouldn't be boring. "So, you're interested in those gangsters," he murmured, remembering how the nobleman had asked about them. "Well, lucky for you, I know how to find information." He smirked. Magic or not, Georgi always believed he had a gift, a different kind. He was a born opportunist. No spell could teach someone how to get in anywhere, and Georgi, he always found a way. If the door was locked, there was always a window, or a vent, or, worst case, a hole drilled in the wall. If he set his mind to something, it got done, one way or another. Not long after, the folder sitting on his lap wasn't full of test results anymore. It was crammed with documents, records, and useful intel. Names, addresses, operations, everything about the gang, their history, their current schemes, the rumors. All it took was a few calls and a couple dozen rubles, as long as you know who to pay and how not to get caught paying them. I was just sitting there minding my own business, enjoying my third skewer of shashlik. Ordered it on a whim, mostly curiosity. I vaguely remembered the taste from my body's previous owner, though for him it seems to have held some sentimental value. So I decided to rediscover it for myself. No regrets. I'll burn the extra fat off later. I was halfway through that third skewer when Georgi walked into the tavern. That's my personal driver/scout. By the look on his face, he'd figured out what his reward really meant. Maybe he just got his test results, who knows. Either way, the guy was glowing with joy. He looked at me differently now, with real respect, even awe. Guess it really hit him. You live your whole life thinking you're going to die young, then someone tells you, "Nah, forget that, you're good now. Live as long as you want." That'll shake anyone up. "Here," he said, dropping into the seat across from me and placing a compact folder on the table. "This is everything I could dig up on the gang you asked about." He spoke in a hushed tone, careful not to be overheard. "I've got the full files too if you want them." I was a bit stunned, honestly. I hadn't even asked him to do that yet, but the info would definitely come in handy. This gang didn't look poor, and I could always use more money, and more energy. So I gave him some well-earned praise. He deserved it. I didn't expect him to find this much this fast. Even just the first page had a list of businesses under their control. I'd have to visit a few later.
"If you need anything else, just say the word," Georgi offered. "Any kind of info. Anything you want." "Anything?" I raised an eyebrow. There was one thing I'd been wondering about, but I doubted he could pull it off. "Can you find out who attacked my estate and why?" "I'll start right now," he said, rising from the table. "I'll do everything I can."
Go ahead, try. I'd be curious to see what he manages. Oh, and one more thing. I stopped him as he reached for his phone. Here, sell this for me. Get the best price you can. Keep a couple 100 rubles for yourself. I handed him a plastic bag that had been sitting on the bench beside me. I'd been wondering what to do with those artifacts. Thought about taking them to that old man again, but I had a hunch he ripped me off last time. Plus, ever since I visited his shop, I've been getting night visitors. And the artifact I sold him, I checked online, turns out it was worth way more. Georgie peeked inside the bag and his eyes went wide with fear. Carefully, he tucked it inside his coat, gave a quick look around, then nodded and slipped out of the tavern. As for me, I just gained a few free hours. No need to go pawn hunting myself now. Convenient. And no, I don't think he'll double-cross me. The guy's smart. I'm pretty sure he figured out who I really am. Am I worried he'll steal from me? No, it's money. Money you can earn, steal, find. But interesting people, they're rare. He struck me as one of those rare types. And right now I don't have much of a selection. Besides, by throwing challenges his way, I'll learn what he's really capable of. Those hours I spent well. First, I finished all the food I ordered. Drank some barely passable tea, better than nothing. "Bill," I barked at the waitress, not very politely. She flinched at my tone, but smiled, nodded, and hurried over. "That'll be 4 rubles," she said cheerfully. I pulled out a 10-ruble note, but didn't hand it to her right away. "What's this?" I pointed at my plate. She blinked, confused. "Can't you see?" I grabbed her wrist and pulled her closer, tapping the chipped edge. "You served me a cracked plate. That's unacceptable." She wasn't expecting anything bad from me, so she just stood there, not knowing what to say. But slowly, she started to process it. Fear crept into her eyes. She didn't belong in a place like this. Nervous, timid, too afraid to even pull her hand away. Then again, maybe I was gripping it a little too tight. Might even have hurt. "Please, let me go," she whispered. "Why should I? You need to remember this. This kind of thing can't happen again." I stared her down, still holding on. "I understand, please." I smirked. "As you wish." I let go and handed her the 10-ruble note. "Keep the change, and don't let it happen again." She bolted, and I sat there for a moment wondering what the hell I'd just done. Her name's Elena, I'd learned. She's got a 7-year-old daughter who sometimes helps clean the place in the evenings. The kid's a cheeky little thing, always darting between tables, asking customers if everything's okay, and sometimes getting coins for her trouble. Now Elena would see me as a jerk, and maybe I was, but I could live with that. So could she. I did what I had to do. I needed a reason to hold her hand, without drawing attention. I couldn't care less about that chipped plate. The truth? Elena was sick. Something serious. I could smell the necrosis starting to take hold. She had no idea, just assumed it was normal fatigue. But now she'd recover. Her daughter wouldn't be left alone in this world. I finished my drink and headed upstairs to my room, running into a group of sailors along the way.
Sometimes I wonder, are we healers really just weird people? There's a room full of people around me, at least half of them suffering from some kind of illness, and yet I chose to help only her. Cold-hearted? Maybe. But I wanted to help her, so I did. Maybe it's time I rethink how I see this world, because this isn't the one I used to live in, and no matter how long I've been here, I still drag the past around like baggage. What can I say? When you've lived over a century and seen the worst this world has to offer, you eventually accept one thing. You can't save everyone. "Oh, hey, Doc." One of the sailors grinned and waved his massive hand at me. I gave a simple nod in return, a little surprised when the whole group made way for me on the narrow staircase like I was royalty, all because I had saved a cat. Just a cat. And I hadn't even taken that guy's words seriously when he said he owed me for it. Still wrapped in those thoughts, I reached my room, but they vanished the moment I opened my book.
I'd barely started it last time, so much left to uncover. And illegal, no less. Dark healers existed back in my world too, though our order made sure they didn't last long. Their whole craft boils down to this: someone gets worse so someone else can get better. That's it. Their power is in transferring energy without using their own. Lazy bastards. They don't want to develop their source or spend years honing their skills. Anatomy, physiology, too much effort. But in this world, they're the only ones capable of doing anything truly useful. The rest, don't even bother. At best, they can shift a curse or pass along a disease while siphoning life force from another victim. So I sat reading well into the evening, learning how the local dark healers operate. I was also brushing up on the language, though really, what good is archaic Spanish? From what I can tell, no one even uses it here anymore. I was just about to finish a few more pages and turn in for the night when my phone rang. It was Georgie, the cabbie. He reported something going down at the old man's building. A group of people had entered and were now gathered outside his apartment door, whispering. Interesting. A few possibilities. Maybe the old man's in danger, but why now? He's lived there for years and no one's cared. The moment I show up, though, suddenly he's on their radar? Or maybe he talked. Maybe he ratted me out. Told someone what I did for him. But that would be incredibly dumb, and he doesn't seem like an idiot. Either way, I needed to be there, fast. I threw on my jacket and bolted down the stairs, making for his place as quickly as I could. A few dozen meters from the building, I heard a child scream. I picked up the pace. I was nearly too late. The front door was busted open. Inside, 3 men. One stood by the entrance, holding a bloodied nose. The other 2 had the old man pinned to the floor as he struggled beneath them. "Tell us where the artifact is, old man, and we won't touch your little brat," one of them barked, pointing at the terrified girl frozen in place. Relief washed over me. So the old man hadn't betrayed me. They'd come after him, assuming he had some rare healing artifact. Figures. They must have heard he'd miraculously recovered from an incurable condition. And in their heads, that only meant one thing: priceless artifact. "I'll rip your goddamn throat out if you so much as look at her again," the old man growled. Respect. I hadn't even fully healed him yet, and he'd already managed to mess up one thug's face. The others weren't getting off easy either. Bruises everywhere. One of the thugs kicked him hard in the ribs, but the old guy just kept fighting, twisting and thrashing. "You bastard, I'm gonna break your spine all over again," one screamed as the old man landed a weak but well-placed punch right between his legs.
Good hit, old man. When you're outmatched, forget fair fights. "Yeah, that's not gonna happen," I said, finally stepping inside. 3 sets of eyes turned to me, stunned. "I don't let anyone mess with my work," I added, shaking my head. The one with the broken nose charged first, muttering something incomprehensible. I grabbed his face, channeled energy straight into his nerves, and he dropped like a stone. Non-gifted. That's the trick. They're so easy to manipulate. One good surge through his nerve endings, and he was paralyzed on the floor, gasping like a fish out of water. "You bat!" The second one tried to speak, but didn't get the chance. They let go of the old man and turned to me. He didn't waste a second, grabbed a nearby chair and smashed it over one thug's head, and he didn't stop there. Meanwhile, I took care of the last guy, who'd backed away in shock. Maybe I should have thrown him out the window. But no, I decided to let him live. Just a little souvenir to remind him this was a very bad idea. One hit to the jaw, enhanced, of course, and he crumpled like a puppet with its strings cut. I still had plenty of energy stored up, thankfully. I'd burned through a lot earlier trying to set up a major process before bed, and now I'd have to keep feeding it constantly. Not ideal, but since when is anything easy? "Old man, pack your stuff," I told him, surveying the bloody mess. The room was trashed. Better to move. "I'll take care of these guys." They weren't gifted, but I still managed to drain some energy from them. They'd be out for a day or so. Alive, but changed. One of them would start gaining weight uncontrollably. Nothing he could do about it. The other? The opposite. He'd wither away like a twig. I had been meaning to experiment with metabolism and hormone regulation anyway. People would chalk it up to a curse. That worked for me. As for the third one,
The one who threatened the girl? He'd die. Not right away. I didn't want to kill him in front of her, but in 6 months, his bones would dissolve from the inside, calcium clogging his veins. Poetic justice. By the time I turned back, the old man and the girl were packed and ready at the door. I didn't linger, left the 3 husks behind and headed out. "How did they even know you could walk again?" I asked. "You haven't left the house, right?" If he had, I'd have heard from my scouts. Nosy old neighbor. Must have told someone that I was healed. "Want 15 minutes? I won't stop you if you want to pay her a visit," I offered with a shrug. "Not worth dirtying my hands. Let's go." We headed to my tavern. No point in getting them a separate room. This was easier. Plus, it let me keep an eye on his condition. He followed my instructions to the letter, which meant he respected the effort I was putting in. "Hey there, Doc," one of the sailors called out as we entered. He was eating with his buddies, and the rest of them greeted me too. "Evening," I replied, then paused. I won't always be here to keep watch. And the old man? The girl? They'll need someone watching their backs. "Mind doing me a favor?" I asked the big guy, who instantly went serious. "Absolutely, whatever you need," he boomed, springing to his feet and motioning for the others to shut up. "Someone giving you trouble?" Funny, isn't it? In a world filled with gifted, people still act like muscle size means anything. Sure, it can help, but big doesn't always mean strong.
"Need someone to keep an eye on them," I nodded toward the old man. "Make sure nobody bothers them. Think you can handle that?" "No problem at all," he grinned at once. "No one'll even look at them funny, I promise. Don't worry, old man." He turned to my future driver. "If anything happens, we'll take care of it fast." The tavern where Mikhail once lived. "I'll strangle him," hissed the scar-covered girl, clenching her fists until they cracked. "Of course you will, my lady," the old butler smiled. "You are a true Bulatova." "I need to regain my strength," she muttered. The Countess had resisted leaving the manor until the very end, but the news that a full army of mercenaries was heading her way eventually made her reconsider. Even someone like her wouldn't stand a chance against so many trained fighters. Sure, they weren't planning to kill her, but a meeting with mercenaries rarely ends well. They were infamous for their lack of honor and boundless cruelty. But Bulatova hadn't even considered leaving things as they were. She fled, settling in a filthy tavern in the heart of the port district, and not by accident. After all, we're better to regain your strength, or rather, to take it from those who truly deserve to lose it. Now it was only a matter of time before she returned and reclaimed what was rightfully hers. So after sitting and thinking for a while, she waited for nightfall. Throwing on a heavy coat, she quickly slipped out of the room and went hunting. "My lady, shall I accompany you?" the old man asked, but she only shook her head. "Not tonight. Necrotica doesn't collect itself." Meanwhile, not far from the port, Georgie had already sold the last artifact, earning a solid sum for it, but he still couldn't calm down. The way the aristocrat had handed him that plastic bag, so casually, almost carelessly, was staggering. And yet inside had been artifacts and coins worth more than he could ever earn in his lifetime. He gave it away like it was pocket change. And surprisingly, not even for a moment did Georgie consider running off with the treasure. That would have been short-term thinking, and Georgie had always been a long-term thinker. This unexpected encounter with a strange, clearly powerful aristocrat was a chance, a real chance to change his life. He couldn't afford to betray that trust. He sold everything honestly, squeezing the highest price from the buyers. Plus, he completed another errand and managed to snag a very interesting costume for next to nothing. On TV, they say mornings don't start with coffee. I think it was a plumbing commercial. But for me, this morning began with meditation. I didn't expect finishing the spell would be this difficult, but I was nearly there. After that, I finally reached the coffee. In the mornings, it's even better than tea. Now I'd be torn between these two delicious drinks. But before that, I checked in on the neighbors. The little one was back to knitting again, and I had no idea what she was making this time. Didn't look like a jacket or mittens, just something weird. And when I asked her why she was still at it, since she didn't need to sell at the market anymore, she just said I didn't understand business. Said if she stopped knitting now, she'd lose her spot at the market and all that. Well, all right. No need to get in the way of small business. Besides, I had my own mountain of tasks. So I went downstairs, waited for a cup of aromatic coffee, and began reading through the folder Georgie had brought me. He called himself Zora. Not sure. Sounds like a nickname for a really gluttonous animal. But the folder was genuinely intriguing. Lots of useful stuff. And best of all, I now knew what I'd be doing today. A perfect chance to earn some money and annoy the local gang boss. And robbing bandits? One of my favorite hobbies. In my opinion, that's honest work. As I studied the documents, Georgie entered the tavern. He looked a little nervous, but only until he handed me the bundle.
Phew! He shook his head. Like a weight off my chest. You have no idea how scary it is walking around with that much money. I didn't sleep a wink, and truly, even his eye was twitching. But all that quickly passed once I tweaked his hormones a bit and improved blood flow to his brain. Even though he wasn't gifted, he still had magical channels. Weak, but functional enough to support life. So I adjusted those too. He really was under a lot of stress. People often ignore their magical channels, though they play a crucial role in our lives. Without healthy ones, good health is impossible. Well done, I praised him with a nod toward the folder. No trouble selling the stuff? No locals giving you grief? I'm local myself, he grinned slyly. Sold it all in the right places. I also picked up what you asked for, he added, pointing at the bundle. Right, I'd almost forgotten. I'd asked him to get something interesting for hiding my identity. Lately, I'd constantly had to mask my powers, and it wasn't easy. It's much simpler when no one even knows who you are. Georgi had bought me a mask and a cloak, and a very interesting set at that. Strange, but it gave off a faint hint of ancient necrotica. Just a trace, barely noticeable. Not irritating, more like it added a certain charm. Just what I needed for tonight's outing. In fact, Georgi would be part of it too. I explained in detail what he'd be doing tonight. Didn't tell him everything. Where's the fun in that? And besides, he might not have agreed. But I doubt it. He's not stupid. He knows exactly who he's dealing with. The driver left and I stayed behind, finishing my coffee and half watching what was happening around me. The sailors had come downstairs and were loudly discussing something, but I wasn't listening. I was deep in thought, planning how best to finish my spell work, when would be the perfect moment to complete the circuit, without harming myself and with maximum benefit. "Uncle, can I have some cake?" squeaked the little girl who'd come down with the old man. "Oh, sweets are bad for kids," a man walking by began to lecture her, but he didn't finish. Thud. A massive sailor's fist smashed into his face, knocking him out cold. "Everything all right?" he asked us, then seeing the guy wasn't moving, calmly returned to his seat. "Just holler if you need anything." Yeah, an effective way to solve problems. If something bugs you, punch it in the face. Poor guy. He probably meant well. I secretly touched his body and sent a bit of energy through him. Slow healing, nothing immediate. In about a week, his new teeth would grow in, and the old ones would be free of cavities. Bonus. I think it's safe to leave the old man and the girl with these sailors. No one would dare even speak to them now, let alone mess with them. So with a clear mind, I spent the rest of the day in my room, studying books, browsing the internet, monitoring the final phase of my spell work, and watching a bit of TV. Then, when the sun finally set, I opened my eyes and came out of deep meditation, threw on my newly acquired costume, and turned to the mirror. Had to see how I looked from the outside, and honestly, I looked awesome. Not a single ruble was wasted on this thing. Georgi did good. Snagged it for just 300 rubles, and now I even scare myself. That faint necrotica aura only adds to the effect, but it's all on a subconscious level.
The mask had a long beak and was made of some kind of thick black leather. It had clearly witnessed more than its fair share of death. And the heavy cloak covering the entire body had absorbed centuries' worth of sorrow and decay. Before heading out, I packed everything into a backpack and calmly set off for my destination. It was a long walk. The target was in a district next to the port, far wealthier and, unlike the port, not crawling with crime, much safer by comparison,
with no gangsters loitering in the streets. Which made it all the more ironic, since I was on my way to visit the boss of the biggest gang in the region. Why didn't he want to live among his own? What's he doing here? Closer to civilization. I wandered the district for a bit. No poverty in sight, just large, fancy houses. I scoped out the boss's place too. He wasn't home at the moment. According to the notes, he always stayed at his dacha on Thursdays. Far away, not worth the trip. Instead, the place was guarded by a team. More than enough for most, but only 3 men were assigned to the yard and the garage, plus 2 dogs. I decided to deal with them in a creative way. Stopped by a butcher shop and picked up 2 juicy steaks, poured a fair bit of energy into them, and embedded a spell to drop blood sugar levels. It's more effective on animals. For now, I still can't pull it off reliably on humans. It worked like a charm. Just like in a movie, I tossed the meat over the fence and the dogs pounced on it immediately. 10 minutes later, they were peacefully snoring beneath the same fence. You could probably dance on them now. They wouldn't wake up. Technically, they were in a coma, and the only way to bring them back quickly would be a dose of honey under the tongue. Still, I doubt there's a quieter way to neutralize guard dogs. And no, I'm not a maniac. The meat wasn't just laced with the spell, it also carried a good deal of healing energy. In about 2 hours, the dogs would wake up feeling better than ever. I know they were just doing their job, loyal to their master. This little coma would probably be good for them. Funny enough, I got the meat idea from a movie, only there, the dogs actually got poisoned, so I didn't bother finishing it. Still, TV wasn't totally useless. Who says it rots your brain? Then I turned to the human guards. This part was trickier. 2 of them were gifted. Mid-level, but still closer to weak than strong. Still, they drain a lot of energy. The 3rd guy wasn't gifted at all. He'd be easier to deal with. So I threw on my costume and slipped over the fence into the yard. The 2 gifted guards were patrolling the perimeter. The 3rd was sitting in a booth, looked like he was in charge of the gate and the security cameras. Georgie's documents had the camera positions marked, so I made sure to avoid them. I only needed 1 guard. The patrol? I just cut them down. A few seconds later, they were lying lifeless on the ground, never knew what hit them. As for the guy in the booth, he took a bit more work and energy, but it was worth it. "Well, hello there," I said, stepping into the cramped booth and disarming him before he could react. He had a firearm, but didn't even get close to it. His body was instantly locked in a violent seizure. Then came the negotiation. I crouched beside his twitching body. He opened his mouth but couldn't scream. His eyes were filled with terror. Ah yes, the mask is doing its job. "Can you drive?" He tried to swear at me. Rage flashed across his face. "Nope, not gonna work." "I could curse you." I snapped my fingers and took away his sight. Oh yeah, he was terrified. But wait, there's more. I snapped again, this time no energy involved. Now, you can't get it up. You know what I mean? That did it. He was truly shaken. I never thought that one would strike such fear. From that point on, I didn't need to spend another drop of energy. He believed every word.
I told him I'd cursed him, said it would last 3 days. If he disobeyed even a single command, he'd die. Painfully, slowly, inevitably. Judging by his eyes, he bought it. "Now stand up," I ordered. He sprang to his feet, disable the alarm, then get in the driver's seat. A minute later, we rolled out of the garage in the boss's favorite car. And I've got to say, hell of a ride. I get the appeal. I'd take one for myself, too. The gate shut behind us. The rest of the guards didn't suspect a thing. Later, they'd be watching camera footage of someone in a plague doctor costume stealing their boss's most prized possession. I'd pay to see the guy's face when he found out. We cruised down the street and turned toward the Port District.
The whole ride, the driver was trembling with fear, but hopefully he remembered everything I'd told him. He'd stay quiet for at least 3 days. At the designated drop-off spot, I told him to disappear. Threw in a few more threats to really seal the deal. Just to be safe, I shut off his ability to speak and even write. Any attempt at fine motor work would send his fingers into spasms. It would only last a few days. I wasn't trying to punish him. He'd helped, after all, albeit unwillingly. The poor guy bolted out of the car and ran. If I'd left him with his voice, I'm sure he'd be screaming in panic right now. "I know you're there," I said to the dark alley, and sure enough, Georgi emerged. No, he hadn't been hiding, he'd just been frozen in shock. "I knew you were after the car, but..." His eyes darted all over the vehicle. "Am I right about who it belongs to?" "You are," I grinned. "Hop in. We don't have much time." I really should learn to drive. Would have made that whole guard thing unnecessary. He hesitated a bit but climbed in and headed toward the slums. And yes, the Port District isn't the poorest part of the city. There's a whole stretch nearby that's way worse. Filthy, crowded with drunks, junkies, and the homeless. I couldn't live there. Stealing energy from people like that, I'd lose all self-respect. We stashed the car in a rundown shack meant for fishing boats. It looked abandoned, hadn't been used in ages. "I'm not sure this spot is secure," the driver muttered. "If I knew whose car you were planning to steal..." "You think they'll search the slums for it?" I raised an eyebrow. "Looks like the perfect place to me. Good job finding it." "You might be right," he scratched his head. I stepped out and the car rumbled into the shack. Hopefully the roof wouldn't collapse on it. Fingers crossed. Georgi's taxi was parked nearby. According to the plan, we had to head back from here. Soon he dropped me off at the tavern. We said our goodbyes and I headed to my room in an excellent mood. But my spell circuit was almost complete. It just needed one last drop of energy. Just one. Maybe it was worth taking a walk. Finding a weak gifted somewhere. Once the circuit was closed, how many mercenaries were in that castle again? Probably not enough, but they'd have to do.
Chapter 17. 2 hours? Georgi asked as I stepped out of the car. "I'll call you." I waved him off, closed the door, and immediately headed into the forest thicket. As usual, I summoned a cab. Initially, I thought about riding with the old man just to see how he handled the wheel. But after running a quick diagnostic, it became clear his vision was still a mess. I wasn't about to risk a ride with someone driving half-blind. Before we left, I had triggered the process of cleansing his eye lenses. They were badly clouded, which explained why he couldn't see a damn thing. I also fine-tuned his visual sharpness and focus a bit. He wouldn't need glasses anymore. In fact, his eyes had a lot of potential, lots of magical channels running through them. I figured he had been straining his sight constantly in the past, which is why the problems developed in the first place. Of course, the recovery would take some time. Accelerating it would have cost me a fortune, and besides, fast healing like that isn't great for an old man. So I decided to let the process run naturally. One more day, and he'd be back in action. For now, he could rest. But that was the least of my concerns.
As night fell, I made my way to the Countess's castle. My castle. I packed light, just my weapons and a few artifacts, ready for battle, at least in theory. But I wasn't about to rush in blind. However strong I might have been in my past life, that strength stayed there. This new body isn't built for glory. Yet. So, first things first, recon. And let me tell you, I ran my legs off. The cold was brutal. I couldn't even guess the temperature. But the air was sharp and clear, and the moonlight was enough to see without wasting energy enhancing my vision. Still, I had to channel energy into my skin, definitely underdressed. The cloak and mask helped a little, mostly for disguise. Turned out that was a good call. 2 hours of sneaking around was all I needed to know. Charging in against 30 gifted, half of them seasoned fighters with solid gear? Yeah, no thanks. I needed backup. and I knew just where to get it. Acting fast isn't my style in this world yet. Back when I was young, I'd rush headfirst into any mess and figure it out on the fly. But age and title taught me there aren't many archmagisters around. No point wasting one on a foolish death. So, with recon done, I slipped out to the road where a car was waiting. As soon as I sank into the back seat, we sped off. According to Georgi, mercs sometimes leave scouts behind. I didn't sense any, but hey, better safe than sorry. And if someone had been there, they wouldn't be now. "No loot tonight?" Georgi asked, glancing at me in the rearview mirror. "Wasn't the plan," I waved him off. Just because I wanted to reclaim the castle didn't mean I expected to. But I've got another job for you. We talked strategy the whole ride back. I barely noticed we'd arrived at the tavern. I paid Georgi his usual fee with a little bonus and headed up to my room. "Doc, hey there!" Looks like this was becoming a routine. A bunch of cheerful sailors greeted me from across the room. I blinked in surprise. The captain's cat was now strutting around in a colorful, hand-knitted sweater, and judging by her smug look, she loved it. A few of the crew wore similar hats, bright, floral, ridiculous. The girl who knit them sat proudly at the head of the table. Wonder how much she made selling those. Actually, pet fashion might be a solid business idea. Later, I locked myself in my room and dove into the internet. I'd gotten decent at using it, and before dawn, I had what I needed. Georgi had even sent some contacts, which helped a lot. By morning, I had my targets for the day. Feeling productive, I slipped into meditation, spent a bit of energy to speed up my rest. I'd be fully recharged in 2 or 3 hours. I didn't use that trick often back in my world. I had all the time I needed in my tower. But now, it was worth it. A bit more energy would have been nice, but whatever. I'd make do. Especially if those 30 gifted sitting in my castle ended up under my command. That was the plan after all. "Morning," Georgi croaked as I came downstairs. Poor guy hadn't slept at all. Another unexpected expense. Can't have a groggy driver. So, with a bit of energy, I perked him right up. Downside, now he was starving. A couple of juicy kebab skewers fixed that quickly.
While he ate, I studied the folder he dropped on the table. Info on the Bulatov family. Not a lot, but more than I'd managed to dig up on my own, which was nothing. The best part? He found addresses, hospitals, room numbers. "Here," Georgi tapped one of the pages. "This guy's the commander. Still in a coma. That's all I know. Tried calling the hospital, but they don't answer at night." Last night's mission had been to locate any surviving Bulatov guards, those who hadn't betrayed the house. Only managed to find the wounded. The rest? Gone. Probably dead. Still, I told him to keep digging. So far, we knew of 6, including their commander. After a strong breakfast and a foamy latte, we drove to the first address, just a hospital on the edge of the city. A few buildings, clean and orderly, nothing fancy. This place was for commoners, so no healers here, just doctors. Non-gifted, but smart folks who treat without magic. We already knew which building we needed, even the room number. "Hey there," Georgi waved at the guard blocking the entrance. This hospital was huge. We'd have had to walk forever. "I'm here for Ignatiich. Got a delivery, you know?" "Got it," the guard shrugged and waved us through. I stared at Georgi in surprise as he casually drove on. "I just looked up the chief physician's name," he said, unfazed. "Didn't feel like walking." Clever. I could have forced our way in too, but my methods tend to be different. This worked better. A few turns later, we stopped in front of the right building. Inside, we were greeted by a nurse, sweet but exhausted. She barely looked up. "Hello? Can I help you?" She mumbled. "I need access to room 251. Do you have a pass?"
Second floor is for staff only. That room holds my guard. I'm Count Bulatov. I showed her my ring. Her eyes popped open. But you can't go up in street clothes. You need a gown. At least that, she trailed off as I spotted a nearby coat rack. Found one with a doctor's name stitched in, and it fit just right. She didn't argue, only stared in quiet shock, clearly not eager to protest a noble. Once I emerged, she silently led the way. On the way out of the changing room, I slipped 5 rubles into the coat's pocket. Should cover laundry. "Stop!" a sharp voice barked as we neared the room. A man, mid-40s, maybe older, more exhausted than the nurse. She vanished the moment he appeared. "What's your business here? Who even let you in?" he snapped. "I'm here to collect my guard." I opened the door. Several patients lay inside, hooked up to strange machines, unconscious. "You can't." The doctor lunged forward. "He's on ventilator support. He'll die if you touch him. With all due respect, Count, I know medicine better than you do." I had no idea what a ventilator was, but now I wanted to. Sadly, not the time for research. How did he know I was a count? Then again, no real reason to suspect him. The guard served my house, easy enough to guess. "I know your family's going through hard times. That's why I didn't pull the plug on Valery. Are you telling me I wasted my efforts?" I stood at the foot of the soldier's bed, staring down at his broken body. He looked terrible, but maybe that was just on the surface. Hopefully healing him wouldn't be too hard.
The doctor's last words stopped me in my tracks. I asked him to explain everything in more detail, and the moment he began to speak, all my irritation vanished. Turns out, the Countess had spent her last remaining funds to keep her loyal retainers alive. That alone spoke volumes. I hadn't met her yet, hadn't even seen her, but I already knew we could get along. I've always taken care of my people to the very end. Loyalty. Not everyone's capable of it. It's one of the rarest traits, and the most important. And the doctor? He'd done his part too. Funding had stopped 2 weeks ago. The Countess's situation had worsened. Most would have pulled the plug, but he didn't. He held out, hoping for a miracle, risking his job in the process. "You're a good man," I said, reaching out my hand. He hesitated, then shook it. "Don't worry. I have an artifact for safe transport. I'm moving him elsewhere. He'll be fine, I promise." He took me at my word, then stepped out. As soon as he left, I activated advanced diagnostics and got to work. Honestly, I'd already spent more energy than I planned, especially during that handshake. But at least now the kind doctor won't have to worry about his blood pressure, his stomach, or that little tumor on his pancreas. He gave his health to save others. Least I could do was return the favor, even if he never finds out. "All right, Valery, let's begin," I muttered, placing my hands on the chest of the broken man lying before me. Valery, the former first commander of the Bulatov Guard. The previous patriarch trusted him without question. Grigory told me about him while we were locked up together. He'd said who could be trusted and who couldn't. And he seemed like a good judge of character. Valery had fought to the last breath, collapsing into a coma only after sustaining fatal wounds. That was the battle where the old Count was captured, and where few made it out alive. Inside that near-dead body was absolute chaos. I had no idea how he'd lasted this long. I really need to study this world's machines. Fascinating things.
His limbs were intact, barely. Torn muscles, severed tendons, limbs atrophied from weeks of immobility. But nothing I couldn't fix. Just had to guide the energy down the right paths and let the body take over. Clear some clots here, rebuild a few channels there. 1,000 tiny repairs. Precision was key, and so was deep anatomical knowledge. Without that, you could pour in all the energy in the world and still fail. Half an hour in, the machine started beeping like mad, and people began pounding on the door. Good thing I'd blocked it with the chair. "Everything's fine. Do your job," I shouted, then managed to shut off the alarm. Pure guesswork. Valeri had tubes down his throat. When he suddenly gasped and opened his eyes in panic, I started pulling them out. Fascinating contraptions, but later. Right now, I had a panicking soldier to calm. "Ah!" he screamed. I quickly placed a hand on his forehead. A calming spell did the trick, mostly because he was still too weak to resist. He slumped back, but the fear in his eyes lingered. Where am I? What happened? Where's the Count? The others?" A flood of questions. Understandable. A moment ago he'd been fighting for his life. Now he woke up to silence and dead limbs. I hadn't even started healing those yet. Too busy with the critical damage. "You're in a hospital. Out of a coma. The Count is dead. Before he died, he passed me the signet and the title." I showed him the ring. He stiffened. "And the Countess? She's in hiding. The castle's fallen." I gave him the full grim picture. "And now I need you back in the Bulatov Guard. What do you say?" It caught him off guard, sure. Not every day you wake up 6 months later in a hospital bed. But credit to him, he pulled himself together fast. Tried to move, failed, and sank back onto the pillow. "I'm no soldier anymore. Just a cripple. We lost." "Says who?" I smiled. "You served well. I know that. And you think I, as head of House Bulatov, would let you stay broken? Not a chance. You're still needed." I placed my hands back on his chest and resumed healing. In minutes, his body began changing. He slowly lifted one hand, then the other. His legs started twitching. I targeted the worst damage, not physical, but magical. Scorched, mangled energy channels from enemy spells. No medicine here could have fixed that, but I could, with precision and very little waste. What is this power?" Valeri whispered, stunned, rising from the bed. His eyes widened as he stared at his limbs, part awe, part fear. "This is the power of your new lord. So, are you with me?" I saw the answer in his eyes. Loyalty. Total. He knew I'd given him a second life. "I came to you first. Now let's go get the others. I want them to see a familiar face. That'll make it easier." As you command, my lord," he said with a smile, pulling out the remaining tubes. I healed the tiny wounds left by needles and those odd machines. I really need some books. No, many books on medicine. Maybe I should just hire the doctor. "All right, into the wheelchair," I told him. He looked confused. "Trust me, better not draw attention. You were basically a corpse 5 minutes ago. Local doctors don't usually cure that." He didn't argue. We rode the elevator down, then out to the street. By then, Georgi had been caught in a lie. 2 guards were knocking on his window. He just turned up the music and ignored them. We walked past the stunned guards and got in the back seat. Valieri stood up from the chair and nodded for them to return it. Then we hit every hospital in the city. It took a lot of energy, but by the end, the car was packed with loyal Bulatov guards. I focused on finding the ones who stayed true. Valieri was a huge help. I didn't have to prove anything. He just barked and each soldier calmed down. I healed them all, brought them up to speed. By afternoon, we rolled up to the tavern. We had to stop for clothes. No one wants to wander around in hospital gowns in the middle of winter. I booked them a family suite at the inn. Had to haggle a bit for extra beds. A few extra rubles did the trick. Even got food delivered. Then I left them to rest and talk. They needed to process everything. Hours later, I knocked on the door. There were over 100 of us. Where are the rest? One of the men asked. I could only shrug. Some died, some betrayed the house. The rest, I don't know. I've only just become a Bulatov myself. Haven't even met the Countess yet.
The room buzzed after what I said. I just sat there, listening, letting them speak. That second heartbeat detected in the castle? Turned out it belonged to the butler. And from the way everyone spoke about him, it was clear. If he ever left that place, it'd be feet first, loyal to the bone. The kind of man who'd die for House Bulatov without blinking and take a few enemies with him on the way out. Everyone was talking, except for the commander. He stayed quiet. Until he didn't. Betrayal, he said at last, clenching his fists. The news had clearly hit him hard. I could only hope the butler had escaped with the Countess. People like him, like them, I needed. I let the others talk. Their memories were rich, and I was eager to listen. This house, old, noble, once powerful. There were still lands in my name, even real estate in the capital. I just had to take them back, piece by piece, from the scavengers who'd come crawling out of the dark. Let me ask you plainly, I said at last. Will you serve me or the Countess? They paused. Loyal to the bloodline, sure, but they'd known the Countess since childhood and they clearly adored her. This wasn't an easy question for them. Well, that's a tough one, one of the soldiers muttered, glancing around. The rest looked just as unsure. Until Valieri spoke. Our duty is to House Bulatov, he said firmly, and House Bulatov is him now. He pointed at me, his tone leaving no room for argument. And just like that, they nodded, each one vowing their loyalty. And you know what? I believed them. Honest men. No wonder Grigori had spoken so highly of them. After a bit more talk and some follow-up healing, I stood to leave. But before that, I gave them a heads up. We'd be fighting in 3 days. They needed to recover, rebuild their strength, and do more. Find others who still stood with the house and make a list of everything we needed. Phones, Valieri said at once. Without phones, we'll never track down the rest of the guard. 20 minutes later, Georgi returned with 6 of them. We still had some money, and I wasn't about to pinch pennies. Though, by the end of those 3 days, the money was gone. I'd bought decent gear and a bit of weaponry, 2 solid rifles, some rounds, and a shiny new SUV to haul it all. Tried a bit of hunting. Total failure. 2 nights wasted. The port district was safer now than the city center. There were still people in the streets, but they gave me a wide berth. One night, a portal opened nearby, but I was too late. Someone had already claimed it. Not that I wanted in. Turns out the ones who came through met a lunatic necromancer. It was ugly. He tore out their souls and processed them into necrotica. I stood, watched, and walked away. I wasn't about to waste energy fighting necromancers. I had other battles ahead. By the evening of day 3, my men were ready. We loaded into 2 vehicles, my black SUV and a truck Georgi had borrowed from a friend. The past few days hadn't gone to waste. My soldiers had been busy calling around, tracking down loyalists. By the time we left, my force had grown to 26. Healed, equipped, mostly. The gear situation wasn't ideal, just 2 rifles and a few hand-picked weapons I'd brought from my stash near the castle. The rest? Looted from those I'd killed earlier. What can I say? Recycling works. After arming up, the troops lined up, eyes on me. Well, the commander asked, you mentioned a plan, sir. We're ready to hear it. Right, I grinned. Totally forgot to mention the plan. It's simple. I go in first. When things get interesting,
Join me. That's it. I turned and jumped through the breach in the wall, leaving them blinking after me.
The Vlasov estate. "How are you enjoying the evening, my dear wife?" the Viscount asked with a crooked smirk, swirling champagne in his glass. "Do you like the atmosphere? Perhaps something to drink?" Countess Bulatova flinched. His voice alone made her skin crawl. This bastard. Because of him, her father had vanished. Their lands lay in ruin. Her family name was in tatters. Even their former allies had turned their backs when the Viscount declared war. Alone, abandoned, disgraced, and it was all his doing. Not that the Viscount was anyone important, but the Count he served, House Stavridov, was at its peak, and fully backing its vile vassal. Victoria had seen his crest alongside the Stavridov coat of arms more than once. Her house was already bleeding before the war. Facing two enemies at once had nearly finished them. And she? She wasn't thinking about herself, only the house. If she died, the line ended. But marrying the Viscount, that would be a death of another kind. He'd absorb her house, her lands, and take her title for himself. "Why so quiet?" he growled, reaching for her arm, only to have his hand slapped away hard.
"Take your hands off me or I'll break them," Victoria hissed through clenched teeth, barely holding her fury in check. "Break them?" the Viscount scoffed. "My dear girl, you're only standing here because I asked Vladislav Vlasov to invite you. He didn't even want to. You came to this place of honor dressed like a beggar. That gown of yours isn't worth 100 rubles. And your only servant? An old man? Where is he now? Waiting in the stables, perhaps? Judging by his looks, they wouldn't let him in anywhere else." The words stung. Her fists tightened, her nails biting into her palms. But then she smiled. "My gown might not be from a famous designer, and my servant may be a little rough around the edges, but I'm still a countess, and he serves me with loyalty, just as you serve your count. You can't take a step without his approval. Poor little Viscount. What's it like being someone's errand boy your whole life? Must be exhausting." The Viscount's composure cracked. How dare she speak to him like that? A disgraced noble, a daughter of a fallen house? His hand rose before he even realized it, charged with power, and he swung, aiming a vicious slap that could have done more than damage her pride. It might have left a mark, or worse. "Know your place," he growled, his hand cutting through the air. But the blow never landed. "Kindly keep your hands off, my fiancé," came a calm voice, someone Victoria hadn't seen coming. She'd shut her eyes, bracing for impact. When she opened them, she blinked in disbelief. A young man, maybe 20 at most, was holding the Viscount's wrist in a vice grip. "And who are you?" the Viscount snapped, caught completely off guard. "Me? You think I owe you an introduction?" He glanced at the Viscount like he was gum stuck to a boot. They were standing apart from the rest of the crowd, far enough from the dancers that no one noticed the tension. "Let go," he hissed, struggling to pull free, but the boy's grip didn't budge. "Not very strong, are you? No wonder you only pick fights with women. Who do you think you are?" the Viscount roared, unleashing his aura like a wave of pressure. But the boy didn't flinch. He just smirked and flung the Viscount's arm aside like it was nothing. "Name yourself." "With pleasure," I said, stepping forward. "Mikhail Bulatov. Heard of me? No? Well, you're about to." I straightened my shoulders, voice steady, gaze locked. "You've been picking a fight with the wrong house, but now the game's changed. From this moment on, you're at war with me. And unlike the previous head of House Bulatov, I'm not the forgiving type.